most brilliant moment. In crimson splendor! Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Hinata? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
moment. In crimson splendor! Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Hinata? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom!
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again, and we've got you guys a second game of the day. With the first game of the day already done and dusted, and of course, Iran came out to be extremely great going up against the United Arab Emirates. But this time, they're going up against Jordan, and we'll see how that is gonna go. And it's Abstract. With me here is Moman.
Yeah, I'm Moman.
No, maybe I'm Moman now.
I'm Abstract. And this is gonna be very interesting because Team Iran, right? Currently, they are at the second seed of this group so far, and Team Jordan, they're a third seed. So this might mean a change in positioning. And also at the same time, you want to get top 2 here in this group, because top 2 secures you that slot to Nagoya.
However, even if you don't get top 2, if you get the third place, you're not entirely out of it yet. However, that also means that you will need to go for another round and another match, and that might leave you really tired by the end of the day. However, it is still a chance for you to secure the coveted 12th spot.
Yeah, and definitely every team here wants to make it to Aichi Nagoya. Who doesn't want to go to Japan?
Who doesn't want
to go to Japan?
Yeah, I mean, and the sushi.
There's MLBB.
There's sites.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things to do. There's a lot of things to do.
Yeah,
but the main thing here is all about MLBB, right? It's all about MLBB, and we've seen Team Iran do so spectacularly, especially in the first 2 games, especially versus Team UAE. Team United Arab Emirates, they did have a good chance. They were ahead in that early game, but Team Iran, they clawed their way back.
Yeah, honestly, it was a pretty tight match, and it kind of seemed as though that when it comes down to UAE, they had control in the early stages of the game. They kind of seemed like they kind of know what to do, even though they were kind of falling off behind during the laning phase where we saw the Lil mod not having orange buff and all that kind of jazz. All these rotational needs coming from UAE were still, not too shabby at all. But of course, when it comes down to the mid stages of the game, that is when Team Iran, they definitely knew when they start to pop off. They know when are they able to kind of go ham, go crazy, and they just ride the wind with it.
And so far, gotta say, stats board Amirali, this man has gotten
a glazer.
One maniac a day.
Yeah.
One maniac a day. I mean, look at this guy. Team Iran right here. On the gold lane, Amir Ali. On the Rome Ali. Super good on the Cho, by the way. Poria on that mid lane. Mahdi in the jungle. And Abu Fazl. That Paquito in the first game. That was impressive.
So right now, I think that the main question that we have is if whether Amir Ali can get the Savage.
Yeah, he usually
yesterday he got a maniac and a savage.
Yeah, he got a maniac and a savage, man. And now
he got a maniac waiting for the savage.
Yeah, there's a lot of expectations on this guy. Is the pressure gonna mount up, maybe?
I don't know if whether he will be able to get that or not, but he's going up against Jordan at this point in time, and I would definitely say in terms of the ranking, I would like to believe that Jordan is slightly better than UAE.
Yeah, definitely. And this is going to be a very competitive match indeed. In the gold lane, we have El Sawaris. And on that Rome, we're going to have another Abdallah. And this is not the same. XP lane, we have Abua Te.
Okay, so just like that, Team Jordan, they are going to be right on their spots and ready to rock and roll. Knowing that their opponent being Team Iran, they gotta have to take some time, and I hope they did take some time to kind of take a look at the VODs, how Iran played in yesterday's game and the game before this one. Because that is more than enough information that Team Jordan will be able to get for themselves. In the meantime, Team Iran would not have much information onto Jordan themselves.
Yeah, and this feels like a very bloodthirsty bracket so far, right? We've been seeing kill after kills. We've been seeing brawls after brawls. Doesn't feel much too intentional on the macro side of things where, they can be playing for the macro. They had a Paquito, but they choose to ignore that and they went for the team fights instead. So definitely it's guts over glory here.
Yeah, I mean, this time I think the draft needs to really show what both of these two teams are capable of, and I'm pretty sure that we don't want to give the Paquito over to Iran. That is definitely not something to work. And to a certain extent, you know, even the Harif, I think that all of those Savages and Maniacs were all done with a Harif, if I
Granger
recall.
yesterday,
Oh.
Harif today.
Ah, okay. So you can't just ban out the Harif and hope that he would not get a Maniac here.
I mean, if he can play a good Harif, I'm pretty sure he can play a good Claude as well, right?
Clarity of yesterday, and we're still kind of figuring out if Claude really has a spot or not.
Definitely still has a spot.
The way that
sure.
the game is going is so fast. Can Claude really keep up?
I believe yes. I believe it's a yes. And we are having expanding rivers once again. Today the theme is water. As yesterday it was all broken walls. And today now we're going to have expanding rivers once again. Expanding rivers. Now with that banning and drafting underway. Once again we see the side of Team Jordan taking out the Yuzhong. And it feels like Abu Fazl has made a name for himself with the Yuzhong somehow. Because everyone is banning out the Yuzhong. Now, with that respect ban on the Paquito, nah, that's not a respect on Abu Fazl. It's on the respect on the character, man. You don't want to let this guy out.
Yep, so honestly, I kind of like Jordan's ban. The first pick, right? The first pick, so they can kind of go for bans that are respective to the opponent's side. So no more of the Harif, no more of the Paquito. I think that's relatively nice. That will mean that they will open up quite a bit of heroes that is available for Team Jordan to pick up, while Team Iran, they threw away the Marcel, the Guinevere, and the Freya.
Yeah, and right now, Zusin still available in that pool. The Boxia as well. These are very strong openers, and the Boxia will be that pick of choice coming in from the side of Team Jordan. Tanky utility does have that stun capability for the initiation, and kind of non-committal as well.
Yep. So at least on this case, I don't think that it is a very surprising thing to see how Boxia is first pick. But we pass the ball back over to Iran, where so far their first and second picks has always been very Harif related, very gold lane related. They want to lock it down. So I'm not too sure if whether they actually want to go for the Granger immediately for Amorali. I hope not though. There is
Hello guys, welcome back to the stream. आज रहेको छ यो म्याच युए भर्सेस जोर्डनको र हामीले बिस्तारै बिस्तारै गफ गर्दै हेर्छौं गरी 2000 सब्स्क्राइबरमा हाम्रो गिभअवे रहेको छ टिकटक आज जसले हेरिरहेछ सब युट्युब तिर
टिकटकमा लाइभ गरेर हिजो कपरेट खान्छ
लाइभ हैन युट्युबमा मात्र
साउदी रहेछ जोर्डन रे त्यसै जोर्डनमा हाम्रो साउदीका हिरोहरु ह्यान्डसमहरु साउदीको
अब कतारले त छ खाइहाल्यो साउदीले कति खानी हो
दुईटा अल्लाहु अकबर रहेछन्
ए
गॉड इज ग्रेट त्यो भनेको मान्छेले नेगेटिभली लिन्छन्
थाहा छ तर त्यही नै हुन्छ नि
क्रस रेफरेन्स हान्न पाएन नि
त्यसको भन्न पाइन्छ क्यानाडाले छनेको हानेको त
दुईटा रेड कार्ड थियो उसको कतारको अनि
कि कतारले त मारेर खेल्थ्यो भनेर थियो के हो ह्याट्रिक हाने चाहिँ यार त्यो डेभिडले त
बरु साउथ कोरियाको गेम राम्रो थिएन फाइनल 10 मिनेट्समा यति धेरै चान्स पाथ्यो हान्न फिनिसै गर्न सकेन के
भनेपछि यसपालि नहान्ने भने रोनाल्डो एउटा मात्रै हो
रोनाल्डो त
रोनाल्डोको त्यो गेम त म्यानेजरको गल्ती हो यार के खेलाको भने त्यो के खालको फर्मेसनमा खेलायो यार
रोनाल्डोको यो के भन्छ वर्ल्ड कपको रेटिङै 1 रहेछ भने
हुन्छ नि राम्रो प्लेयर सबले गोल हाने एम्बापेले गोल हाने हाल्यान्डले गोल हाने मेस्सीले गोल हाने रोनाल्डो नेमार त अब सिधै ग्रुप स्टेजै खेल्दैन त्यसले त सक्यो उसको त कामै दियो के अब म खतरा भन्छ लास्टमा कहिले गेमै खेल्न पाउँदैन
होइन त्यो मलाई रोनाल्डो र मेसी पछि खतरा लाग्ने प्लेयरै नेमार थियो यार
त्यो इन्जरी धेरै हुने भएपछि त मजा
अँ।
आउँदैन क्या
त्यो एकदम त्यो छ नि त्यो एकदम ब्यालेन्डर जित्नुपर्ने मान्छे हो क्या त्यो
नेमारको लागि त्यो बडीले नै दिएन क्या पछि
अँ।
गएर अब चाहिँ
त्यो जसरी अरूले चाहिँ भयो नि बडीको अब के भयो होइन भन्नु पहिले सुरुमै इन्जुरी धेरै हुन थालेपछि त कतिको रिस्टोर गरोस् त नि जहिले इन्जुरी भएको भइबस्छ
यो कति धेरै हो यार लास्ट वर्ल्ड कपमा 4वटा रेड कार्ड थियो अल टोटल योचोटि त
रेड कार्ड त अहिले त मिठाई बाँडे चाहिँ हो
रेड कार्ड छैन जे गरे रेड कार्ड छ ए पहिला सकिरी थियो अहिले साका छ एउटा स्विजरल्यान्डको चिन्ने अरू को छ
अहिले त स्किल्सहरू त्यो जोगो बनितो गऱ्यो भने नि येल्लो कार्ड रे पुरै स्ट्राटेजी खेल्नु पर्ने
हाम्रो यहाँ चाहिँ के स्ट्राटेजी भइरहेको छ भन्दाखेरि उताबाट क्लड र जुसिन आएको थियो यताबाट ग्रड ब्रोडी त्यो चिप आएको छ अरू कुरा के छ अरू कुरा नि त्यस्तै छ
अरू कुरा त केही त्यस्तो छैन तर हेर्ने भन्दै त्यो ब्रोडी पिक चाहिँ अहिले नलिँदा बेटर हुन्थ्यो
तर चिप धेरै बस्लियो यार
होइन तर ठिक छ ब्रोडी पिक हान्ने त्यो इटर्नल सार्टले उसले ड्यामेज दिन्छ स्ट्याकेबल ड्यामेज मजाले दिन्छ तर त्यहाँ ब्रोडी इजी ग्यापमा हुन्छ त अगाडि आएर पेलिदिइहाल्छ क्लरको ब्लेजिङ डुवेर छ झुक्सिनले उफारे गर्छ किन म जान्छु बड ठिक छ चिप पनि ठिकै पिक हो बट अलिक गाह्रो पर्छ
होइन कम्पिटेटिभमा चिप त अलि टाइम त नलिएकै भयो नि त धेरै नै भइसक्यो नि त खासै पिकै हुँदैन
मेटा सिफ्ट भएदेखि चिप त्यति देखाएको थिएन मैले प्लेटिन ब्यान गरेको छ भित्रबाटै बुल्डेन आइसक्यो युएले अब के उठाउँदा हुन्छ भन्दाखेरि लापु उठाउँदा
अकाइ जङ्गलै होला
लापु उठाउँदा बेटर हुन्छ नत्र लापुले चेताउँछ यो म्याच ओ युएले उ लिनुपर्छ ब्याकलाइन टार्गेट लिनुपर्छ मोबिलिटी जानुपर्छ युए
स्क्रिनको के अलिकति तल एक्सटेन्ड गर्न मिल्छ होइन म्याक्स
ठ्याक्क कस्तो मिलाएर राखेको थिएँ क्या मैले फेरि
के हुँदैन अब त जुम नगरे नि देखिन्छ
होइन ठ्याक्क त्यो त्यति मात्रै हेर्न पायो भने आनन्द आउँछ नि त बानी स्क्रिनमा मात्रै हेर्ने भइसक्यो कास्ट
सर्भर बुस्ट नभएर घटेर घाटा लाग्छ कि 720मा मात्र आउने के कतिवटा बुस्ट चाहिन्छ त्यसको लागि दुईटा भाइले त ऊ मिथ कार्ड खोज्यो त
डलर कार्ड
अँ
ल कुरा गर्छु यता त
अनि इपी गेम्सको आएको थियो क्या यार कहिलेसम्म हो बरु लिनुपर्ने भन्ने कुरा हेर्नुपर्छ मैले एड त गरेर राखेको थिएँ
Carlos, what? Huh? के गयो बालमन्डा Aldos Aldos EX Reflex लाबुल चेतायो नि त अब साउदले लगाइदियो भन्दै लापु पनि छोडेर Aldos लिन्छ नि यार यो गेम त साउदीको हातमा छ त आनन्दले
कस्तो ऱ्यान्डम पिक गर्दै आए जस्तो हो नि सिनर्जी नै छैन त
नेसनल टिम यो यस्तो रमाइलो मोमेन्टहरू हेर्नलाई चाहिँ म्याक्स स्विन्सलाई सब्सक्राइब गरौँ गाइस युट्युब अगाडि फलो गरौँ अनि 2000 सब्सक्राइबरमा के भएछ जित्न मन छ स्टारलाइट लानु मन छ भने आउने हेर्ने
अहिले चाहिँ अब सब स्किनहरू लोडेड छ होइन अहिले नेपालको गेममा नहुने होला कि फेरि नि हिजो त पुरा हेप्दै यार तर
त्यहाँ दामी दामी स्किन थियो अरू नेपालको त फिलिक्क बनाइदिरहेछ
अब्दुल्ला अल्मेरिजी मोहम्मद
आज थर्ड म्याच होइन नेपालको
सेकेन्ड
यो
ए
पछि
आजको चाहिँ थर्ड
यो पछिको गेमै हो नेपालको गेम
अब आइसक्यो
यही सेकेन्ड म्याच रहेछ अनि फर्स्टबाट लानु सफल साउदी अरेबिया अर्लीमा कोही त लोडै गरिराखेन रहेछ नि त नि
के
त्यो युआई
गर्छ बिस्तारै
बिस्तारै हुन्छ
मैले गर्नु मिल्दैन
पिसीले धानेन
एल्डोस खेले र
लौ
बल्ल यो गेम थोनै हैन युएले
थोरै
जान्दैन फाले
यो गेम त युआई नहाल्दा पनि बेटर भन्छु म
कि टेस्टिङ भएर कि त केही भएर मिस्टेक भएर त सरेन्डर हान्थ्यो हैन
रि हुन्थ्यो नि
एल्डोसले अनि लापु लापुलाई कसरी हान्छ त यार
हैन एल्डस पिक गर्यो अनि लास्ट पिक हो लापु लापु त त्यो त भएन तर त्यो टिमको सिनर्जी नै छैन कि कसरी हान्छ भनेको
मैले त्यो कम्पोजिसन हैन झुक्सिन त्यसपछि हाइलोस अनि यो
अकाई
के भन्छ अकाई देख्ने बित्तिकै नै मैले लापु आउँछ भनेर थाहा पाइसकेको
लापु त EXP मा सधैँ राम्रो हो के बरु यो आल्डो
बल्लुले चाहिँ पेलिरा बरु उतैले चाहिँ पेलिरा चाहिँ केटा दलले चाहिँ नहाल्ला भनेको हो नहोला केटा एल्डोस मेटा हो अब होइन होइन केटा फेरि उताबाट आयो केटाहरू उताबाट नि ग्याङ
आयो आयो लहडी हान्छ
हान्दै आहा हैन गयो
फस्यो चिप
किल मात्र
त र्याङ्क गेम जस्तो भइहाल्यो त नि
र्याङ्क पनि हैन के
क्लासिक हो
क्लासिक
र्याङ्कमा अलि प्रेसर हुन्छ र्याङ्कमा त
हैन क्लासिक भयो नि अलिकति उ गरेर यो त हाम्रो कस्टम जस्तो भयो कि हेर्न भित्रै 2 मिनेटमा यसरी टरेको
ल चुम्मा ल म्याचमा खाने ड्यामेज त खाएन
फाइनल अर्डर छैन नि त्यसको
बल्लु चलायो भने ट्रिपल किल हो नि यार बल्लु चलायो भने ट्रिपल किल हो नि
ब्रो इज डेड ट्याक्दिन त्यो सेकेन्ड स्किल हान्नु पर्ने थियो
भाग्न पनि त गुरु
चुम्मा खान गइरहेछ झुक्सिन त्यही हुँदा
एल्डस
ओए एल्डस फेरि कडिताको स्किन जस्तो देखिँदो रहेछ स्किनमा
ड्यामेज पनि कति जस्तो आउनु पर्यो घरेको पञ्चमा कति जस्तो अल्डस ड्यामेज
सम्झिने बिचराको अटो पिक भएको
कन्टेस्ट गर्न गएको युए होइन होला दादा
ए फेरि यो माथिको एचडी चाहिँ किल बिनाको एचडी लोड भएछ कि
देखाउने लाजमर्दो भइसक्यो जस्तो छ त्यहाँ
दुसिन त पुरा भेट्छ त यार 405 रे हैन
उदाको मर्या भने त्यो मात्र हो
ल
एकचोटि क्लाउड भएर त्यति हो
एल्डस पनि फामा दिन्छ केटाहरूले 1 पञ्च हान्ने कुरा थियो एल्डसको
1 पञ्च म्यान त सम्झिने हो एल्डस चाहिँ
नेक्स्ट गेमसम्म पुग्न नि दिँदैन नि
नेक्स्ट गेमसम्म पुग्न पर्छ त्यसको लागि
यत्रो फिड ग्याप भइसक्यो अब चाहिँ शीतल हो अब
यो त 8 मिनेटको लड हो 10 मिनेटमा गेम खल्लास बा लापुलाई पो हान्न आएको त माथि
मोटे 4 गुना मोटो रहेछ
ओए हान्दियो
ब्लेजिङ डुएट मिठो ल्यार मार्यो पञ्ची बन्नु उड्दै हिरो मस्त गर्ने मे शीतल शीतल भन्दा हो
चिप्दाचाले त्यहाँ आएर स्याभेज दिन्छ न अब
हरेक गेममा मिनिक हान्छ एउटा प्लेयर भन्दै थियो उतापट्टिको हो त साथी त यता होइन
मेन स्टेज होइन
मेन स्टेजमा
के गरे त्यो भर्खरै होइन होला
चेक गरे
प्रोडक्सन त दामी छ त
कता कता क्लिक गर्दा के हुन्छ भनेर चेक गरे आएको त
इन्टर्नलाई हो क्या राखेको
कहाँ गयो तिनीहरू उही मार्दै यार क्लोडलाई त चेपी नै राखन भने एमएमलाई चाहिँ अब यताबाट चेपा खायो नि त नि
होइन फेरि यस्तो भयो कि
ल एक्सपर्टले चेप दियो भने
क्लड त निस्किन सक्ने स्किल त छ नि ब्रोडी त भाग्न नि मिल्दैन कि
मेनिया क्यार फेरि
ए कहाँ गएको नि दुई मेनिया खान्न नआइकन उता लेन हान्न गयो
चिपलाई चेताउँछु भनेर होला नि त
जुसिनको अब त स्काइपियर चाहिँ रा ड्यामेज 12 किल भइसक्यो छोरा मार्न लाग्छ
सुपर कास्टिङ हुन्छ है गाइस
80 को स्ट्याक होला अब बेला बेला आइटम ल्याउनु
नेपालको के कास्टिङ गर्छ नेपाल र मङ्गोलिया किन हालत त्यस्तै हुन्छ अहिले
बेर पनि छैन
हुने यस्तै हो मङ्गोलियाले साउदी जसरी गरिदिन्छ
तर यो त युएई को ड्राफ्टमै थ्रो गरे हो कि
हाम्रो ड्राफ्ट त्यस्तो हुँदैन नेपालको ड्राफ्ट
हैन यो त ड्राफ्ट ग्याप पनि हैन कि ड्राफ्टमा थ्रो नै गरे हो कि बल्ल एचडी बिचराले एचडी नि बल्ल लोड गर्दै थियो गेमै सकिन लागिसक्यो 217 रे यार
एचडीहरु पनि यताउता सबै हाइलाइटमा राखिदिए भयो हुन्थ्यो होला
नेपालले मङ्गोलियालाई दिन्छ रे
मङ्गोलिया त अलि गाह्रै हो राम्रो धेरै राम्रो
हेर अब हाम्रो केटाहरु ल शीतल 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 ल फोमेन डाउन अब आल्डो चाहिँ के गर्न सक्दैन त त्यही अब ढुङ्गा के भन्छ भुइँमा मुका हाने मात्र हो
त्यो मङ्गोलिया अनि एचडी याद छैन त्यो लिङ र एन्जेला खेलाएर अनि के अरे एउटा मटिल्डा खेलाएर नेपालको बिजोक हान्दै थिएन त्यही टिम त हो नि
जस ओप्पोको फ्री रिकल चाहिँ रहेछ
ए अनि गाडीलाई पनि पेला हिजो मुला धन इन्डोले त के हान्दियो यार त्यो लाओसलाई भने 16-0 17-0
पिएसले मलेसियालाई कस्तो हान्या त बिचरा ब्रिटेन 3 को लेभलमा छ त्यो मुला के भन्छ काल्डी मुला 5 लेभल पुगिसक्यो फर्स्ट हटा लागिसक्यो शीतल हान्दियो हिजो त पछि यसो दिउँसो आएर हेर्छु बुढा त इङ्ग्लिस के भन्छ कमेन्ट्री चलाएर चल्ल्या छन्
निदाएछ केटो
अनि यहाँ ग्यापै
भन्छु एकछिन बसे कति आधा एक घन्टा बस्दा डिसीले लिभ हान्दियो बुढाले
हेलो जनी इज लेजी अब हेर न 38 मिनेटको छ के दुईतिर 38 मिनेट छ के मेन स्टेज पनि सेकेन्ड स्टेज पनि अरे के गरेर बस्नु म 38 मिनेट एल्डसले क्रेजी हान्छ हो एल्डस मेटा निक्लिँदैछ भनेको तर जुसीले पेलै छ एल्डस बालमोन्ड के छ केटा हो यहाँ एल्डस छ बालमोन्ड छ अरू के छ ब्रोडी छ
सेकेन्ड स्टेज चाहिँ कुनमा भइरहेको
सेकेन्ड स्टेज लाइभ मेरोमा अरू कहाँ भएन
एउटा सेकेन्ड स्टेज अरू कतै छैन
नै हामीले चाहिँ कहाँबाट पाइरहेको के हो
अफिसियली फिड भयो के मैले मलाई अरू स्ट्रिम गराएन नि त आफ्नै स्ट्रिम थियो
त्यही त अफिसियलको फिडमा आइदिनु नि
किन
त्यहाँ हेरेर कास्ट हुन्छ कि मलाई
त्यो फिड छैन नि एसआरटी फाइल हो के सिधै ओबिएसमा मात्र हाल्छ म्याक्सिम मलाई ब्लक गरिदिएको ठिक छ केमा ब्लक गर्यो टिकटक इन्स्टामा हो क्या होइन इन्स्टै
गरेर आउँछ यस्तो त
इन्स्टै छैन मेरो इन्स्टा डिसेबल भयो अस्तिको गिभाएको
म्याक्सले ब्लक त गरेर आउँछ है
कसलाई
रिल स्प्याम गर्छ अनि ब्लक गरेर छोडिदिन्छ म्याक्सले त्यस्तै हो
डिसीमा ओपनली भिसीमा छैन डिसीमा हामी 3 जना त भिस्यो नि कहाँ ओपनले बस्नु मिल्छ मिल्दैन नि म मेरो ओबिएससी सिन्सियर हानेर आज अनि कहाँ
अनि अनि अफिसियलले अनि पछाडिको बम्पर हान्छ त्यहाँ ओपनर हाल्ने
डिसीमा
यसै यो त तल्ल तल्ल पाइरहेछ
डिलिट होइन डिसेबल हो क्या डिलिट गरे होइन डिसेबल हो
लड क्याम हो त्यो राम
डिसेबल भयो डिलिट गरेको छैन पछि भन्नुलाई नि किन हो मलाई डिस्कर्डमा एड गर न डिस्कर्डमा म्यासेज गर त म अर्को पठाउँछु
ल होइन होला
सक्यो ल टाटा बाई बाई
यो त के गेम क्लासिक खेलेको त भाइ यो त यो न त बरु म क्लासिक खेलेर लाइभ हान्दिन्थेँ नि यार हेर त दनिजले चाहिँ तिमी जोइन गर्न मिल्दैन होला जोइन गर्न यहाँ च्यानल देखाएको मात्र होला जोइन गर्न त मिल्दैन होला आई एम जस्ट स्केयर्ड के डराएर के गर्दैन के जब मित्त छैन अरू कत्रो डर लाग्दैन
मित्त फेरि कुट्दिन्छ है मान्छे
आऊ न म्याजिक चेस खेलेर हुन्छ त्यहाँ मलाई म्यासेज गर्दा तिम्रो डिसी पुरो फेरि नाम डेली चेन्ज हुन्छ के हो के खान पाउँदैन लक्स
छ त
ए अस्ति एमएससी खेल्ने टिम हो ए सब नेपाली सब रियल नाम हुन्छ उनीहरूको थाहा हुँदैन को
त्यो प्लेयरहरूलाई पछि खोजेपछि मलाई थाहा हुने कि नत्र केही न
मङ्गोलियाको पनि राम्रो एकदम राम्रो टिम छ मङ्गोलियालाई कम्पिटिसन दिँदै आएको फेरि हङकङले पुरै
हङकङको ह्यारिस त खुङ्खार थियो क्या
हङकङको गोल्डेन त लास्टै क्रेजी छ भने
सुदन साउट हो कि
ए सुदन साउट त 5 वटालाई एक्लै खाइदिन्छ त्यसले
सान्जी हो र एक्सपी
यहाँ क्लिप हालेर पठाइदेला फेरि पर्ला जमानाको नेपालको टप हारिस पो हो त सुदन
होइन अनि करेन्टको कुरा हो नि त फेरि
करेन्टको त चाउचाउ कुरकुरे त्यस्तै हो यो त कस्तो ऊ जस्तो देखिँदो रहेछ त्यो इन्डियन छ नि त्यो भर्खर देखायो त्यो साउदीको ओ यो त के हो
ओए यो त के त के रे ग्याब्रियल
ए हेलो केटा हो किन यस्तो बडी सेभिङ चलिरहेको छ यो हाम्रो च्यानलमा यस्तो हुँदैन केटा हो एकदम सबजना ह्यान्डसम हो
बडी सेभिङ गर्छ फेरि
खुसियालीमा म चाहिँ खाना खाएर अब सिधै नेपालको गेममा आउँछु
यो इभेन्ट वाला हिस्सा अरू आउनु मिल्दैन नि मैले ड्र्याग गरेँ भने कि त कसैले ड्र्याग गरेर मात्र मिल्छ
ड्र्याग नि अरूले त मिल्दैन होला हामीले मात्र होला हैन
अरूले मिल्दैन
एचडी इरर्स रोल्स तर पुरै थ्रो नै त गर्न हुने हो कि यतिको स्टेजमा पुगेपछि त एटलिस्ट ट्राई त गर्नुपर्छ नि
एनालग चाहिँ हान्दिने त होइन होला
नाइस नेक्स्ट सुरु भयो
धेरै खानुहुन्न यार एक्सट्रिम योचोटि पनि के आउँछ योचोटि पनि एल्डस आउँछ जस्तो लाग्छ है मलाई किन
बिहान त फेरि राम्रै गरेर राख्यो क्या मार्शल पार्क छ
फर्स्ट विक एल्डर हानिदिन्छ बिहान जति दिँदै गरे पनि
आल्डोस लेला
हिजो खाएको एक्सट्रिम आज लाग्दैछ रे त्यो एक्सट्रिम खानु हुँदैन यार बरु एक्सट्रिममा हल्का भुड्का मिसाएर ठिक हुन्छ होइन तर एक्सट्रिममा त खानु हुँदैन एक्सट्रिममा हल्का भुड्का मिसाएर ठिक हुन्छ
भ्यालेन्टिना फर्स्ट विकै भ्यालेन्टिना 16 ओपन छ है 16 नि लिन सक्छ यार भ्यालेन्टिना 16
हल्का भुड्का मिसाएर
यो तिम्रो यो ड्रम बिटहरुमा कपिराइट आयो नि
यसमा कपिराइट आयो
ए मिनेटर रुई अनि के हो यस्तो अनि भ्यालेन्टिनाले मिनेटर कल्ट गरेर झ्यामै हान्दिन्न त अब पिक नै आइज भनेर काउन्टर गर भनेरै ल्याए जस्तो के
होइन होला केस गरिदिनु के केस एक केस भोड्का किन्छ भने के भने मलाई खाऊ भने त मैले राम्रो हुन्छ कि भनेर तिमी दुध खाऊ दुधमा हर्लिक्स मिसाएर खाऊ अनि एक्सट्रिम खाने रे भोड्का खानु नहुने रे दुध खाने हर्लिक्स मिसाएर खाने होइन च्यवनप्रास अझ हर्लिक्स पनि होइन
यो पिक बुझिराख तिमीले युए को पिक
टेरेजलाले को त मिन्सिटरले
हैन त्यो त उसको त भयो हैन मनसिक अब मनसिक मिन्सी गोल्ड कि रुबी गोल्ड यता युए
को रुबी गोल्ड नि
रुबी गोल्ड खेलेर मस्को हान्छ
मिन्सिटरले हान्छ नि त टेरेजलालाई
रुबी गोल्डले मस्कोलाई गाह्रो पर्ला लाग्यो सेवा के हो रिभर्स स्विप हान्छ नि र क्या फर्स्ट गेम दिएको जसरी खेल्नु दिन्थ्यो भ्यालेन्टिनालाई पो मजा आएको थियो गेम त मिनेटरको चोरेन भयो किमीकै चोर्दैन भयो
साइड सुट गरेको छैन
त्यो उनी छैन कि एचडी नै मिलाएन ओइ के हो मेसेज चाहिँ इरर भन्न थाल्यो त फेरि ओ युट्युब यार बेला बेला
All troops deployed.
प्रोडक्सन त फेरि डब्लु छ है अहिलेसम्म त सिधै एचडी नै चाहिएकै लोड गरिदियो ए बाई बाई
को
सेभर
ला गफ हानिदिसक्यो
30 सेकेन्डमा
के हो से बेस
फेरि फेरि जङ्गल हान्न पनि त ब्लू बफबाट नि के ब्लू भन्दा तलको क्रिपबाट सुरु गरे के ल फेरि सकियो रुबी पनि दिदी
भ्यालेन्टिना त अझै उतैतिर गइरह यार फर्किनु त नाम
मिनो नि गयो
गेमलाई न वक्क लाग्यो त मिनोको त के
फोरफिट हान्दैन यार
हैज बीन स्लेन पनि भनेन यार मिनोको त गेमलाई न अल्झी लाग्यो जस्तो ओइ ओइ हो कि क्या हो
उता फेरि छुट्टै गेम चले है
गोल्डनमा किमीको रहेछ त
हैन नेसन्सको नै टप भएर जाँदा पनि यस्तो मिडलेन रुबी रहेछ के
कति
सक्यो
भयो
त
गोल्डमा चाहिँ किमी हो गोल्ड किमी रहेछ
गोल्ड किमी मिड रुबी
अब यस्तो टुर्नामेन्टमा किमीलाई गोल्ड खेलाउँछ भनेर त के छुट्ने यार
त्यो त मिड खेल्ने ल सक्यो सबै बाइ बाइ
अब क्लासिक खेल्दाखेरि 3टा एमएम भयो भने एउटा एमएम किमीलाई लान्छु भन्ने मात्र हो गोल्ड
एसियन गेम्सको पैसामा सिङ्गापुर घुम्न गएको मात्र हो अहिलेको जस्तै नि भएर अघि 7 मिनेटमा 7K को गोल्ड लिड थियो अब अहिले 3 मिनेटमा 3K को छ स्पियर अफ डिस्कसन कस्तो लाग्यो
त्यही भने 3टा 4 एमएम ले हुन्थ्यो अब यो
हैन ट्रोलै गर्नु भएपछि त अलि मजाले ट्रोल गर्नु नि अल ट्याङ्क पिक अल एमएम पिक भन्दै
होइन उनीहरूले खेल्न खोज्या होला नि कस्तो ट्रोल गर्नुहुन्छ खेल्न खोजेर नहुन सक्यो भइहाल्छ
हैन त्यो जङ्गलको रोटेसन हेरेर थाहा हुन्छ नि यार सिधै तलको क्रिप हान्न त कोही कुनै जङ्गलको रोटेसन नै छैन हो त्यस्तो त
उनीहरूको नयाँ टेक्निक हुन सक्छ त नयाँ मेटा
अलिकति केही गर्न चाहिँ खोज्यो है भन्न लाग्यो त पिक हेरेर त गेम प्ले त उस्तै खाँदा
हिजो त राम्रै खेले जस्तो लाग्यो थियो हिजो गेम त ठिकै
हिजो ठिकै खेलेको थियो
त्यही क्रिपदेखि सुरु नयाँ रोटेसन होला अनि धेरैले गर्छन् कि जङ्गलमा क्रिपदेखि सुरु
होइन त्यो फेरि अब हिरो डिपेन्डेन्ट नै भयो नि त इन्भेड आइहाल्यो भने पनि भाग्न सक्ने हिरो हुनु पऱ्यो नि त सेभर लिएर त्यस्तो गर्दै फेरि छोड्नु ल सक्यो यो नै हुन्छ बिहान
नेपाली सिक्का नेपाल त क्वालिफाई हुन्छ होला हौ नेपाल त फाइनल स्टेजको लागि क्वालिफाई हुन्छ नेपालले हिजो पाकिस्तानलाई जित्यो अब मङ्गोलियासँग के हो भोलि हङकङ र श्रीलङ्कासँग छ त्यसमा 2 गेम जित्यो भने क्वालिफाई भइहाल्यो नि हङकङ श्रीलङ्का दुईटाले जित्नु पर्यो क्वालिफाई भइहाल्यो नेपाल ओए फिर भए हाने त्यसले
यस्तो टिम त नेपालको ब्र्याकेटमा हुनु नि यार
साथीहरू हुँदैछ हुनसक्छ साथी भएर खेलाइ हुन्छ केटाहरू अरू टिम्सलाई जित्यो भने फेरि क्रेज हुन्छ आरआर भने मङ्गोलिया जित्नु पर्यो मङ्गोलिया गाह्रै छ
खाता त सक्छ होला
यो खुल्यो सेभर छ एउटा नेट खोल्नु परिहाल्यो नि यार
त्यो त कहाँ
सेभर छ एउटा नेट त खोलिहाल्छ नि
2 किलो खेल्न लागि ओए
रुबीले अल्ट हानेर भित्र तान्यो भने खोल्यो नत्र त त्यस्तै हो
अघि त सेभरले त खेलेन
अनि सेभर छ एउटा नेट त खोल्नु परिहाल्यो खाता
सेभरको ड्यामेज सेकेन्ड लोएस्ट छ
मिनाटर भन्दा माथि मात्र नेपालले मङ्गोलियासँग के गरेर चाहिँ हेर्नुपर्ने छ केटाहरू त्यस्तै
आजको गेमले डिटरमाइन गर्छ केटाहरूले कस्तो हेर्छ नने केटाले अल्ट हान्डर टरेटै खेलेर ल दामी
दुई किल गरिसक्यो 2 किल गर्छ 4 किल त उठाउँछ होला हो सेभर छ के तर टाइम हान्यो भने त्यसलाई अल्ट हानेर भने
यहीको त छैन नि हाम्रो पनि गोसुहरू भयो नि लडानी त लाने अब त 8 मिनट लडानी गेम सक्यो
हुनसक्छ फेरि एक किल हान्छ कि भन त फेरि भन 3 किल हान्छ कमब्याक गर्दै भन त एकचोटि कतिको लकी चाम थाहा भइहाल्छ
ए सेभर त गोल्डमा त लास्टमै पुगेछ त
गोल्ड एउटा एक्स्ट्रा प्लेयर जतिको छ एक्स्ट्रा हैन दुईटा एक्स्ट्रा गोल्ड छ
गोल्ड के टोटल गोल्ड नै सेभरको 10 मिनेट हुन लाग्यो 3000 छ यार सकिएर दिदी
आमा मस्त गर्छ बाले छैन अब के भन्नु केटाहरू हामीले के भन्नु छ यहाँ केटाहरू सेभर हानिदिन्छन् एल्डस हानिदिन्छन् हामी के भन्नु यसमा यो पछि अर्को गेम हेर्ने अर्को गेम खेल्यो भने चाहिँ मेरो र मेरो को कास्टरको साउन्ड आउँदैन केटा हो उताको गेम हेर्यो मेन स्टेजको गेम हेर्यो विथ कास्टिङ
लास्टै मजै आएन
के भयो
मेन स्टेजको गेम हेर्यो त
याद भयो नि
सेभर लिरा अघि एल्डस लिरा के भन्ने यार
के लियो
सेभर एल्डस
गेम हेर न 8 मिनेट सकिया
30 2
युएले प्रो गर्छु भनेर आको यिनीहरु
भिजिट भिसामा गयो के घुम्नलाई
damage, and Team Iran can't touch them.
Unfortunately, the CC is not exactly getting out of the lane to really bring up some assistance for Mahdi, because they require Mahdi as well as CC to kind of rotate between one another to share some of these damage that is constantly being thrown out by the members from Jordan. But unfortunately, at this point in time, at this current state, the Granger is having such a good time with a Hunter Strike and that Sky Piercer, to the point that, honestly, I don't think that the CC will be, the CC and the Frederick will be able to juggle that damage well enough anymore.
Yeah, Team Iran's entryway in this mid game, it should have been the Way of the Dragon, right? But now, with 2 Purifies available on the key targets, Ali and Sawaris, I would say it's gonna be looking way harder, because that's the only entryway that you're looking at.
I mean, technically speaking, you can kind of take a look at the Lapu, but you're kind of sending him directly to your team.
And now Mahdi, the only tank once again. And Team Jordan, it goes to show, right? You're playing one frontliner? How arrogant are you guys? Because generally we see teams that have that utility jungle, they put a team fight EXP laner or a team fight EXP laner with a utility jungle, and that's the same mistake that they make. A Hanzo with an Alice, a CC with a Frederick. The synergy is just not there. They get the turtle for free. Fatal Links will be going through. Abu Fazl will be that main damage, but now with the Vengeance, he pops out, gets out of harm's way.
Team Jordan, 7,000 gold lead by 7 minutes and 30 seconds. They are on one heck of a lead. With a total of 3 turtles that they have managed to secure for themselves, Elsa Warriors has also managed to pick up that Malefic Malefic Roar. So now, he's so far ahead, it's disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, that anti-cuirass is not going to do anything with the piercing factor coming out from the
What
Malefic.
anti-cuirass?
It's not going to do anything, man.
Oh man, at this point in time, Team Iran, they have nothing, there's nothing that they can do getting out of the T2 turret's range. There's just absolutely not much that they could do. That brute force breastplate coming in from Mahdi is not gonna do anything at all. And especially since he's so far behind, he needs more tankiness.
Yeah, Fatal Links has been used as Elsa Wara is still in that backline, able to deal so much on the Granger so far. And Team Iran, they have no entryway, they have no say back into this game at all. And they were so reliant on winning the lanes. That's their win condition, and they couldn't win the lanes.
Not at all. At one point in time, I really thought that the CC would be able to do a decent job against Abu Ate. But it does seem like the mobility coming in from the Baxia ultimately made things a lot more difficult for CC to try to overextend and try to really just ensure that Abu Ate is, dealt with accordingly. There's a constantly looming threat coming in from Jordan that could just pop in at any point in time between Abdallah as well as Marzouk.
Yeah, definitely. And for the side of Team Jordan right now, it's more about trying to force them into that space where the holy defenses are used. Then they will be looking at that Lord. So now very objective gameplay. 2 holy defenses have been popped. Look at the Lord and try to go for inhibitors here. They have a very strong poke lineup. They don't have to take the 5-on-5.
The Lord will be chipped down to smithereens, and there's just absolutely nothing that Iran could do. They couldn't get close. The quality of retribution is just nowhere there. Level 9 versus level 12, and we've seen countless of time. The moment Mahdi kind of tries to walk in, he just gets melted down almost instantaneously.
Yeah, the draft looking extremely good. And Team Iran, I would say they did have a very good draft in that game 1, but they picked the Hanzo. And now once again, I gotta say that CC is that weak link coming in for the side of Team Iran, right? They really needed to win the lanes because this is a hero that does well when you're ahead. But when you're behind, it's so hard to play this character.
Indeed. It kind of baffles me at the fact that Abu Fazl is really far behind despite playing as a CC that is focused on winning the lanes itself.
Oh, Fatal Links might be coming through, but no, Abdallah just takes that engage and pulls the rest of the team away. Now, Team Jordan, they are going for the objective plays here. 1 turret at a time. Catapult does go down, and Abu Ate, he's in no man's land where the dragon finally lands, and Amirali gets a consolation here for 10,000 gold ahead. Now, Team Jordan, 4v5, if Team Iran wants to force this, they can potentially still win. They have the Granger still up, and Elsa Juarez, they're not letting go of the momentum here.
But you want to also keep your eyes on the Puria, as he does have got the fatal links. At any point in time, if he's looking for an opportunity, he can go for it. But what happens afterwards? They don't really have anyone that does have very strong AoE damage, and the Puria has took an ultimate that is more for utility, not for damage. No one else have got that chain reaction or that kind of AoE damage to realistically be able to take anyone.
Are fated to wither.
Team fight is not going to happen. So right now, they fatal links Abu Fazl, and then they get the inhibitor turret. It's going to take that trade any day, and Amirali just gets sniped from just a mile away from El Sawaris as Team Jordan. They're going for the throats here, and now with that, Al Ali still in that back line. A triple kill coming out from the side of El Sawaris. Abu Fazl, what can he do? And now we have another maniac coming out from the side of Team Jordan, and that's going to be a savage for the side of El Sawaris as Team Jordan wipe them out 2-0.
Oh my goodness, what a group, dude. What is this group?
I love this group so much, man. I love this group so much.
This is such a crazy group, dude.
Team Indonesia, Team Philippines, whatever. I'm here for Team Jordan, Team Iran, man. We saw a savage yesterday in this group coming out from Amirali. Now Team Jordan, El Sawaris, pulling out another savage as well. Man, oh man, oh man.
You know what? The West Asia region, they are cooking. They cook differently, dude. Oh, what is that? We see Iran in the previous game getting Maniac. We saw Iran yesterday playing, getting like Savages and Maniac. And for Team Jordan in the middle of the pack, by the way, they lost one match, huh? They lost one match, and I think that the match they lost to is probably Saudi Arabia, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, they wait. Hold on a second. Let me double check real quickly. For Team Jordan, no. Okay, yeah. Team Jordan, they have only played in the side ARE.
Yeah.
Oh wait, they won. Okay, yeah.
Okay, MVP of the game, El Sawaris, as expected, man. This guy, he was given the tools to perform well, and I feel that the rest of the team, they really complemented his playstyle perfectly, right? First item, Sky Piercer, it was enhanced very well indeed, and the rest of the team, they played it like a T. I was expecting this already. With the Zhu Sin pick, that Granger could have been something that was next. I mean, the Claude, the Clint, yeah, you can ban that out, but he can play a crazy Clint. Why not a Granger?
Yep, they essentially have got almost similar levels of power spike. So honestly, El Sawaris is going downtown with this. Team Jordan, they are absolutely crazy, getting himself that savage yet again, or not say yet again, but yet another one for the side of West Asia.
Yeah, I mean, this group, man, this is crazy
Oh,
group.
man.
I would love to see one of them go up against Team Saudi Arabia. I believe Team
Jordan
Jordan
already went through.
Yeah,
Yep,
but
they
lost against Team
2-0.
Saudi Arabia. So, yeah, I mean, Team Saudi Arabia, they are going to be that top tier in that group. But looking at the other teams going in, right, going for that top 2 spot, that's where it gets scrappy. And this was indeed extremely scrappy. I would say, though, Team Jordan, they had that edge all along because CC bad.
Honestly, CC is not bad.
CC bad.
CC is not bad. It's this current situation where he's picked up against the Lapu Lapu. I don't get it. I don't get how he lost the lane.
He didn't lose the lane, though. He didn't lose the lane. He was winning against Abu Abde.
Is it really just because of the looming threat of Mazouk and Abdallah that forced the fact that Abu Fazl is unable to really make full use of the fact that he got the lane control, he's got the gold lead, he's the one that will be the transition, he's supposed to be the one that transitions the team from mid-game to late game using the carry later on. It's supposed to be.
I think, right now for Team Iran, the jungle has been the main source of the issue when it comes down to getting the momentum, right? It feels like the jungle has been that weird slot where if they swapped the Hanzo into this game and the Fredrin into previous game, then the matchup would have been crazy. It would have been good.
You think so?
Yes, because they're relying on that mobility coming out from the CC and also the Hanzo taking the segmented team fight. Meanwhile, the previous time with the Claude, they needed that front line from the Alice and also a Fredrin. So they were going for the best of both worlds and it ended up biting too much more than they can chew.
Right. So what you're suggesting is that sometimes too much balance ain't no good. You know,
Yes.
sometimes it's not about a yin and a yang, but sometimes it's about the yin.
Yeah,
or the
you can't.
yang
Currently,
kind of
I
thing.
feel that in this meta, you can't be a jack of all trades and a master of none. No, you gotta be a master of one. Yeah, that's why
Ah.
even when you see the top tier teams, they go for the drafts. When the enemy team is playing a Paquito, they forsake the macro.
They're going damage.
Yeah, they're going team fight.
Paquito,
Yeah.
Harif, Suyo,
Yeah.
Cho.
That's why you gotta be a master of one. You can't be a jack of all trades. And a lot of these teams they think they can get the best of both worlds because they see this draft and they're like, oh, this works for this draft, this works for that draft. But there are things that make that particular draft work so well.
Well, this is one heck of a transformation, I suppose. You know what, we are used to having nice little balance where you gotta have the good balance between your utility, your tank, your damage dealer. You know, they have to be in a pretty nice equal circle so that you can deal with most teams altogether. But right now, I guess the main idea is you don't have to deal with most teams. You just need to deal with the composition right in front of you.
Yeah, and the main suspects are right here, right? Group A, we're going to see them later today. The people that have changed the scape of the meta. Coach Zephyr himself, Team Indonesia.
What a landscape,
oh,
dude.
man, this guy, he changed the scape of the game indeed. And also, Team Philippines, they are going to be playing later on today as well. So there's going to be a lot more scrappy matches. But for the next match, actually, we're going to have a team that we have not seen before. I believe it's going to be Team Uzbekistan and Team Kyrgyzstan. But looking at Team Group B, the standings coming in. Team Saudi
Okay.
Arabia still sitting at the top.
All right, so this is fun to watch because right now we already have got Team Iran and Team Jordan that's already completed. So that means that Team Jordan will go up on top of Team Iran, putting Iran at third place for now. But do note that it's also because of the fact that Team Saudi Arabia did win against Team Jordan in one game. They are going to be way above in terms of points.
Yeah, and I believe that top two will be decided by Team Iran versus Team Saudi Arabia, right?
Yep. So Team Saudi Arabia in these in the second stage, they have fought against Team United Arab Emirates, and they have already won, I believe. It's either already won or they are winning. So that's why they're definitely gonna go a lot higher from from this point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of doubting the Estes coming in from the side of Team UAE. I believe Estes bad, but yeah, I mean, this,
You know, if not care about Jack of all trades, but Master of one, right? Why don't we just go for a full healing team?
yeah, I mean, I would love to see that. I would love to see that. That would have been a crazy team.
Huh?
Florin, Estes, Angelo.
I will beat you. I don't know how that's gonna work out, but hey, if we're looking at like a Ruby Gold, Lapu Lapu, Estes, who else in the who else in the
Fredrin?
jungle? Yeah, sure, Fredrin. Maybe they sound good.
Yeah,
Maybe we'll see that. I don't know. Well, you guys gonna have to tune in order to find out. As we are gonna go off for a break, and we'll see you guys in the short bit.
What a splatter of beauty! I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom!
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now.
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Hinata? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If all that bloom are fated to wither. I'll enshrine your most brilliant moment in crimson splendor. Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now.
At last, I'm shivering with excitement!
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If all that bloom are fated to wither, I'll enshrine your most brilliant moment in crimson splendor. Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now.
At last, I'm shivering with excitement!
body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If all that bloom are fated to wither, then I'll enshrine
body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If all that bloom are fated to wither, then I'll enshrine your
best of 3 that we saw in that day 1. Now going up against Team Hong Kong, China, right? Coming from a region where I believe Mobile Legends would still be relatively newer, and for Team Sri Lanka themselves, they're also exploring now more towards the community scene for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. So they're developing and making the names for themselves in the international community here, and we get a first look. So we're like early bird, right? This is early access into the server.
So this is kind of like the infancy stage of Mobile Legends Bang Bang within of their region, the East Asia and the South Asia region at the very least. But before that, let's jump right in and take a look at the standings that we've got so far for Group D, which is the East Asia and the South Asia region. We've got Mongolia that is at the top of the list with 2 points to their name, and Nepal with a total of 1 point to their name. And the reason that that is the case is because they went 2-1 in their game against who is that?
Pakistan.
Against Pakistan. Yes, that is right. Well, in the meantime, Pakistan themselves, they got 1 win, 1 losses. Win against Sri Lanka, loss against Nepal, 0 points. Unfortunately, they kind of tally each other out. Well, for Team Sri Lanka, -1, and Hong Kong China, -2.
Yeah, so only 2 teams will have a guaranteed spot in the playoffs here for Group D. So if we take the standings as of now, Team Mongolia, Team Nepal, they're secured that spot if this were the last day. Now, this is not the last day, however, and that 3rd place match is also going to be taking place on the last day for that final slot to go into Aichi Nagoya.
Yep. So at this point in time, we just really need to understand how, Sri Lanka and Hong Kong is going to be, because right now, yes, Hong Kong does have got -2 while Sri Lanka -1. They still have only played a single match so far. However, this matchup between the two of them essentially helps us understand who is, well, unfortunately at the most bottom part of the leaderboards as of now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to discount them yet, right? Maybe they can climb all the way up to that top 2 as well. They've yet to play against Team Nepal, and I've yet to see their power standings here. And the top team here, Team Nepal, I don't even know how well they can do well in MLBB. Now, taking a look at Team Sri Lanka, once again, we got Praveen on that gold lane, Hashen on that roam, Nisal on the mage role in the mid, Kavindu on the jungle role, and Ramanayake on the EXP lane.
Yep, so we have seen the way that they played yesterday. It was not too shabby. The fact that they managed to take 1 point off of Pakistan, although there is, of course, a very obvious trend that Pakistan has constantly went complete 3 games in the games that they have played all the way so far. And unfortunately, here on the main stage, we won't be able to see Pakistan games anymore, though. So, in terms of trend and in terms of consistency, Pakistan always goes up 3 games. So if you guys are looking for Pakistan game, well, you can kind of take a look at the second stage, which will come, later on into the day, where Pakistan will go up against Hong Kong, China.
Yeah, definitely. For the side of Team Hong Kong, China, taking a look at the draft for the first time, we got KY Zheng on that gold lane, KK Chan on that roam, HL Law on that mid role, CJ Wang on that jungle, and MY Chung on the EXP lane.
Yep. So it's the same thing as, at least for the entirety of the East Asia and South Asia region, we don't particularly have got a lot of information about any of these teams. When you kind of drop right in and take a look at the Wikipedia, the Liquipedia page, some of these teams we can tell, like for example, Team Mongolia, we can tell who they are. Well, in the meantime, for Hong Kong, China, it does seem like the only one that we can kind of look at.
हेलो गाइस
सबैजनालाई स्वागत छ र अब रहनेछ नेपाल र मङ्गोलिया बीचमा गेम द वेटेड गेम अफ टुडे गर्नेछन् कास्टिङ मैले र बीचमा बोल्ने छन् म्याक्स क्विन्स र भन्ने छन् ए सब्स्क्राइब गर सुपर च्याट पठाऊ भनेर चिच्याउने छन् म चाहिँ कास्टिङ मात्र गर्छु आज त्यही हो भोलि चाहिँ मेन स्टेजमा छैन नेपालको
भोलि मेन स्टेजमा छ
मेन स्टेजमा भयो नि हाम्रोमा गर्ने हो नि
नेपालीमा नेपाली टच हान्नु पर्यो नि केटा हो
यस
अभिषेक अङ्कित लिम
मेन स्टेज हेरेर अनि 7 सेकेन्डको मेन स्टेज हेर्न आउँदा हुन्छ गाइस
अभिषेक भनेको त गन होइन
र के भन्ने भने अब रियल हुन्छ कि केटाहरूको ठिकै छ चल्छ ओके सुरुमा नै नेपालको तर्फबाट एकदम फाको देख्न पाउनेछौँ
चस्मा लाउने जाबारु त भनेर लिरिम यो कसो त कि गनी गर्नु
मितोया यो किशोर
यो हाइब्रिड भइहाल्यो यो गनी गर्नु
अभिषेक अङ्कित
अभिषेक अङ्कित
लिलिम ओके
मङ्गोलियाका त क्रेजीहरु छन् केटा
मङ्गोलियाको क्रेजी लाइनअप काइरीको कान्छा छोरा पनि रहेको छ जंगलमा
एउटै फोटोलाई चाहिँ अलिकति हुन्छ नि हल्का मुभ मात्र गरे जस्तो कि त्यसमा नि
कुन चाहिँ यो
अन्त काइरीको कान्छा छोरा
काइरी जति खेल्छ खेल्दैन भन्ने हो
ले
होइन होला यस्तो त होइन होला
काम छैन यिनीहरूको फेरि पनि अभिषेक हामीले देख्न पाउनेछौँ स्क्रिनमा त्यो मङ्गोलियन प्लेयर रहनेछ अपोनेन्ट भने त्यसै गरी अङ्कित र यसै गरी फेरि अर्को मङ्गोलियन प्लेयर आइरीको कान्छो छोरो र यसै गरी हामीले देख्न पाउनेछौँ यहाँ लिरियमलाई र फेरि अर्को एउटा चस्मिस मङ्गोलियन देख्न पाउनेछौँ त्यस पछाडि कोही पनि देख्न पाउने छैनौँ नेसाको त्यहाँ हामीले देख्न पाउनेछौँ टी सर्ट र यसै गरी टाउकोको कपाल देख्न पाउनेछौँ र फेरि पनि देख्न पाउनेछौँ ब्यान भने स्टार्ट भइसकेको छ नेपालको फर्स्ट पिक रहनेछ र यसै गरी मार्सेल यतापट्टि गोल्डन आवर वन्स अगेन हामीले देख्न पाउने छैनौँ भने यसै गरी मङ्गोलियाको तर्फबाट हामीले देख्न पाउनेछौँ गुइनेभेयर ब्यान सो स्पेसल माइग्रेसन त्यहाँ नकअफहरू पनि अलिकति कम देख्न पाउनेछौँ त्यहाँ देख्नै पाउने छैनौँ गुइनेभेयर त सो नकअफहरू पनि अब हेर्नु नै पर्ने हुन्छ र यसै गरी बाक्सिया यतापट्टि इन्स्ट्यान्टली ब्यान गरिनेछ नेपालको तर्फबाट एन्ड ओके वन्स अगेन एटलास अलिकति मेटामा आएको जस्तो छ एटलासको त्यो पेटल लिङ्क अलिकति मेटामा भएको छाँटकाटसँगै यहाँ एटलास पनि बाहिरिने छन् यहाँ राखिने छैन एटलासलाई त्यो पिकको लागि भने थर्ड ब्यान फ्रम नेपाल यहाँ केही टाइम बाँकी रहेको छ अराउन्ड 30 सेकेन्ड्स बाँकी रहेको छ भने नेपाल दे आर काइन्ड अफ डिस्कसिङ अबाउट टु ब्यान भने अहिलेसम्म ब्यान चाहेको थिएन भन्दै फ्रेया त्यहाँ हामीले द क्वीन अफ भ्यालकेरी ब्यान देख्न पाउनेछौँ र यसै गरी थर्ड ब्यान एन्ड द फाइनल ब्यान फर द फर्स्ट फेज फ्रम मङ्गोलिया वाट विल इट बी मेटा अलिकति चेन्ज भएसँगै हेरेर ब्यान गर्नुपर्ने हुनेछ अलिकति स्ट्रङ फाइटर अहिले रहेका छन् सस्टेनेबिलिटी प्लस बर्स्टमा रहनेछन् पक्कितो ब्यान सो त्यहाँ हामीले ज्याब नकआउट पन्च त्यहाँ हुक केही पनि देख्न पाउने छैनौँ र यसै गरी पालो नेपालको रहेको छ पहिलो पिक अङ्कित यतापट्टि रहनेछन् भने यहाँ मोस्ट प्रोबेबली स्वाप आउन सक्ने चान्सेस छ लिलिम कि त किशोरलाई
पिक गरेर अनि पछि स्वाप गर्दा
होइन होला फेस क्याम त्यस्तो जरुरी छैन होला ब्रा त्यो ड्राफ्टै हटाउनु पर्ने फेस क्याम त होइन होला नि त नि यार
केटाहरू हिरो छ नि त देखाउनु परेन अलिअलि
तिमीलाई देखाएको
थिएँ को यो बच्चा
ऊ त रेफ्री हेर न पहाडीको
कपाल मिलाउँदैछ एउटा फेरि हेर कस्तो यस्तो दामी हेडफोन दिएका यिनीहरूलाई हामीलाई पनि दिनु नि त्यस्तो ला भनेर
न त ला होइन फाल
आफ्नो त हेडफोन सेडफोन के पनि छैन ल
मितोया भने गुसुतोया होइन
हो
ल ओइ गाइज मेरो त गाइडै उड्यो भने कोच लेजेन्डको गाइडै के भन्छ उनी गयो सर्भरै उड्यो कोच लेजेन्डको
फरक पर्दैन
फरक पर्छ नि कस्तो फरक पर्छ
त्यही स्किल्स नेमको लागि
अँ
आइटमको नेमहरू त सबै याद छ होला नि त भन्छ
आइटम त छ स्किल्सको लागि अब एमएलबीबी छिर्ने एमएलबीबीमा हेर्ने हो यहाँ के ब्यान्ड के पिक भइरहेको छ हामीलाई केही पनि थाहा छैन घरि मङ्गोलियन घरि नेपालीहरूको फेसेस भन्दा केही पनि देख्न पाएका छैनौँ देख्न के पाएका छौँ भन्दा पछाडि उभिरहेको छ एउटा मान्छे बोलिरहेको छ र नेसाको त्यहाँपट्टि ब्रान्डिङ गरेर
कोच हो त
कोच
र हेरौँ के हुनेछ मुखभन्दा हामीले के पनि देख्न पाएका छैनौँ गेमको के चलिरहेको छ कसैलाई केही थाहा छैन अहिलेसम्म गनी त्यहाँ औँला चलाउन थालिसके अनि यो केसमा चाहिँ अभिषेक यहाँ औँला चलाउन थालिसके भने गेमको युआई अझैसम्म हामीलाई प्रोभाइड भएको छैन डब्लु प्रोडक्सन खै त गाइस अनि यसरी त के कास्ट हान्नु त नि फ्यानीको लक्की बक्स चाहिँ मिठोरी भ्याम्प ल अति मिठोरी भ्याम्प होइन केटाहरू आइआरएल त अलि राम्रै देखिन्छन् कस्तो पात बनाइदियो क्यामेरा एङ्गलले
140 को क्यामेरा त पनि वाइड एङ्गल सर्ट्स
अनि ल ल ल ल
गीत गाउँदै
Or not, but don't worry. This is still relatively early into the drafting phase, so if there were any form of rewinds, I wouldn't be too terribly surprised to a certain extent. But well, regardless, we will jump in when we get the information. But for now, we do want to address the elephant in the room. We're not saying that you are the elephant, but you know, for every single one of the audiences out there, welcome. And
यता स्विच भयो
ओके सो अझै पनि हामीले यहाँ सेकेन्ड स्टेजमा भने केही पनि त्यस्तो राम्रो देख्न पाएका छैनौँ मुख बङ्गाएर बसिरहेका छन् प्लेयर्सहरू र कसैलाई निद्रा लागेर हाई पनि आइसकेको छ नेसाको फेरि पनि यतापट्टि हामीले देख्न पाउनेछौँ त्यो ब्रान्डिङ भने फेरि पनि अझै टाउको कपाल नै देख्न पाउनेछौँ फेरि पनि नेसा नै देख्न पाउनेछौँ नेसा र टाउको कपाल बिच अरू केही देख्न पाएका छैनौँ भने यहाँ चस्मिसले त्यो केएसआईको जत्रो फरेड लुकाउनलाई कपाल मिलाउँदैछन् र फेरि पनि मङ्गोलियन प्लेयर नाम थाहा भएन यहाँ रहनेछन् अङ्कित र फेरि अर्को काइरीको कान्छो छोरो फेरि पनि देख्न पाउनेछौँ भने यहाँ लिलिम he is talking with his coach I guess र त्यो हेडफोनको जुन त्यो वायर छ त्यो चाहिँ कल सेन्टरको जस्तो लागिरहेछ मलाई किन
त्यो हेलिकप्टरमा हुन्छ नि मुभीहरुमा हेलिकप्टरमा देखाउँछ नि फाइटर जेट हेलिकप्टरमा लाउँछ त्यस्तै छ भने
कल सेन्टर
क्यामेरा नि खतम होइन क्यामेरा खतम भन्दा नि क्यामेराको के खतम होला काइरीको कान्छो छोरो ए छ रे त काइरीको कान्छो छोरो
यो त आफ्नै मान्छे हो के आफ्नै मान्छे हो त्यस्तो भने
उताको छ भने हैन मङ्गोलियाको छ भने काइरीको कान्छो छोरो
नाम लिया सैतान हाजिर त्यो ढुडुङ भन्दा चाहिँ केही देख्न पाएन क्या अरू मैले गेम स्टार्ट भयो
केटाहरु सबले साँच्चै लाइभ शेयर हान्नु है सबतिर केटाहरु सब नेपाली प्लेयरहरु अडियन्स जम्मा गर्नु पर्यो नि केटाहरु पहिला एकछिन 5 मिनेट केटाहरु सब लाइभ शेयर हान्नुतिर ला त सबलाई पठाएर नेपालको गेम आऊ भनेर साथी दाजुभाइ दिदी बहिनी अङ्कल आन्टी यही इंटेंस म्यूजिक सुनिया बहे जाएगा हाल न स्टोरी टिकटकमा म टिकटकमा
आछिला होला आछिलाई के भन्छ छुन गयो भने गनाउँछ थाहा छैन
वाट इज सेयर होइन होला स्क्यान्डा यार स्क्यान्डा कान्डा गर्ने मान्छेकोलाई वाट इज
सेयर भनेको कम्पनीको सेयर
फेरि म चाहिँ
ओहो नो
सोध्नु
40 जना विद्यार्थीहरूको कक्षा 12 को परीक्षा रद्द भएको छ
रद्द भएको छ हैन ठिकै हो
फा
पास पर्सेन्टेज पनि दामी छ नि त अहिलेको बेला।
ओके
What is-
फाइनली यहाँ पुरा ड्राफ्ट हामीले देख्न पाउनेछौँ आउनेछन् फोबियस हाइलोस Harith, Yui, Sunjin, Juxin from Nepal and from Mongolia. We can see that they have picked Grok, God, Moskov, Suyo and Alice. So यहाँ tectonic charge सँगै सँगै त्यहाँ एसओडी त्यहाँ प्लेयर्सहरू आउन सक्ने मङ्गोलियाको हाई चान्सेस भने यसै गरी त्यहाँ माउन्टेन सकर र यसै गरी ग्लोरियस पाथवे अनि यसै गरी हारितको त्यो नमिठो बस्ट हामीले देख्न पाउनेछौँ नै भन्ने आशा रहेको छ म्याच नम्बर 3 आजको गेम नम्बर 1 नेपाल भर्सेस मङ्गोलिया अब केही क्षणमा स्टार्ट हुनेछ दुईटै टिम अहिले ग्रुप स्टेजमा टेबल टप फर्स्टमा रहेका छन् मङ्गोलिया र यसै गरी सेकेन्ड रहनेछ नेपाल सो विल नेपाल बी एबल टु बिट दि टेबल टपर भन्दा भन्दै यहाँ स्टार्ट हुनेछ गेम नम्बर 1 र यसै गरी मङ्गोलियाका हाइपर सुयो स्टार्ट गर्नेछ पर्पलबाट भने गोसुतोया अथवा यस टुर्नामेन्टमा मितोया he will be straight on going to that little mini crib that dinosaur for reaching level 2 instantly र यसै गरी निकै नै छिटो क्लियरेन्स हामीले देख्न पाउनेछौँ नेपालको तर्फबाट मिड लेन भने त्यहाँ टिम नेपाल ओ ग्रक अलरेडी नै अर्लीमा नै त्यहाँ भिजन दिन आउन भइसकेका छन् यहाँ इन्भेजन गर्न खोजेका थिए बट मिटोयाको तर्फबाट आउनेछ त्यहाँ रिट्रिब्युसन लिथो त्यहाँ कन्टेस्ट गर्न दिइरहेका छैनन् अलिकति ब्याक गराउनेछन् बट अनफोर्चुनेटली त्यहाँ स्थिति खानेछन् मितोयाले र लानेछन् त्यो लिथो वन्डरर सुयोले सुयो त्यहाँ अलिकति फार्ममा अगाडि पुग्नेछन् कि भन्ने आशा हो अलिकति पेल्न त पेलिरहेका छन् नेपाली प्लेयर्सहरूलाई बट स्टिल मङ्गोलिया दे आर अल्सो गेटिङ द टफ कम्पिटिसन इन दिस ग्रुप स्टेज दिस म्याच इज गोइङ टु बी भेरी भेरी मच फन इन माई अकॉर्डिङ सो हेर्ने हो भने तलपट्टि फोबियसलाई अलिकति निकै गाह्रो पार्न खोजिरहेका छन् एलिसले सो अर्लीमा अलिकति गाह्रो नै पर्न सक्ने भन्ने छ फोबियसलाई र मिड लेनतिर हेर्ने हो भने अलिकति होल्ड नेपालको तर्फबाट हामीले लेनहरू देख्न पाउने नै छौँ ओके सो लेन मिटर नै होल्ड आउनेछ टर्टल केही क्षणमा 15 सेकेन्ड्स ओन्ली रिमेनिङ फर द फर्स्ट टर्टल अफ द म्याच र यसै गरी अब यहाँ टर्टल फाइटमा कसले चाहिँ लग्ला भन्ने हो सुयो हि हेज द मोबिलिटी एन्ड एभ्रिथिङ बट के त्यहाँ जोन गर्न सक्ला नि त नेपाली प्लेयरहरूले भन्ने कुरा छ त्यहाँ ओके सो ग्रक अलरेडी टेकिङ पोजिसनिङ त्यहाँ सुयो हि इज टेकिङ द मिनी क्रेप र टर्टल स्टार्ट गरिसकेका छन् टिम मङ्गोलिया ओके यहाँ टर्टल डान्स अलिकति हामीले देख्न पाउनेछौँ र बटम लेनतिर त्यहाँ पेल्नेछन् किशोरले एलिसलाई र ओके यहाँ नकअप निकै नै मिठो मिठो हामीले देख्न पाउनेछौँ एसोडी कनेक्ट हुनेछ बट लानेछन् मिठो यहाँले त्यो टर्टल डाउन हुनेछन् अङ्कित अनफोर्चुनेटली त्यहाँ ट्रेड हुनेछ टर्टलसँग एउटा रोमरको र यसै गरी फर्स्ट ब्लड आउनेछ मङ्गोलियाको तर्फबाट भने त्यहाँ निकै नै मिठो रेट्रिब्युसनको युटिलाइजेसन हामीले देख्न पाउनेछौँ यिसनसिनको तर्फबाट त्यहाँ झुक्सिनलाई गाह्रो गर्न खोजिरहेका थिए नकअप 1 सेकेन्ड जानेछन् डाउन त्यहाँ सुयो र यसै गरी अर्को किल क्लेम गर्नेछन् नेपालले सो 1 on 1 तिमीहरूले हाम्रो रोमर लान्छौ भने हामी तिमीहरूको हाइपर नै उडाउँछौँ निकै नै दामी मेन्टालिटी नेपाली प्लेयर्सहरूको हामीले देख्न पाउनेछौँ टिम नेपाल देयर गोइङ स्ट्रङ्गर फर्स्ट टर्टल पनि आफ्नो हातमा भने ग्याप पनि त्यति गर्न दिएका छैनन् सो एसोडी त कनेक्ट भएको थियो बट मोस्कभ हि डिडन्ट वान्ट टु लिभ द्याट लेन गिभ Harith a little bit of more farm than him so मोस्कभले त्यहाँ एसओडी त हाने बट एसओडीबाट युटिलाइजेसन गरेर टेलिपोर्टेसन चाहिँ गरेनन् त्यहाँ लानेछन् त्यो गोल्डन क्राबको गोल्ड अभिषेकले सो यतापट्टि अङ्कित फेरि पनि मिड लेन जाँदै र त्यही मोमेन्ट मिमिक गरिरहेका छन् अलिअलि त्यहाँ ग्रकले सो हेर्ने हो भने टिम नेपाल दे गोइङ स्ट्रङ्गर टिल द टाइम र यसरी नै हेर्ने हो भने चाहिँ के सक्ला नि त भन्ने हो ओके सो यहाँ सेकेन्ड टर्टल आउन धेरै समय बाँकी रहेको छैन, लगभग 30 सेकेन्ड्स र यसै गरी सेकेन्ड टर्टलमा पनि केही जोन हान्न सक्लान् त भन्ने कुरा हो टिम नेपालले। सो यहाँ हेर्दै जाउँ के हुनेछ। ओके, यहाँ फोबियस इज जम्पिङ अन टप अफ एलिस र यसै गरी हेर्ने भने चाहिँ एलिसको त्यो कन्टिन्युस एचपी स्पेल ऱ्याम्पले चाहिँ अलिकति गाह्रो पार्न सक्ने अवस्था रहेको छ। ओके, सेकेन्ड टर्टल अफिसियल स्टार्ट भइसकेको छ र यसै गरी एलिस त्यहाँ जोन गर्न खोजिरहेका छन्। डुम वाज त्यहाँ युज हुनेछ, ग्लोरियस पाथवे आउनेछ र रेट्रिब्युसन लानेछन्। त्यहाँ मङ्गोलियाको तर्फबाट डाउन हुनेछन् किशोर र यसै गरी डाउन हुनेछन् मितोया पनि। नेप अङ्कितलाई सुध छोडिने छैन, डाउन हुनेछन् 3 म्यान र यसै गरी लिलिम धेरै नै ब्याक गर्नुपर्ने अवस्था रहेको छ। त्यहाँ 81 टिम मङ्गोलिया लानेछन् त्यो टर्टललाई अग्रेसिभली आफ्नो नाममा र यसै गरी लानेछन् त्यहाँ टिम नेपालका प्लेयर्सलाई पनि। त्यहाँ आउनेछन् हारित, बट द्याट ड्यामेज विल नट बी इनफ। त्यहाँ वाल प्लेसमेन्ट थियो, त्यहाँ निकै नै राम्रो च्यापेका थिए, बट अनफर्चुनेटली त्यहाँ मिनियन अलिकति नभएको कारण मङ्गोलियाले त्यो टियर 1 टर्रेट पनि लान असफल र त्यसलाई नै युटिलाइज गरेर भने लानेछन् त्यहाँ फार्म लेन जुन चाहिँ रहनेछ गोल्ड लेन हाम्रो टियर 1 टर्रेट डाउन हुनेछ र यसै गरी अङ्कित निकै नै मजाले मेट गइरहेका छन्। माउन्टेन चक्कर आउनेछ त्यहाँ मितोयाको तर्फबाट, तर ड्यामेज पर्याप्त नभएको कारण गड विल नट बी डाउन। त्यहाँ गडलाई मार्न असफल रहनेछन् भने मिड लेन यहाँ पुस गर्न खोजेका त छैनन्। यहाँ बटम लेनमा ग्याङ एसोडी वन्स अगेन कनेक्ट्स यहाँ फोबियसको माथि र किशोर ही इज फाइटिङ अलोन, ही विल बी डाउन। त्यहाँ आउनेछ एलिसको येट अनदर किल र हेर्दा हेर्दै 4 किलको लिड लिन भइसकेका छन् टिम मङ्गोलियाले। इक्विपमेन्ट हेर्ने भने ट्रिनिटी मोस्को गएका छन् र यसै गरी आइटम त्यहाँ बन्न लागिसकेको छ। गोल्ड स्टाफ पनि सके, त्यस पछाडि अब डिएचएस आउँछ भने चाहिँ अलिक गाह्रो गर्न सक्छ। र यसै गरी पोजिसनिङ हामीले दिन पाउनेछ मिडको आई बुशमा र हेर्ने हो भने चाहिँ टिम मङ्गोलिया दे आर गोइङ फर अग्रेसिभनेस ओभर प्लेसमेन्ट र यो अग्रेसिभनेस अलिकति पनिसेबल हुन सक्ला, बट के नेपालले त्यो अग्रेसिभनेसलाई उनीहरूकै अगेन्स्ट युज गर्न सक्ला नि त भन्ने हो। थर्ड टर्टल वन्स अगेन स्टार्टेड, यतापट्टि अल्टिमेट युज हुनेछ। त्यहाँ ग्लोरियस पाथवे पनि आउनेछ, अङ्कित एक्लै छिर्नेछन् भने त्यहाँ पर्याप्त ठाउँ नभएको कारण डाउन हुनेछ टर्टल फ्रम द ह्यान्ड्स अफ मङ्गोलिया। बट यहाँ कन्सोलेसन आउनेछ र यसै गरी उठाउनेछ ग्रकलाई। अङ्कित निकै नै लो एचपी यहाँ भाग्नुपर्ने हुन्छ, त्यहाँ असफल रहनेछन् अभिषेक भाग्नलाई। अङ्कितलाई पनि छोडिने छैन र मितोया पनि डाउन हुनेछ। यसै गरी नराम्रोसित भने मङ्गोलियाले आफ्नो हातमा गेम लिइरहेका छन्। टियर 1 टरेट 3टै लेनको जाने छ भने टियर 2 टरेट पनि डाउन गर्न सफल झट्टै हुन लागिसकेका छन्। अब धनात नेपाललाई रहेको छ। वातापन हेलो
अघि तिम्रो माइक हल्का ट्र्याकल भएछ कि
त्यो धेरै करा भएर होला, केही छैन। जुपिटर स्पोन्सर मी हेडसेट आइएम हैन डिभाइसेस भेरी गुड कास्टर मी मिथ। र यसै गरी नेपाल they are facing the crisis over here from Mongolia. They have lost the lead very quietly र एकदम अग्रेसिभली मङ्गोलिया गइरहेका छन्। डाउन गरिनेछ त्यहाँ लिलिम डाउन भएसँगै ब्याक गर्नुपर्ने हुनेछ, किन भन्दाखेरि सिसी इनफ छैन हाम्रो नेपाली टिमको प्लेयर्सहरूसँग। त्यहाँ सिसी इनफ छैन, माउन्टेन सकर त्यहाँ युज गर्नुपर्ने हुनेछ, तर अनफर्चुनेटली त्यहाँ डाउन हुनेछ त्यो होली सिल्ड। बटमको पनि होली सिल्ड डाउन भएसँगै अब मङ्गोलिया दे क्यान गो अग्रेसिभ। ओहो किशोर निकै नै लो एचपी, तर त्यहाँ एसओडी त कनेक्ट भएको थियो, त्यहाँ माइग्रेसन भने हामीले देख्न पाएनौँ। मोस्कोको तर्फबाट स्पेयर डिस्ट्रक्सन मिठो थियो, बट हेर्दै इनेभिटेबल पनि डाउन हुनेछ। त्यहाँ सक्न त सकिसकेका थिए बट अलिकति ब्याक गर्नुपर्ने हुनेछ त्यहाँ अगाडि जानु त्यहाँ किशोरको अलिक गल्ती त्यहाँ पनिश गरिएको छ फोबियसलाई माउन्टेन चक्कर वान्स अगेन युज भएको छ मिटोयाको तर्फबाट बट एउटा लेन खुलिसक्यो अर्को दुईटा लेन पनि खुल्ने अवस्था आइसक्यो भने मङ्गोलिया त्यहाँ मिनियनले अगाडि जान दिएका छैनन् वेभ बेसबाट निस्क्यो बेसमा सकेको छ र यसै गरी अभिषेकलाई पनि डाउन गर्नेछ मिटोया डाउन हुनेछ नेता र यसै गरी अङ्कित पनि बाँच्न असफल यसै गरी ड्रकलाई चाहिँ डाउन गरिनेछ काउन्टर डाउन र भनिने हो भने किशोर अगाडि बसिरहेका छन् बट अनफोर्चुनेटली किशोरलाई पनि त्यहाँ नराम्रो मेल गरिनेछ डाउन हुनेछ किशोर 1 man स्ट्यान्डिङ फ्रम नेपाल अगेन्स्ट 4 men फ्रम मङ्गोलिया he won't be able to defend the base will be going down Nepal loses the first game यहाँ निकै नै अग्रेसिभनेस हामीले टिम मङ्गोलियाको तर्फबाट देख्न पाउनेछौँ मङ्गोलिया take the first match as the win of this best of 3 series त्यहाँ निकै नै राम्रो जोनिङ निकै नै राम्रो कन्फिगरेसन मङ्गोलियाको तर्फबाट हामीले देख्न पाउनेछौँ भने टिम नेपाल they are lacking quite with the tabletop team of this group stage so Nepal they will have to win this match they will have to take it to the round of third match to have a chance against Mongolia यहाँ second match जसरी भए पनि नेपालले निकाल्नु पर्ने हुन्छ in order to get 1 point 2-0 स्वीप खायो भने नेपालले सक्दैन
हिजो 2-0 स्वीप हान्न पर्ने थियो के पोइन्ट
पाकिस्तानलाई हान्नु पर्ने हो तर 2-0 स्वीप त
हिजो हान्नु पर्ने त यो त मैले भने त नि सक्दै सक्दैन मङ्गोलियासँग त चान्दै छैन
मङ्गोलिया त डेन्जरै छ कि
चान्दै छैन भने त काँचै खाइदियो
हङकङ गाह्रो हुने कि नि भइसक्यो अब त
तर नेपाललाई हङकङ लास्टै गाह्रो हुन्छ एकदमै गाह्रो हुन्छ किनकि मङ्गोलिया हङकङले त मङ्गोलिया त कम्पिटिसन दिएको थियो
त्यही त
अब त्यो साउन्ड आउने जाने चाहिँ त्यो चाहिँ हाम्रो सबैको प्यारो एन्टिसले गर्दा भाइहरूले गर्दा होइन
होइन तिम्रो के भइरहेको छ भन्दाखेरि बोल्दा बोल्दै हुन्छ नि त्यो साउन्डको भोल्युम चाहिँ माइकले नटिपेर कि बिस्तारै कमाउँदै जान्छ नि झ्याप्पा आउँछ क्या
हेर न रेफ्री हेर न रेफ्री हेर न
ओए हाम्रो केटाहरूलाई त्यहाँ नम्बर लिएर आइस भन्नु नि तिनीहरूको
त्यस्तो फोटो काम गर्दा केटाहरूको छैन
म नि रेफ्री त्यो नि रेफ्री कस्तो सुहाउँछ त नि मलाई सुहाउँछ के अलिकति बुढी त खेला त्यही पनि वाइ नट
अलिकति होइन उस्तो गरेर डबल एजको होला तिम्रो अन्त
चल्छ राम्रै छ भने त चलिहाल्यो त
उसलाई चल्दैन नि तिमीलाई चलेर फोटा मुला
उसलाई चल्ने नचल्ने म मिलाइहाल्छु नि त्यो त
खोज्ने हुनुहुन्छ होइन माग्नु प्लिज रे
उसलाई चल्दैन नि तिमीलाई चलेर फोटा
वान साइडेड अब्सेसन
भोलि सोचनलाई राख्नुपर्छ है कास्टिङमा
पुरै पेल्दियो त यार
हेलो नेक्रो किस
नमिठै हाने नि फर्स्ट म्याच चाहिँ यही नहेरौँ है यो हेर्दै नहेरौँ ब्रो त्यो हेरेर केही कामै छैन त्यहाँ
होइन यो त धेरै ग्याप छ नि मङ्गोलिया र नेपालमा त
औडा ग्याप छ त्यो लौडै ग्याप छ वाट द हेल ग्याप छ 316 ब्रो
आइलसको त आइटम पनि एउटा बनाएर चाहिँ
अङ्कित के हो त्यो
एन्टिक भन्दा भने हैन
केटाहरूलाई आफ्नो इन गेम नेम राख्न दिनुपर्ने हो के रियल नेम राखेर बिग्रे हो यहाँ गेम
अरा नै गयो केटाहरूको
त्यही त अराको एल भइसक्यो भने अब कहाँ गनी हाइब्रिड वारुदो किशोर अङ्कित अभिषेक अनि केटाको मुखको मुस्कान हराइसक्यो त्यहाँ काइरीको कान्छो छोरो हिरो यो मान्छे त कस्तो होइन भन्दिनँ यार एयरमा म अहिले एकछिनमा देखाउँछु भने यहाँ स्क्रिनसट गरेर नेगेटिभ अरा प्रो म्याक्स अरा डेप्टमा छन् हौ केटाहरू अब यो यो म्याच पछि
कुर्सी आउँछ त बिचमा
धन्ने पानी सर्केको
लाइभको बिचमा कुर्सी आउँछ त
फ्लाइङ क्लाउड्स अहिले त ब्रलमा नि फ्लाइङ क्लाउड्स आएर चाहिँ
अँ
त्यही त अनि रिकल स्प्याम चाहिँ हान्न मिल्दो नि बनाएर रहेछ जसो वाला रिकल चाहिँ स्प्याम हान्दैन नि मजा आउँदो रहेछ
ओडा यार तट बिल्ला
मेसा
बिचरालाई निन्द्रै लागिसक्यो
कति हाम्रो भ्युर्स
म अब यता इन्स्टाग्राम हेरेर बस्दिन्थेँ हो त्यस्तो खाएपछि त तट एकछिन भयो नि इन्स्टाग्राम हेरेर बस्दिन्थेँ
हाम्रो नेपाललाई सपोर्ट भने केटाहरू खोइ भ्युवर चाहिँ छैन सपोर्टै छैन कता जित्नु त केटाहरू ठिकै हो
त्यही भने
सपोर्ट भयो जित्नु
सुपर च्याट यसो ड्याङ 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 आए पो हो भन्नु त यहाँ म्याक्स दाइले मलाई अगाडि यो के भन्छ रोड टु एजियन गेम्सको अगाडिकोमै त मलाई अहिलेसम्म चिया खुवाएनन् तिमीहरू भने अझै पनि हाल्दैनौ यार त्यो 9मा 3 वाचिङ हाम्रै छ
त्यही त नेपाललाई कम्युनिटी पनि
बास कम्युनिटी के हेर्नु
गेम खेल्छन् तर यो स्पोर्ट्स वाला चाहिँ खासै छँदैनन् के
त्यो एक दिन कहिले आउने हो अब यहाँ 10 भन्दा माथि बढेको छैन अब त्यहाँ मासाराबको लाइभ भए 200 पुगिसक्दो के भन्नु
म्याक्स लिमो पुस हान्नु पर्यो कि अब नेपाल टप हुनु पर्यो एउटा ग्लोबल छिर्नु पर्यो सिजन भर्खर सुरु भयो
म होइन स्पोर्ट्स निकालिदिन्छु यस्तो कुरा त्यो हो र ल्यातिको होइन स्पोर्ट्स निकाल्ने अब
हाम्रो म्याक्सी छँदैछ त
होइन स्पोर्ट्स निकाल्ने म्याक्सी
किन हो र होइन कि हामी म्याक्स स्पोर्ट निकाल्छौँ नि
म्याक्सी बेन्डी हो
अँ
म्याक्सी बेन्डी स्पोर्ट्स
यस्तो नजाने कुराहरू त नि लाइभमा यस्तो नगर जहिले नि
अनि होइन कस्तो
से भएर बस्छ कि म
म्याक्सलाई पावर लगाऊ भन न अरे
मैले एमएलए कम्युनिटी छोडिसकेको केटा हो हेर त्यस्तो त्यो पावर सावर लगाउन मैले धेरै ट्राई गरेँ धेरै गरेँ पनि अब भयो जति गरे पनि नेपालमा उस्तै देखियो नेपालमा सबभन्दा नचलेको कारण चाहिँ एउटा टिम नभएर हो कि नेपालमा एउटा टिमै छैन एउटै प्लेयर एउटा टुर्नामेन्ट एउटा टिममा खेलिन्छ अर्को टुर्नामेन्ट अर्को टिममा खेलिन्छ अर्को फेरि टुर्नामेन्ट अर्को टिममा खेलिन्छ
होइन टिम नै भयो भने पनि त्यो कन्सिस्टेन्ट हुन्छन् कि एउटामा एउटा नेमले खेल्छन् अर्कोमा एउटा त्यही सेम टिम हुन्छ टिमको नेम नि चेन्ज हुन्छ प्लेयरको नेम नि चेन्ज हुन्छ
त्यो नभएसम्म नेपालमा त्यस्तो सबै एउटा नआउने भयो भने नभएसम्म नेपालको कमेडिकल ग्रो नै हुँदैन
अब एउटा प्लेयरलाई यो त राम्रो रहेछ नि फलो गर्नु पर्यो भने अर्को टुर्नामेन्ट हुँदाखेरि अर्को नेम हुन्छ अर्को टिम हुन्छ अनि थाहा नै हुँदैन कि
अलि नेपाललाई ठुलो स्टेजमा चिलाउने भनेको अब दुईटा यहीकोले र बिबिसीले चिनाए पहिला होइन दुईजनाले चिनाए पछि त अब अरू को छ र अहिले कोही पनि छैन त पछि
यहीको त सिङ्गापुर गएर राम्रो खेल्छ त्यहाँ
यहीको बिबिसीले चिनाए अहिले बबले चिनाउँदैछ होइन अहिले बबले चिनाउँदैछ अब पछि त अरू त को छन् र
म चिनाइदिन्छु भने
मलाई त चिनिहाल्यो नि उहाँ रेफ्री ताकेर बसेको चाहिँ कस्तो मैला चाहिँ
म कसम भने विदेशी रेफ्री पे गर्छु भने अनि देख्छ
गर
विदेशीहरुले त लास्टमा त इन्डियाको लिगको हो क्या
त्यही इन्डिया आउँछ इन्डियाको पनि नर्थ इस्टको आउँछ
नर्थ इस्टको त ब्याडी हो नर्थ इस्टको त ब्याडी हो बाइकको नर्थ इस्ट त
मैले त देख्दैन है नर्थ इस्टमा त्यस्तो
नर्थ इस्टमा त ब्याडीहरू छ
कस्तो यो हिरो नेम लेखेको देखेर नि ड्राफ्ट पेजमा कस्तो अर्कै लाग्यो कि
मेरो हिरा र ब्यान हान्दियो भने के कास्ट हान्नु म त कास्ट हान्नै मन लागेन क्या अब
कमब्याक हुने वाला
एटलास ल्याछ भ्यालेन्टिना ल्याछ के गर्नुपर्ने हो हाम्रो केटाहरूले अब त एटलासको अल्टी चढ्दै बुरुक बुरुक उफार्दै लेन कि लेन हान्दै गर्नु त पर्ने हो
बनेर भएन
भन्न सजिलो छ हान्न
एन्जेला
गाह्रो क्या।
नेपालले एन्जेला उठाइदियो हुन्छ
तिमी हो र मलाई एन्जेला खेल्ने प्लेयर
ओइ होइन होला अहिलेको ड्राफ्ट रिपिट हान्दै त मङ्गोलियाले नेपालको ड्राफ्ट रिपिट हान्दैन त त्यही एटलास एउटा मात्र बढी छ
ह्यारिस प्यान गरे नि अघि
पल्लो केटारमा बाथरुम गरेर हाले
शीतल हिल्डा आइदियो अपोनेन्टमा
अब ल नावला हिल्ला त
होइन मेरोमा आइदियो क्या
ए
पकी त नि उठाएन पकी त उठाएन मान्छे ल म पकी त उठाउँछु ग्लोबल पकी त हान्ने क्या हो यो सिजन सजिलो रहेछ पकी त खेलेर क्या क्यारी हान्न ब्रो तेल सेभर आउँदैछ हौ जङ्गलमा
खेलेको त छैन गेम कस्तो छ थाहा
ओइ ओइ ल ल मङ्गोलियाले खायो यो गेम गाइस यो
ए
डिबेट हो डिबेटै छैन यो गेममा अब
जिजी हान्ने भयो त
मङ्गोलियाले उडाइसक्यो यहाँ छैन सक्यो 2-0 क्लिन स्विप हो
फ्रेया ओपन थियो
अब
सक्यो त
कस्तो नमिठो ड्राफ्ट ग्याप हाने हो नेपाल यस्तो विक छ ठिक त ल त सक्यो अब त यिन याङ मिलायो भने कस्तो नमिठो बस हान्छ लुइले
गडलाई ब्यान गर्न साट्यो त फ्रेया गरायो भने होला नि गड इभ भन्दा त फोकस त्यता गर्नुपर्ने अब त
इभ नै आएको भए पनि भ्यालेन्टिना थियो क्या त्यहाँ त्यो रियल वर्ल्ड म्यानिपुलेसनको लागि त
ऊ अब फ्रेयाको कम्बो ब्रेक कसरी गर्छ त नि गटतले टन्ट त्यति त हो अरू के छ र
छैन सुयोलाई चेताउँछ भने यो म्याच
हेर्दै शीतल देखिसक्यो यार सोरा
किनेर हान्न थाल्छ भने यिनीहरूले त क्लिन स्विप हो भनेर
नेपालमा त खासै राम्रो देख्दैन त अहिलेसम्म त म केटा हो
अहिलेसम्म होइन यो गेम त खै 6 मिनेटमा सक्छ नि भन्नु पर्ने भयो
यो सेकेन्ड टर्टललाई सकिसक्यो गेम यो
सेकेन्ड टोटल
म कास्ट हान्दिनँ यो गेम त यो गेम त गफ गर्ने हो बस्ने हो यो गेम कास्ट हानेको काम छैन
गाह्रो पो छ त हौ
काइरीको कान छोराले पनि जङ्गलै खेल्ने हो
त्यतिकै काइरीको कान्छ छोरा हाने त मैले
बाप रे बाप
त्यहाँ अब च्याट पढ्दै भने च्याटै पढ्दै भने अब यो के खासै
हेर त फ्रेयाले क्रिपमा समेत
यो त के ब्लू पनि आएन भने त गाह्रो पर्छ त नि ब्लू त
भन्छ भने अब नेपाललाई त अब
ब्लू पनि आउला नआउलाको कुरा गर्न थालिसक्यो कुरा भइसक्यो केटा हो यार
माथिको रेड नि जाला जस्तो भइसक्यो
गेम जित्ला त उताको भइहाल्यो अरू
गेम जित्छ भने त आशै नअर्दा भइसक्यो
गेम जित्छ त उताको कुरा भइहाल्यो होइन ब्लू आउला नआउला कुरा भइसक्यो
यहाँ एउटा क्रिप खान्छ कि खान्न भनेर आछ ल एउटा डाउन
हाइब्रिडले के गर्छ कि भन्ने मात्र कुरा खडा रे है
केवलले लेभल ग्याप हान्छ यो भने 2 किल दिइसक्यो हाम्रो टिमले के भन्नु
उता उता
नेपालको टिम र मेरो टिम केही फरक छैन
त्यहाँ आफ्नो गेम खेल्दै बसिरहेको कि
अहिले मैले नि फेरि मान्छेलाई
किल जोड्दै यार बेजती
ओइ मित
त्यहाँ गेममा हेर्नु न जोड्दियो भने त्यहाँ उफ्लो गयो नेपाल सक्यो
अब टटल गयो फेरि
सोरा गोड खेल्छन् नि सोरा त गोडमै खेल्छन् मस्ती केटाले टुर्नामेन्ट
भ्यालेन्टिनाले एटलासको अल्टिमेट चोरेछ होइन कम्बो हान्न सक्यो त हो
मैले त्यही भन्न छु एक हानेर ल्याम्प केटाहरूले हान्यो भने त अनि कमब्याक त इजी हो नि
गाह्रै छ
त्यही हो अब भ्यालेन्टिनाले अल्ट कम्बो र सोराको कम्बो मिल्यो भने हो नत्र त
गाह्रै छ
हो नि टाइरेन्ट
त्यस्तो पेल्दा छ मङ्गोलियाले अनि कहाँ सक्छ त ल
सोराको थन्डर फर्म युज गर्यो अनि त एट्याक सकेपछि त सकियो बच्नै सकेन सक्दैन नि नाइस
ओए मेनियाक त होइन होला यार गेम सुरु हुनुभन्दा अगाडि नै
1 HP बच्यो के
ओइ होइन होला
झन्डै स्यावेज भयो यार
अब स्यावेजै छ नि अब स्यावेज भयो भ्यालेन्टिनालाई छोडेको होइन ओइ भाग्यो यार धन्न भ्यालेन्टिना भाग्ने भए
हत्ते के
होइन होला यार गेम सुरु हुनुभन्दा अगाडि स्यावेज छ त होइन यो त केटाहरू धेरै ग्याप भएर के सिकाउने हाम्रो नेपाली केटाहरू खत्रै हो नि प्रो त प्रो नै हो नि तर यहाँ ग्यापै धेरै छ क्या
बङ्गालीको अगेन्स्ट त कसले सक्छ त नेपाललाई
होइन नेपाल अरू पनि कन्ट्रीलाई जित्छ नि मलाई हावा कुरा गर्छ तर होइन यहाँ त यिनीहरू त पहिलेदेखि खत्रै हो नि त यो त हाम्रो केटाहरू पनि खतरा हो नि
बहुत खतरा नि हाम्रो केटाहरू
तर
मेन नै छ
यो भने मिथको टिमले हाम्रो टिमसँग खेले जस्तो भयो क्या मिथको टिमले केटाकेटीलाई ब्याङ्कमै हान्छ हाम्रोसँग खाने यस्तै हो ठ्याक्कै त्यो कुरा
तर ड्राफ्टमा नि झ्याप्पै ग्याप भयो कि तब अनि स्टार्टिङबाटै त नाइस 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 भयो यस्तो साउन्ड
गनले हान्छ है केटा गनले गर्छ गनले के गर्छ है केटा
कमब्याक
गाह्रै छ हो तर अनि अब त्यहाँ पेल्न थालिसक्यो के ग्याप अलि धेरै भइसक्यो
ठिक छ टटल आउला जस्तो छ अरू त के होइन टटल चाहिँ आउँछ यो टटल आएर अब मरे भन्नु के छ
ओइ ए टटल आयो त दुइटा गयो
धन्न भाग्यो उता कास्टर गटरको अल्टिमेटको नाम के हो रे
मैले हेर्ने पा
रियल वर्ल्ड म्यानिपुलेसन त होइन हो त होइन भनिरहेको छ
यति नै बिर्सेँ कि मैले
त्यही भने त्यही टटललाई ओइ त्यो तिम्रो केटाहरूलाई सेयर हान त यार नेक्सस लाइभ यार नेपालको यार भ्युज बढाउनु पर्ने यार नेपालको गेम भन्दा कोही छैन यार सपोर्ट छैन त कताबाट जित्छन् केटाहरूलाई खेल्ने मुडै आएन नि यार
एभटार अफ गार्जियन
आम्मामा त्यो फ्रेया त के हो बे हाम्रो क्लासिकमा हान्छ यस्तो त फ्रेयाले यार क्लासिक खेल्दा अपोनेन्ट एउटा पर्छ यस्तो क्लासिक र्याङ्कमा एउटा पर्छ कि अपोनेन्ट कहिले है यस्तो यस्तो फ्रेया ए होला होइन अफिसियल्ली रेकगनाइज त पछि नेपालबाट लाइभ हुँदाको सिटमा हाल्ने त मैले र नेसाले हो नि त उता भ्युज भएर त उताकोले त देख्दैन नि नेपालमा कति भ्युज आयो भनेर नेपालको लागि त भ्युज यता मेरोमा 13-14 नेसाकोमा 20-22 त्यही देख्ने हो कम्युनिटी देख्नुहुन्छ नि छोटी नेपालको पनि कति छन् भनेर
आफूले प्रोभाइड गरेकोमा चाहिँ लाइभ आयो भने त्यो अनुसारको एमएलबीले कतिको आफूले चाहिँ नि इन्ट्रेस्ट देखाउने भन्ने कुरा हो नि त
हाम्रोमा त उही त हो नि कम्पिटेटिभ पनि छ होइन लाइक अब MLBB को टुर्नामेन्ट के हो MLBB भन्नेहरू त अब नेपालमा त्यस्तो छ कम्युनिटीमा MLBB छ MLBB मा ए भन्नेहरू
त्यो त फ्रिया
त्यही भने त्यो मा जहिले पनि अपोनेन्टमा पर्छ नि ल मा ल होइन होला छोरा धन्न गयो नि गनले धन्न
ह्यान्डल छैन आइटम
गनले बचाए
अत्तेरिका
Team has slain the turtle.
के भ्यू चाहिँ कि त नेसाकोमा कि त यसमा यहाँ हुनु पर्यो टन्न केटा हो नेसाको भयो नि त नेसाको भयो भने नेसाको पनि सिटमा हाल्ने हो हामीले होइन कति के छ भनेर
बढाइ चाहियो गएन फस्यो कसले रोक्नु के त्यो प्रियालाई
Red team hero has been slain.
सब भाग्ने हतार छ
भाग्न नि बाहेन नि के उताबाटै नआछ अगाडि नआछ पाबाटै नआछ यो पनि गइहाल्यो
भाग्यो
Red team hero has been slain. Red team turret has been destroyed.
के भन्ने केटा
भोलि डिफेन्स पनि डाउन भइहाल्यो
5k को गोल्ड रहेछ
अब
मारे
नाइस सर्ट डाउन भयो एउटा त ओबियसली सर्ट डाउन हान्यो भने चाहिँ राम्रो गोल्ड पाउँछ कि
फ्रिया त भएको छ टन फ्रिया त मा युरेनसलाई पनि पेलेर सकाइदिनु जस्तो कुरा गर्छ यार
पक्काइदियो
के भएको फ्रियालाई भने के खाएर आयो यार
हत्ते ए
केटाले के अरे आम्मा
धन्न
अझै थोरै खाने भने के कहाँ बच्यो
के बच्यो भने र बच्यो भनेको त भित्रै गएर हान्दियो
घुस के मार्न साउथ मुभी चल्दैछ बे
त्यो के भन्छ
यसरी त एन्ड हान्दिन्छ क्या ए मिनियन त्यसमै
मारुङ्गा गरेर जस्तो गरेर हानेको छ त्यहाँ
जति टरेट सर्ट हाने केही भए छैन फेरि एचपी नि घट्दैन
फ्रियाको ड्यामेज गोल्ड ऱ्याङ्किङ गोल्ड फ्रियाको भइहाल्यो सबै टप 5 मा मङ्गोलिया छ
ए एउटा
ए गन रहेछ माथि गन रहेछ माथि नत्र सबै मङ्गो
अलमोस्ट 7k को गोल्ड लिड हुन ओए
कटरको त काम अल्डी लिएर भाग्ने मात्र भइरहेको थियो
नाइस नलागो सक्दैन
लिनु पर्ने हो केटाहरूले अब केटाहरूको कोचबाट ड्राफ्ट भयो होला अब कोचको गेम प्ले होला नि त कोचबाट कस्तो गेम प्ले हुन्छ केटाहरू गेम प्ले हुन्छ त्यो अनुसार लिन्छ नि त ड्राफ्ट त टुर्नामेन्टमा त
कम्पिटिसन राम्रो तर अगेन्स्ट त गाह्रै छ त
होइन कम्पिटिसन त राम्रै हो त्यस्तो ऊ पनि होइन तर त्यो ग्यापै भयो क्या त्यो 1-to-1 मै ग्याप हुन्छ क्या यसमा त यिनीहरूसँग त
प्लेयर डिफ पनि धेरै नै भयो
त्यो प्रिया त के भएको भने के खाएर आयो भने त्यो प्रियाले यार
तर सक्ला त
सकेन मार्दियो मलाई
कलामा कलामा बोल्दै गर ल
नाइस सक्यो ल जिजी
सक्यो 2-0 स्विप चित्तल बाई गाइस यही आजको नेपालको गेम ल अब के भन्नु
Victory!
बरु मेरो ऱ्याङ्क गेम हेर्ने भए लाइभ गरिदिन्छु यार म त ढुकेर हान्नु भने रानीको नातिहरू कस्तो नआइदियो क्या अब लुगा धुन जानु पऱ्यो है कति बेजत हुँदैन
अब के भन्ने केटाहरू अब तिमीहरू नै भन कमेन्टमा है च्याटमा कसलाई के भन्नुहुन्छ अब हामी के भन्नु
अब मेन स्टेज स्ट्रिम हान्दियो नि
अब त्यस्तै हो केटाहरू
मेन स्टेजमा हङकङको गेम चलिरहेको जस्तो अब अहिले त्यही हेरौँ
अहिले एकछिन हामी एब्लेम हेरौँ हाम्रो केटाहरू सकियोस् अनि दमला नि के छ र एकछिन हेरौँ न हाम्रो केटाहरूलाई पनि
श्रीलङ्का हङकङ हेर्ने अब
के हान्दियो यार मङ्गोलियाले त केटाहरूले कहिले नखा गरी हान्दियो भने
गटटसँग मिलेन कि कम्पोजिसनहरू अहिले चाहिँ
तर त्यो भन्दा नि यो मङ्गोलियासँग चाहिँ लास्टमा हुनुपर्छ गेम है यो त कन्फिडेन्स ब्रेकिङ खायो नि त केटाहरू हामी अर्को मेन स्टेजको गेम हेरौँ त्यहाँ इङ्ग्लिस कास्टिङ हुन्छ त्यता इङ्ग्लिस कास्टिङ भएपछि मैले बोलिराख्नु पर्दैन ल सबै त्यहाँ गाइज त हेरौँ
This is not what you want out of your glue, your only frontliner that you potentially have for the rest of the game.
At this point, Team Hong Kong China, they just want to play a little bit on the slower side. They do not want to put themselves right in the face of Team Sri Lanka and just kind of force the issue at all. Waiting for the perfect opportunity and perhaps just kind of look at, you know, the different standing objectives and different neutral objectives that is currently available. Team Hong Kong China, they're probably just gauging their way. Do they have the firepower? Do they have enough farm? And speaking of farm though, the carry is actually pretty darn farmed up. 1,500 gold on top of the Ixia. To be honest, maybe not that big of a surprise due to the fact that, you know, Hong Kong China has been putting a lot of emphasis up in the top lane, putting a lot of difficulties on the Praveen.
Yeah, now Shen once again able to land the stick combo here, but full barrage not available. KK-chan actually a bit of a tipple here, just flickers into that push. Now Shen in a slight bit of trouble. KY Zung does find the finisher. Rest of the team of Team Sri Lanka, they're coming in here, and HL Law will find himself in no man's land. Kavindu eventually popped him off just instantly. NHL Law did have that flicker available. So both teams making blunders of their own. Now Team Hong Kong China from that 3,000 lead, now still keeping it even.
Those little pokes coming from Ramanayake doesn't seem like he's doing anything at all to MY Chung. But this is what a Uranus is capable of doing, right? Being able to tank a lot, being able to heal a lot, being able to, you know, well, technically speaking, do quite a lot. And at a certain point in time, once you kind of give it to a Uranus and you realize, you know what, we can't touch Uranus, we can't kill Uranus, his discs eventually will do a lot of damage, dude.
And now he is able to do that, especially in this turtle right here. King's Calling has been used. CJ Wong eventually gets the turtle though, has a superior damage to Kavindu at this point, but CJ Wong eventually gets chased down from the side of Ramanayake, but the rest of the team falling in here. Carry nowhere inside. Kavindu eventually goes down, and KK-chan not able to save his teammate MY Chung as Team Hong Kong. They get the turtle, but for 3.
That's not good. Well, even losing, you know, a little bit of a trade here and there. It is almost a full team wipeout onto the side of Team Hong Kong China. Team Sri Lanka did a fabulous job in trying to tally things out. And now, pushing out in the middle lane, they will be able to successfully bring down the T2 turret in the middle and the bottom, which is honestly pretty darn crazy with how much has changed within 1 minute.
I mean, look at what is going on here, but look at the mini-map, right? You see KY Zung being ran at by the glue, and Hashan finally gets that solo kill onto KY Zung at this point. So there's a lot of trades going on in the map, and both teams, right? If you don't understand what you're doing, the enemy doesn't understand what you're doing too.
You gotta fool yourself first before you fool the enemies.
That's exactly what's going on. And we saw a very aggressive flicker coming out from the side of Ramanayake. It really works against CJ Wong. And gotta say, right, King's Calling, I might hate on it a lot, but it works very well against the Suyo.
Oh. Well, looks like they knew a little bit of a tactic that will work very well for them. But to be fair, I think that the King's Calling is mostly reserved for KY Jung, just so that they will be able to ensure that their glue stays alive, or maybe Ramanayake himself will stay alive too.
And now Team Sri Lanka, they look poised to fight here. Now 1,000 difference, it's still anyone's game. Eternal Guard has been dropped here. Hashen will no longer be that target that they are looking for. Hashen, he's able to survive through that first barrage of damage. Now with Eternal Guard not available, Team Hong Kong China, they have to look for another avenue of entry.
The rest of Team Sri Lanka now moving themselves backwards and do see MY Chung as well as KK Chan. However, this might not be the opportunity or the chance for them to go. Oh, wait, hold a second.
Yeah, Flicker being used here for the side of KK Chan, and now with the rest of the team coming through, full barrage finally being used here. They don't have any ability to stop it. KY Zung going with the side with the light wheel. Flicker's in, not unable to finish onto Praveen here now. KY Zung against the world once again, but does have the backup of CJ Wong. It is 2v5, and they managed to get 3 for themselves. Kavindu, no. Jumping in, and then we got to pause. So I'm not too sure what's going on here.
Oh man. This is a 10 minutes game and so much, well, scrappy fights all the way through. And this is just going to be a really powerful gameplay all the way through. And you gotta have to expect that at this point in time, we have got Hong Kong China that just did a fabulous job all the way through.
Yeah, I mean, for that comeback into that team fight, I would say that Team Hong Kong China, were 2v5, right? They were
Yep.
2v5. Suyo and also KY Zung on the carry versus the world. And
This madness ends now.
they run into him, and that's exactly what happened. The rest of Team Sri Lanka, they were running into a carry, and that's exactly what you don't want. People run away from carry.
Honestly, as long as you have ways to kind of lock them into a fight, I think that the carry generally will be having a great time. However, right now, what we have is constantly just, a lot of back and forth. Team Hong Kong China, they were having a pretty good time, and then suddenly, now we come down to the later stages of the game. You're not being able to do too much as a team because, you're giving the opponents the power spike that they're looking out for and the time of their life right now.
Yeah, I mean, I would say definitely a good response coming in from Team Sri Lanka, especially given the fact that they know how to use the glue right now. They're not dying to that first barrage of damage.
No way, yeah.
Yeah, but still at the same point, that carry, that Suyo, the damage is starting to come out for Kavindu. Kavindu jumping in 1v2 like that, then instantly getting popped. I'm not too sure whether that pause was part of it, but Kavindu jumping in, that was not characteristic of a good YSS player at all. And now going back into the game, looks like everything is in order. Kavindu jumping in, and that was KY Zung, CJ Wong against the entire Team Sri Lanka. Looking at the instant replay, right?
Yep,
Look at that.
This is the one. CJ Wong, keep your eyes onto him the whole time. Literally, will be able to get that kill on Nisal. Just that simple. Kavindu opened up, and at the point in time, I think that he was just tunnel vision, just going straight in, and he was like, okay, you know what? Now's the time. We really need to get a kill. We need to do something about this.
Yeah, I mean, he is the general after all, right? You gotta go in for the heroic move, and it didn't work out. So we got 2 heroes from the side of Team Sri Lanka, and not going to be able to get that Lord advantage. Now 4,000 going back into the side of Team Hong Kong China's favor, as we have Team Sri Lanka actually clawing their way back.
As of now, when it comes down to Hashen, he needs to be really careful about his positioning because at this point in time, we can definitely agree that HL Raw, the Vexana, he will be quite a menace to Hashen. He can't stay in that form for extended periods of time. He really needs to, possess someone as soon as possible whenever he could. So, he can't be in the front lines as too long because this is actually the one of the only front liners that we have to remember about.
Yeah, and in terms of creep clear, right, they are very reliant on that full barrage, as we said before. Kavindu, he's not going to be able to get that space into that creep wave at all. And also for Nisal, right, you want to use your spells for your heroes as much as possible, not on the creeps. And sadly, for Team Sri Lanka, it looks like they need to be playing on that back foot.
However, for Team Sri Lanka to play on the back foot, they won't play like this for an extended period of time. We do have to remember that Team Sri Lanka is, technically speaking, a double marksman setup. Having an Ixia that has such superior range, and the fact that Kavindu does have got very good synergy together with Ramanayake, honestly, towards the late stages of the game, if we were to see this game dragged on to past 20 minutes, this game might actually go over to the side of Sri Lanka because at that point, let's be honest, MY Chung and KK Chan, they ultimately just becomes over-glorified sandbags.
I mean, at the same time, right? Triple damage coming through from the side of Team Sri Lanka. Also, now Kavindu in a slight bit of trouble
Oh,
here.
no.
That damage not gonna do well when there's two members in Team Hong Kong China.
Yeah, that's a big mistake.
Yeah,
He shouldn't have went that far.
that was capitalized on from the side of Team Hong Kong China instantly, right?
Yeah.
You're going for the macro play, but there's nothing going
There's
on the
no-
map for you. There's
Yeah.
no lord, there's no objective. And yeah, he was
There's
just
nothing
on a
to
split push.
Yeah, there's nothing to kind of like bring the opponents away from you. If you do want to go for macro play, there must be a reason for doing that, and you can ensure your own safety. Number one is also because of the fact if you have team members that is on the opposite side of the map showing themselves and be like, hey guys, we are ready to fight. In the meantime, there's another person on the opposite side of the map being you, then you are forcing the opponents to make a choice, make a decision. And in fact, sometimes a hard decision. But for that one, it was an easy decision. We just need to go down.
Yeah, we just need to go down because there's no Lord, and now the Lord is up. Now Kavindu with no buffs will have to just give up this Lord, right? Team Hong Kong China now. CJ Wong will be picking up the Lord for themselves. Now this will be spawning in at 14-15. So now for Praveen does pick up the Malefic gun, but KY Zung already has that Wind of Nature, so we'll have the ability to survive in either the King's Calling or also the full barrage.
At this point, back to 14 minutes into this game. It's understandable that a Valir will have the highest damage dealt, but it is not understandable for a Vexana to actually not have that big amount of damage, right? Total damage dealt is 26,000 damage. Honestly, kind of surprising to me.
I mean, I'm not surprised that the Vexana deals so much damage. Well, they've been
Not enough though.
Yeah, they've been clumping up for these team fights, but at the same time, right? We talked about the triple damage setup coming in from Sri Lanka, so that's why they're on top as well. Now, they're forming that tri-lane push in. Full barrage will be available as well. That stick also there. This is going to be a concerted effort coming in from the side of Team Sri Lanka as they try to hold on to the inhibitor turret on the top side. No initiation coming out from either side so far. They both don't have tools to initiate.
This is actually really tough for Team Hong Kong China. They have a lineup that is really great for the early game, having that Hilda and all, but they have already reached the late game territory, being at 15 minutes. So the tankiness of the front lines, the fact that the squishy back lines are gonna be pretty far and out of reach for KK Chan. KK Chan has already come to the point that he is an overglorified sandbag now. But MY Chung, he can still be a pretty good sandbag because as long as you're just kind of like going back and forth and exchanging hits between you and Hilda, then maybe you will be able to find some ways and find some avenues for the Suyo to come in to do decent amount of damage, or perhaps open enough space for KY Chung to do some of these, damage over to the front lines. But if you're just right in front of the enemy's turret, none of these can be executed. You need to pull Sri Lanka out of their base for you to be able to execute your game plan.
Yeah, and they're playing on the opposite sides of the map. Meanwhile, for the side of Team Hong Kong China, it looks like they want to go for that next objective, right? And this time, this breathing space that you actually give over to the side of Team Sri Lanka, this gives them a lot of breathing space. And once again, Kavindu gets instantly shut down. This is dangerous grass. Every single push is dangerous, my friend.
Kavindu, not again. Unfortunately, this is kind of what Hong Kong China wants, right? Pull them out of their base, and unfortunately, that is discipline.
Now 4v5, there is great control coming out on Shen. Full barrage has been popped so far, unable to stop it, but KY Zung focuses down on that turret. Light wheel has been popped. Shen eventually does go down, and this might be coming in for the side of Team Hong Kong China, and HL Law lands that snipe onto Ramanayake here. This might be the end for Team Sri Lanka. Only Nisal and Praveen left remaining. No full barrage left inside. No ability to clear out the creeps. Coming in from the middle side now, Kavindu, he is back. And now the creep waves is handled. The Lord is up. Team Hong Kong China, do they go for the throws here? Full barrage is available. It's not doing enough. It's not. They just need to run away from the range.
Oh no! Here we thought that it might be possible, but to be fair though, the Lord is now available, then they can have a very, very prominent push that is upcoming to the upcoming base, because it is a barren wasteland already for the side of Team Sri Lanka. they are not that scared of the turrets anymore, because the main thing that is stopping any of the members, like for KK Chan or for MY Chung, to rush in and be a very annoying, annoying person to the backlines is really the turrets. But now that none of these turrets stands here anymore, the only thing that they need to look out for is Pravin's full barrage.
Yeah, so they need to watch out for that. They need to watch out for King's Calling. That's two things, right? You need to watch out for a circle and a triangle. So once you avoid those shapes, you're done. And now with the Lord coming in, now with the King Calling being set down, HL Law pops that Winter Crown. Full barrage is there on him. HL Law eventually goes down here, but Light Wheel at the side here. KY Sung unable to finish onto the crystal, going greedy there. And Team Sri Lanka, they hold on. They weren't able to avoid the circle and the triangle. As CJ Wong, Hashen, he's taking them out for a walk here.
Yeah, I mean, Hashen won't go down. That guy is a little bit too tanky. And unfortunately, that was maybe Hong Kong China's best effort at trying to make up for a push. And now, they lost 2 members. Team Sri Lanka, they are finally out of their own shell, and that's great for them.
Yeah, that full barrage, right? That full barrage just softened down the entirety of that creep wave. And meanwhile, KY Sung just took the full fury of the crystal. Now they do have one more defense left into them. And there is that split push coming in from CJ Wong that they need to consistently be worried about, right? You don't want a case of minions here, as the minions are now super from the side of Team Hong Kong China.
Now, Team Hong Kong China, the main thing that they gotta do is a sacrifice. They need proper sacrifice. They need to force Praveen in a spot where he needs to make very difficult decisions, such as, do I full barrage now? Do I full barrage later? KK Chan literally have to run his face right onto Praveen at the exact and the right moment, so that the upcoming Lord and the upcoming push coming in from these creep waves would not be halted by a single ultimate. Otherwise, that is just way too much value out of a single full barrage.
Yeah, this is a dangerous grass after all. They can't go for that 3-on-3, that tri-lane push, especially with such a creep clear tool coming out from inside of Team Sri Lanka. They have found a way to hold on for now. But still, both sides, they don't have a clean engagement tool, right? That's why you don't see them jumping and brawling against each other. It's more like a wave going against a wave. And they're unable to latch onto each other because they're just liquid. And now Team Hashan, right now, going in Sri Lanka, they're going for that stick, but KK Chan just dragging him away. And now the Lord is up. And Hashan does able to get out with the split, and also the flicker coming through from the side of Team Sri Lanka. Now there's 3 flickers being used from the side of Team Hong Kong China. They go for the Lord here, and this is going to be the enhanced one. The damage reduction is there. You want to stick to the Lord, but it's so counterintuitive because the full barrage is there.
Yeah, so same thing as always. Bait out the full barrage, find a way to make sure the full barrage does not stick. Now, it's a lot easier to be said than done. KY Jung, where does he stand in this game? Where does he go in? When? Because it's going to be so difficult. The main thing that you want to do is you want to kill Hashen, right? However, the moment that he's attacked someone, you can't kill Hashen. You shouldn't, because you'll outright just like kill your own teammate instead.
Yeah, they need to hold that to that mid creep wave, get that mid prio going. But sadly for them, that mid creep wave gone down to the super creeps already. And Team Sri Lanka actually might have a staggered timing here for the creep waves if they want to full barrages. Now KY Zung, he's in a slight bit of trouble, but takes down Hashen at this point. King's Calling might not be enough here as Ramanayake overextends and goes down. Full barrage being used, but the creep wave is not fully taken care of. They can actually go for the turret right now. There's still a catapult left remaining now with Hashen and Ramanayake out. Praveen has no full barrage remaining. They're holding on to their lives here. For the side of Team Sri Lanka, Team Hong Kong China, they all need to hit the crystal, and they do it. They get that 2-0 clean victory for the side of Team Hong Kong China.
Congratulations over to Hong Kong China, as this game between these two teams, this is a situation where none of these two teams, as you mentioned, right, it's not about a very initiation-heavy composition, nor a counter-engaged composition. This is all about overall execution. the moment that you get into a fight, the moment that you get into a battle, you need to capitalize on the opponent's mistakes. And that is exactly what Hong Kong China did. They actually, look, the defense coming in from Team Sri Lanka should have been very much fortified. They have a single full barrage. As long as Ixia is constantly just behind the core, there is hardly anyone that can just jump right in and get a kill down on Ixia or force the Ixia to go for full barrage. Unless, you know, the ball is going to be onto the court of Hong Kong, China, they are the one that needs to make the play, not onto Sri Lanka. So the moment that Glue went a little bit too far out and he did not manage to latch onto someone, that's game.
Yeah, I mean, Ramanayake as well, right? Unable to cut his losses, jumping in with the King's Calling. Well, you picked that Min Seathought first, right? You were expecting great things out of the King's Calling, and yeah, there were times where they were able to shut down the Suyo because of that, but when it boils down to that 50-50 fight, KY Zheng, he had a grasp on it, right? Where he's able to deal the damage on the Harith in the first game, on the second game as well as the carry, as well as positioning really very good in terms of just trying to force out these objectives. Well, there's no catch available because both of these teams, they went for non-meta drafts. And this is
Very non-meta
this
draft,
is
yeah.
why these drafts are not meta in the first place, right? Because the lack of catch is so obvious, right? When there isn't Cho, when there isn't Kalea, when there isn't a Paquito.
Like a clear win condition.
Yeah, there is very little weird win conditions. You're going up against 5-on-5 and 5-on-5 every single time, and that's why teams like to stick to the meta. And this is what happens when, well, you see a Hilda, you see Uranus, you see a Vixana.
Yeah, I think at least for Team Sri Lanka, the idea that they're trying to go for is to bank onto the hook coming from Ramanayake, right? And that is probably their entrance, their way of bringing someone from the side of Hong Kong, China onto them. But once that is done, what happens then? You probably will want to go for, you know, at that point in time, King's Calling? You know, King's Calling just so that the rest of the members from Hong Kong, China, they can't just run right in that easily with a simple dash or not. But Team Sri Lanka, I think that the main problem is they were too quick or too eager to make a play. They constantly have the idea, you know what, in order for us to defend well, we need to have we need to kill KY Zheng. We need to ensure that the carry goes down, so let's send the Minsita and the Glue after her.
I think they had a bit of PTSD from that first game, right? From the first game where the Lord being inside the base caused them to lose. This time, however, they had that lineup where if the Lord is inside the base,
It doesn't matter.
they can stay inside the base. Because now they got the King's Calling, they got a full barrage. They could have played those AoEs extremely well, but in the last team fight, King Calling was way out of line. It was trying to catch KY Zheng as much as possible. And Praveen, you saw the full barrage was being used on the Lord. And that's when the resources got divided for the side of Team Sri Lanka.
Indeed.
Yeah, so really, I gotta say, Team Hong Kong, China, it was a battle of perseverance, right? This
Yes.
was a game of who could last longer, and they eventually won the war of attrition.
It's literally a stamina play. Although it is kind of difficult to, you know, kind of see how both of these two teams, in like from their own perspective, right? From Team Hong Kong, China, what do they have to do? Team Sri Lanka, what do they have to do? At that point in time, everything is in a mass hysteria, and they are probably just really desperate because they know that this is the battle of the lower seed. How else are they supposed to go up any higher if they do not get to win this game?
Yeah, I mean, in their bracket itself, there's Team Pakistan, there's Team Nepal, and these are all newer teams as well. Team Mongolia, actually, Team Mongolia in the bracket is also doing extremely well. But in the group itself, right now, it looks like Team Hong Kong China is no longer at the bottom of group number D, right? So we'll be taking a look at Group C next, which is, yeah, it's going to be
Uzbekistan versus Team Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, Team Kyrgyzstan. I'm looking forward to see, because Team Kazakhstan had good stuff to say about Team Kyrgyzstan. And Team Kazakhstan was extremely good yesterday.
Yeah, honestly, they had great showing. As such, we actually do have quite a lot of expectations coming up for the teams that is upcoming here. In fact, so far, every single one of these games that has been, you know, kind of showed to us, they have been either entertaining or they have been really strong competitors all the way through. So when it comes down to this upcoming game between the Central Asia region, I'm I'm just watching it. I'm gonna keep my eyes completely peeled and open to see what Team Kyrgyzstan and Team, what was that again? Kyrgyzstan and
Uzbekistan.
Uzbekistan, yes. What these two teams has got for us.
Yeah, and currently the standings. So Team Sri Lanka, with that loss, they find themselves at the bottom of the barrel at -3 points, and Team Hong Kong China moved themselves towards that top 3, and now they're tied neck and neck with Team Pakistan. They do need more points though, because I believe head-to-head favors Team Pakistan at this point. Now for the side of Team Mongolia, they pulled themselves forward 2-0, 4 points so far, and Team Nepal now down on that 4th place.
And of course, well, just like that, we have got the entirety of the standings from Group D. We have -3 on Team Sri Lanka. We really had hope a little bit more from Team Sri Lanka, to be fairly honest, because we talked about that, right? Game number 2. They could actually bring the game all the way to game number 3.
Yeah, and definitely, I feel that for the next few games going forward as well, it's going to get even more exciting.
It's getting
right?
tighter.
Team Uzbekistan, Team Kyrgyzstan, we have not seen. And we're
Nothing.
going to have a team that we're familiar with, but we have not seen yet, which is Team Singapore, that's going to go up against Team Indonesia after that game as well. So after Team Uzbekistan and Team Kyrgyzstan, we're going back to Group A.
Oh, yes, you're right. And then within of Group A, we have Team Singapore versus Team Indonesia, and I think
Team Malaysia versus Team Myanmar.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we've got a lot of games to look forward to. So for every single one of you guys that are tuning in from home, or perhaps you are here in Resorts World Sentosa, you guys have got a full day lined up for you guys, and we truly hope that you guys will be very excited for what's about to come up.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to what's going on for the rest of the brackets here today. And I have a soft spot for Group B that we saw in the first 2 games. I mean, Team Iran, first Maniac, first Savage. Then afterwards, we got a Savage rolling from Team Jordan.
Yep, that lineup or that group was great, but maybe this upcoming group will be greater. So make sure you guys come back and take a look at that game. See you guys.
with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now.
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now.
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now.
At last, I'm shivering with excitement!
right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2026. Oh, you look so stiff. Man's looking so stiff. But welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Events Mobile Legends Bang Bang Qualifiers Day number 2. My name is Abstract. With me here is Moment. We are back at it again. We are going to be looking at a team, or the two teams, which have yet to play a single game in the stage as of yet. And that is Team Uzbekistan versus Team Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, just being glad that it's getting out there, right? MLBB is getting out into the international community. Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan have now joined the fray. And when you talk about games, right? When you see a new character come in, like Hirara, right? People get excited, right?
Yeah.
Even though Hirara is
But you said she's like horrible. Yeah.
but still, like every time there is a new character coming in, there is hype. And now there are new teams coming in as well. And I believe it goes to say, right? We saw Team Kazakhstan. They were so clean, especially in this bracket. And they got good things to say about Team Kyrgyzstan as well.
Yep.
Not too sure about Team Uzbekistan, though. So definitely for this side, it's very fresh when it comes to a clean slate.
Honestly, all I just really want to find out is what kind of meta are they going to be playing? Are they going to be slightly similar to Kazakhstan, or are we looking at something completely different? That is the general idea, the direction that we want to go for. But there's also another thing that we want to know, right? Because yes, some of these teams are relatively new. It's still in the entire ecosystem or community is still in its infancy stage. But aside from that, the players, are they recognized? Are they acknowledged before, or do they have experience? That is where we dive deep into Wikipedia and try our best to find out. But unfortunately, we were not able to see anything about any of these players. So very likely they did not have much of the experience as of yet. So this is going to be one of their main big experience.
Yeah, I mean, definitely an international experience coming in because, well, you get the chance to go against some of the top tier teams. Not now, but I feel that we are breeding the next generation of superstars for Mobile Legends Bang Bang here, right? We saw the cleanliness coming in from the side of Team Jordan, Team Iran as well.
Yo, Team Jordan, dude.
Oh, Team Jordan.
Yeah.
Oh, man, a savage, man. That was crazy.
Man.
That's crazy. That's crazy. And that's from a region where they're going to battle against Team Saudi Arabia. But looking at the side of Team Uzbekistan, for the first time here, we have on the gold lane, we have Zotov. And on that roam, we have Yoriev. And on the mid lane, we have Son. And for the jungle, we got Mama Rasulov. And also on the EXP, we're going to have Rustamov.
Well, Team Uzbekistan, we want to see what they have got in store for us as they are now seated right there and then. The very first game of the day, the very first game of, well, their run through. Now, of course, do remember that their time in the entirety of Group B, at least, if I remember correctly, it should be Group B. They are part of the Central Asia region, so they only have 3 other opponents that they need to face up against with, and one of them is Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, Team Kyrgyzstan on that gold lane. We're going to have Zermerbek Ulu. On the roam, we're going to have Asker Bikov. And we have on the mid lane Murbikov. And also on the jungle, we have Kalbayev. And on the EXP lane, we're going to have Shekhanov.
Now, Team Kyrgyzstan is yet again another team that have not went to anything as of yet. So one thing that you guys have to remember is that they did, for the side of Team Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan, in fact, sorry, the entirety of Group B will not have any games in day number 3. So you guys gotta have to remember that as long as they go into this game, every single match actually matters a lot to these players. Because only in day 4 we will start to see more crossovers, and Kyrgyzstan will go up against Kazakhstan, and Uzbekistan will still have to go back and fight against Kazakhstan as well. In fact, day number 4, that is where we'll have a convergence of almost every single one of these teams fighting it out against one another.
And this is one of the groups where only the top 2 is going to make it. They're not going to have the last chance qualifier because they're only 4 teams in that entire group, right? I believe this is Group C, because Group B, I believe,
you're right.
was my favorite group.
Yes.
Team Jordan and Team
Jordan,
Team Iran and
yeah,
Team
yeah,
Saudi
yeah.
Arabia are there.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, definitely, they are amazing, but Group C as well, right? We saw Team Kazakhstan going up against Team Tajikistan yesterday, and Team Kazakhstan are very surgical when it comes down to the drafts, when it comes down to the gameplay as well. They know what they're doing, and I hope for this region, Team Uzbekistan and Team Kyrgyzstan as well, some of that players, they rub off on each other.
At this point, we just want to see if whether they have learned anything in the past few days, or perhaps from yesterday. I do want to see what they're going to come up with, but for now, we are going to be looking at flying clouds. In fact, I think that this is the first flying cloud of the day.
No, we had flying
We had
clouds
one,
already.
we had
yeah.
one,
We
okay.
had one flying clouds already, so yeah, flying
Second
clouds.
flying cloud then.
Yeah, second flying clouds, but I mean, when it comes down to Group C, we always get flying clouds. I believe.
Did
Yeah,
we?
yeah. Group C for Kazakhstan yesterday as well. They got flying clouds and into broken walls. So that was
How do you remember that?
yeah, because they were wearing the cloud pattern shirt as well,
Oh,
right?
so that's how.
That's how. That's
okay, got it.
how. Now looking at the bands, this looks standard, right?
Oh.
Phoveus, Guinevere, Paquito, Marcel. Okay,
Very standard.
we're back in MLBB. This is the thing that, yeah, this is the correct game that we're entering towards.
Yeah, the game that we were watching previously was actually, you know...
BBML.
Yeah. Maybe I was about to say like different patch or something like that, but BBML will take that.
So now we are here in MLBB. Now we are going to see Team Kyrgyzstan with that ban coming through. There is that still very strong pick of the Baxia available if, let's say, they want to let that open, and that Freya is still in the pool, right? Freya has been banned so consistently. And also another one that we talked about a bit that a lot of the groups they don't really go for is the Fanny.
At this point in time, I still don't expect to see Fanny. It's more of the point where you leak the Fanny for game 1 and see whether they are willing to pick it up. If they actually do, then okay, lesson learned, we need to start banning the Fanny, because the last thing that you kind of want is that you don't know anything about the opponent's team. You don't want to kind of waste a ban slot just to assume that they know how to play it.
Yeah, you're just hoping that the cables are bad. But now looking at Team Uzbekistan for the first time, making it through from the band stages. We have Freya. She arrives into the land of dawn. Let's go.
The first Freya that we have seen in this stage. As of yet, we haven't seen any. So nice to see that Freya has now joined into the fray. Team Kyrgyzstan followed up with a Yves and Glue pickup. So nothing too out of the ordinary for now, but they are absolutely purple.
Yeah, definitely. So there is that possibility of that Zusin that is already banned out. So we do have that Gourd available as well if, let's say, you want to go for that ability to fight into that Yves in terms of that mid lane control alone. And now for the Harif.
Harif still looks good.
Wait a minute. Then where is this Freya going?
XP Freya. It's very likely going to be XP Freya. And that's something that still will look really good. Like, when we put Paquito in the XP lane, these kind of things definitely matters. And having an XP Freya pretty much means that you more or less win the lane pretty darn hard.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, gotta say, right? Okay, it's gonna be an XP Freya, so the jungle is gonna be the Harley as well.
Yep.
So the core 3 just straight pick up from the side of Uzbekistan, right? Gold laner into EXP, into that jungle as well.
Yeah. So right now Uzbekistan's lineup is really good because of the sheer amount of firepower that they have. So any roamer at this point in time that can allow for pickoff is ultimately very important, where that ball will be passed over to Kyrgyzstan, where there are 2 main roamers that needs to go. Cho and Kalia.
Yeah.
They have to go.
Cho, Kalia. I mean, at this point, right? If Team Uzbekistan go for old school, they could go for the Jawhead as well, right?
God.
Yeah, that's something that we haven't seen in a very long time. But Jawhead
Harder to
hardly.
execute though.
Yeah.
Definitely harder to execute.
Okay, maybe not now because the Baxia has been picked up as well.
Okay, so the thing about Baxia, I'm kind of surprised that it has leaked all the way until R3 to be picked up, but it is still a very fabulous pick. The way that Team Kyrgyzstan can go, this is a battle of firepower from one side and attrition from the other. So for Team Kyrgyzstan, just gonna go a little bit more hammer with how thick that they can be. Very likely the glue is going to go over to the roam section. So Team Uzbekistan, in order to kind of make sure that Team Kyrgyzstan doesn't go too crazy, they need to kind of handle the XP lane a little bit, right? Or actually, do you want to handle? Yeah, maybe handle the XP lane a little bit.
Actually, if let's say you want to flex out the Goo pick, put him in the EXP lane versus the Freya, because the Freya is not going to be able to destroy the glue as hard, right? And in terms of that mid-game power spike as well, glue on that Freya, it's something that you consistently want from Team Kyrgyzstan.
Yep, so at least in level 1 to level 4, glue more or less will do a better job than a Freya, because you're generally just healing off of the glootings that you kind of drop on the floor, and you can do pretty decent damage on the Freya as well. The main thing what Freya wants to do is she wants to stick close to you and just keep on hitting away. But the main problem also comes down to the point that Freya can be very slippery and agile, where it might not be that easy for glue to land some of these S1s.
And now, wow, they ban out all that mid lane pressure that could potentially come through. Now gold lane pressure being banned out from the side of Team Uzbekistan as well. I mean, Bruno is back, man, so back there. Now Bruno definitely getting banned out. Claude as well. Now Gord, Lilia. So now they don't have a lot of choice for the mid lane. We did see
Honestly,
like
Clint
Kadita,
Granger.
we did see Kagura yesterday, where the cheese picks do come through. But if they want like just standard pure clearing speed, you can still go for the Farsa, right? You can still go for that feather airstrike into the team fight.
Yeah, this one it seems like a 4 protect 1 kind of situation. They've decided to pick up an R-Lot for themselves for more of that setup for Team Kyrgyzstan, which will actually lead to a pretty good pickup for their gold laner eventually. Can be a Clint, can be a Granger, or literally anyone that can play very early in the game. I'm not too sure whether they are too open to playing a fighter gold lane. It might be a little bit too all in without any form of insurance policy.
Yeah, and now left with the roamer coming out from inside of Team Uzbekistan. They
need
can
catch.
Yeah, they can go for the Cho, like we said, right? Cho, the Kalea, the catch will be very strong, especially with combined with the Fury of the Phoenix as well. But if they want more AoE, the Atlas is also available as well. If let's say they want to pair that together with the Harif as well.
Right.
Yeah, but
Okay,
they want to go with the Cho instead.
Yep. I think it's relatively understandable. You do have got lower cooldown of the Wither Dragon. You have a lot more setup capabilities. They can play around with Harley and Freya. And most importantly, as a 13 plus Cho combination in the mid lane, you can clear waves extremely well.
Yeah, now with the gold lane selection for the side of Team Kyrgyzstan, right? I would say right now, Ruby looks extremely good, but they go for the Granger instead. Yeah, but that's
Too
just
all
me.
in, yeah.
Yeah, that's just me being a super gambling player, right?
Optimistic in some sense, yeah. But I would look at it that way as well, because from what I know, damage Ruby is actually pretty nutty at this point in time, but no
Yeah.
one have really experimented too far into it in a professional tournament as of yet.
Yeah, definitely not now. I would say we might
Sooner or
see it
later.
We might see it later. We
Yeah.
might see it later because I know Team Malaysia versus Team Myanmar, maybe they might want to experiment with that. But now going in so far, looking at the drafts, looking at what the players have picked up for themselves, Granger will be that last pick. In terms of that poke damage, Eve, Granger, R-Lot, very good setup, but Uzbekistan, right? Team Uzbekistan has so much entryway to start any fight as they wish.
Yep, and of course for Team Kyrgyzstan, even if the initiation were to happen, they do have a lot of ways and means to kind of peel for the team. This is a very tanky lineup where they can just literally just crash their heads in over to the members of Uzbekistan, and they probably don't even care too much.
And here we go for the first time on the main stage, Team Uzbekistan versus Team Kyrgyzstan, as we see what they're made of in Group C, and already an early skirmish as Rustamov wants to go for the proxy, but he's not being allowed, getting chased down, does not have the flicker, has a vengeance, and goes down to Team Kyrgyzstan.
Okay, so this is uncalled for, especially as a Freya going over to XP, I did not expect him to wanna proxy like that, especially since with the current patch, the way that the junglers kind of path around now is this is either a very all-in pick or a very safe pick to all-in play or very safe play, because he's either going to go all the way to the lizard or he's gonna be right by the beetles.
Yeah, now Yuriev on that scene here, forcing out the flicker from the side of Shekinov as he has to bail out on the Arlet so far. And I would say, right, despite the fact that he got the first blood down, really doesn't matter in terms of that creep priority. Now the catch for Team Kyrgyzstan coming through, Rustamov will be that main target, and Yuriev with the Jikundo able to get out.
Doesn't really quite matter. Still very early into the game. Most of these farm that you want to funnel into is either going to go to Kalbaev, or you would want to kind of throw it over to Zemirbek. Other than that, everyone else is not exactly too important. Maybe Midabekov is the other one that you will want to give the farm over to as the mid laner. The more farm the mid laner gets, the better it is for the mid game.
Oh, here we go in that mid lane as well. Fury the Phoenix being popped so far, and now getting knock up onto Shekinov. He will be the target coming out from side of Team Uzbekistan as they do go for the turtle after that mid skirmish. Now with Kalbaev on that scene, he will be trying to go for that retribution here, but real manipulation has been set up from the side of Merbekov. But now with that being going the way of Team Kyrgyzstan, the turtle does go the way, and now Team Uzbekistan, they will be trying to get out as Rustamov extremely low.
Team Kyrgyzstan, they have to play together as a team. It requires them to really huddle together a lot in order for them to find any form of substance on top of the opponents. They can't just stray away from one another, because that is exactly what Uzbekistan wants. One way of playing is Team Kyrgyzstan's way of playing is a absolute bane to Uzbekistan's win condition, because as long as Kyrgyzstan constantly just huddles together, it's actually really difficult for Uzbekistan to find a way to kill.
Yeah, and popping out that Damon's Force extremely early is Zotov, and Summerback Ulu actually forcing it out will have the ability to have that poke damage as well. But very good rotations we see out of Yuriev, and also the glue as well, right? Askerbekov really very good in terms of matching each other's pace. So I gotta say, we got a game on our hands here. Team Uzbekistan and Team Kyrgyzstan, they look evenly matched in terms of draft, in terms of those lane rotations as well. This is gonna be a close series.
I do agree. Does definitely seem as though they know what they're playing for and what their team composition really requires them to do. So at least for now, Team Kyrgyzstan, they're still slightly, kind of far apart from one another, because this is still, the laning phase. You definitely need to get as much farm as possible from each of these lanes. But hold a second.
Way of the Dragon being popped, and Shekinov just goes down to an easy pick off from the side of Team Uzbekistan. And this is going to be the story of the game, right? You don't have purified, non-purified targets, especially on the Shekinov, and also Merbekov might be a target for the Way of the Dragon. And Zamirbek, well, he was going to be pretty much left untouched. That's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, I would say, on the macro side. Hunter Strike now being picked up.
As a matter of fact, right now, Kyrgyzstan is just going to be hovering around the turtle. It will be a 5v5. This is going to be big for Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, bloodthirsty Yuriev does want to go for the Way of the Dragon into the real world manipulation. Fury of the Phoenix has been popped, and now Merbekov trying to do what he can in the back line, but Mama Rasulov does able to find a pickoff. It is a double kill onto the members of Team Kyrgyzstan as 3 members go down, and Rustamov pops in, and that's 4 members down for Team Kyrgyzstan as Uzbekistan pulls ahead.
Absolutely tore them apart. The problem when it comes down to that team fight is the firepower from Kyrgyzstan went everywhere. And literally, when I say everywhere, it goes a little bit here, a little bit there, and not everything to one person, which is exactly what Kyrgyzstan wants to do, you see? At this point in time, the fight is already more or less dissipated. Most of the members are kind of going far back already. So right now, it's more about the fact that Team Kyrgyzstan, they need to find a way to single one person out and then to be able to kind of call out for these kills. Okay, let's go for Yuriev, or okay, next one, we'll go over to Rustamov. He's going too deep in, focus fire on him, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that Fury of the Phoenix timing extremely good, used after that real world manipulation, and we did see, because of that, Zotov, he had a free Damon's Force. Despite him not getting the kills, he did possibly the most damage with the synchro fissures and also that jumps coming through as well. Now 7-1, 4,000 gold advantage now. Team Kyrgyzstan, the way back is not good as, oh my god, the Granger dies solo in that bottom lane.
Oh man. Now that we kind of seen everything together and now we are went past the laning phase, that means level 4, we are looking at players that are way past level 8. This means that level 2 ultimates are going to be big and going to be strong. We mostly look at Rustamov now. Rustamov and perhaps Son as well, because of the splash damage that they can deal in entire AoE kind of situation. So even if Team Kyrgyzstan would kind of move together in tandem and they will want to 1v5 one person, as long as Team Uzbekistan have got really good answer and really good reaction to it, Rustamov plus Son, they should be able to deal a bunch of damage to a really big party.
And Team Uzbekistan are playing the map so perfectly, right? They have to watch out for the burst damage that comes through from the Harley. At the same time, Zoltov, he's going to be farming reliably behind, and this is exactly where they excel at this lineup, right? They don't want to go for an honest 5v5. They want to take the skirmishes while they are ahead. And while they're ahead, they want to make sure that, well, Team Kyrgyzstan, they're playing great. They're playing the death ball style. But Team Uzbekistan, they're not going to entertain that chance. They're not going to take the 50-50 here.
Yep. However, reaction time from Kyrgyzstan is important too.
Now, with that Way of the Dragon and the real manipulation being popped, they do get that turtle on the side of Team Kyrgyzstan. Now, Zermerbek Ulu does go down here. This is not good enough. Real manipulation, not enough from the side of Murbekov. And 3 members from the side of Team Kyrgyzstan are falling. Shekhinov, he's in a bit of danger here. Yoriev on the scene does not have the flicker to reinitiate onto Shekhinov.
It's largely a positioning problem right now from the way that I see from the side of Kyrgyzstan. So for the Mamarasula, he's got easy openings to just make his way over to the back lines. It is way too easy for him to just go in onto Zamirbek, and it's really unfortunate because as an assassin, that's what you want to do.
Look at the damage coming through from the side of Zoltov. He pops Zayman's force and dives the Granger behind the turret. Zamirbek Ulu not having a great time, but look at this. Final Slash being used to try and save Kalbayev as Yoriev falls extremely low. And Kalbayev, he's still surviving for now, but 3 members already down as Rustamov eventually shut down here. Team Kyrgyzstan, they're finally trying to fight back, and they do have damage on Zamirbek Ulu, so they gotta watch out for that.
They may have lost a little bit, some members from the side of Uzbekistan, but it's not going to be that big of a problem, right? It's 4-2, it's 3 coming in from Rustamov, but regardless, throughout this entire team fight, they found a way to, of course, single out Kalbayev, and I think that's great, but for somewhere, Shekhinov came out of absolutely nowhere, and he's a little bit too fragile in this case. The moment that he kind of ate the ultimate coming from Mamarasula, you understood that he's not going to survive.
But I gotta say, for Team Kyrgyzstan, that is a great sacrifice, great trade, right? Once we are in that zone where they have equal net worth, Team Kyrgyzstan actually have that better team fight lineup. They have the better top to back. Meanwhile, for Team Uzbekistan, they need to look for a separate angle to enter, right? Especially with the Harley, they gotta get the burst through. They have the Fury, the Phoenix, but that's the only team fight that they got going for them.
Team Uzbekistan has got a grand control of the entire land of Dawn, forcing Kyrgyzstan into a very unfortunate situation where they will not be able to get enough farm. And even some of these waves are frozen pretty nicely. You see top lane and the bottom lanes, they're not trying to shaft the wave of or anything. They make sure that they hold in place, nowhere for Kyrgyzstan to try to go and farm them. And if they were to go and farm them, it would be detrimental to them.
Yeah, Team Kyrgyzstan now scrambling onto the defense as Holy Crystal is being picked up from the side of Zoltov. Now the Lord marches in on that bottom side. They're trying to get all the turrets trimmed out, but now Yoriev jumps in with the Fury of Phoenix, actually. They want to go for it behind this turret. This might not be the player. Team Kyrgyzstan, they're actually going to strike as Rustamov falls, and Team Kyrgyzstan, once Zermerbek Ulu is online, he loves this positioning. It's not a good positioning at all for Team Uzbekistan.
Well, at least for Uzbekistan, they may have lost Rustamov, and they are unable to do anything too much from this point on. They didn't get a single kill on the side of Kyrgyzstan, though, so I think that that's definitely a pity. However, they've tried what they they've tried the best, right? They tried their best, and if they were to win in that gamble, that would help them tremendously in trying to take out more of these inner turrets.
And Team Kyrgyzstan doing a great job of the inner base defense so far. They will have that final slash available. Yuriev needs to watch out for that, and it is popped. And Yuriev does not get the Wheel of Dragon off. He's getting chased down at the moment. Wheel of Dragon just for the defense. Kalbayev does not get the stun onto him. Now the rest of the team falls through. Rustamov is here on the scene. Yuriev still playing with Death's Door as the rest of Team Uzbekistan falls through, and Kyrgyzstan will have to run away. Shekinov unable to find the finish onto Yuriev, and Zarmabek goes down as well.
All 5 members from the side of Uzbekistan, they are still alive. And Yuriev is still styling behind them, waiting for an opportunity. And right now, Kyrgyzstan, they're at death's door.
Now, real world manipulation has been popped to try and handle out the creep waves here. Rustamov, he is getting chalked down, and Asker Bekov takes him out. But he will be the only one left. Kalbayev falling extremely close. Zarmabek Ulu, they might be able to hold on here, but Team Kyrgyzstan, they do not, as Team Uzbekistan clutch through that final bit of damage.
Well. Uzbekistan literally just gave everything for that one final push, even though that was really a gamble because we've got the main characters just coming back in. But you know what? They don't care. Uzbekistan knows that if technically speaking, even if they kind of lose at a team fight, they can kind of go for the push again. They're so far ahead. 9,000 at one point in time, maybe even about 9,000 goal lead by 11 minutes in. That is definitely quite a lead for them to play around with, even if this game-ending push did not work out.
Yeah, they knew that they were on the clock, right? They are a team lineup that plays well when they're ahead, but when they're behind, they're actually very squishy, right? If you take a look at them one at a time, yeah, it's gonna be very squishy, but they kept forcing the fight. And Yuriev, I gotta say, he was the main criminal behind Team Uzbekistan.
He's a smooth criminal, dude.
So smooth.
Constantly just being so sly and just slipping to the back. And speaking of the smooth criminal, Yuriev, 0 kills, 1 death, and 14 assists, putting him at 78% kill participation.
Yeah, this man defied death multiple times, right? We saw him jumping in and out, trying to force out the errors, and I gotta say, this looks good. This looks good coming out from the side of Team Uzbekistan so far, and even for the side of Team Kyrgyzstan, we saw the response. Their disengages were extremely clean. I gotta say, it looks like a competitive series that boiled down to a few mistakes that Team Kyrgyzstan made.
Honestly, it's really hard to pinpoint mistakes from either one of these two teams. In fact, it really just boils down to them in a micro within of team fights. To be fair, we did definitely mention that Uzbekistan's lineup is technically slightly easier to execute because you are mostly reacting to what Kyrgyzstan is doing, because Kyrgyzstan, their lineup is a lot more of a higher skill ceiling, because you need to coordinate with your team to understand how do you want to macro your way around that team fight. If you don't land a right final slash, for example, or if Kalbayev were to crash onto the wrong person with the shield unity, there is so much that could go wrong.
Yeah, definitely. We did see flickers and moments of brilliance coming out from the side of Team Kyrgyzstan. It looked like they were going to be able to hold on, especially once the stick came through, once the item build came through from the side of Asker Bekov as well. If he had a bit more magical resistance, it would have been great against the Harley and also Zoltov as well, right? I believe during a lot of these team fights, Zoltov was just left free reign in that back line, able to just chunk down whatever amount of damage. And not to mention Rustamov. He was dealing so much peel as the Freya, and this is why Freya is so good, right? It's completely banned out from almost every single game because he's good on almost every lane, and on the EXP lane as well. He's just able to just bring the fight to them. And despite the fact that he gave up his life so many times, it bought space for the team.
Yeah, honestly, all Freya wants to do is to duel. She is literally a Valkyrie and just don't care about anything. Fight to the death. Even though the only thing she lacks is like a horse or a unicorn or a pony or whatever it is. She will fight to the death and do whatever that she could. So much shield, so much damage, and the moment that you overstay your welcome, say goodbye to your health pool, even if you are a tank hero sometimes.
According to the mythical lore of Valkyries, it's a Pegasus, the horse with wings.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
that you're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Welcome, guys. Thank you. All right, so guys, that's why we see Freya banned out so much as well. So definitely, when we go into the next match as well, Team Kyrgyzstan, I feel that they have a fighting chance when it comes to this. We might see a 3-game series here.
Honestly, I would not be surprised because game number 1, I feel that it's slightly dictated based on what kind of draft that they had. If in the event that Uzbekistan would have a draft that is slightly simpler to execute, I think that game would be a lot more back and forth. With that all said, game number 1 for who was that? Uzbekistan, or is it? For Kyrgyzstan. Okay, sorry. Kyrgyzstan. Okay, so if the match for Kyrgyzstan were to be a little bit more easier, rather, if their competition is a lot easier to play around with, it would have went to, it will be back and forth a lot. While in the meantime for Uzbekistan, all they need to do is just execute the skills. They just need to have their own specific tags. Like for example, the Harley just needs to tag onto the Granger, for example. As long as you see the Granger, go for it. It's as easy as that, right? You don't particularly need to, let's group up together as 5. Let's go together. You see who you jump on, this person, blah, blah, blah. But for a Harley, I see a Granger, go.
Yeah, but that was a very clear identification of the win conditions as well, right? Because I would say the team fight for 5v5 for Team Kyrgyzstan was so good. You have a real-world manipulation, you have stick, you have Granger with the range. So if you think about it with the final slash combined together with that, that's a 5 that you don't want to go into. And I believe for Team Uzbekistan, they identified that really perfectly, right? It's not as simple as it seems, where yeah, if they were taking that 5-on-5, they would win easily. No, there was a lot of target prioritization. There was also a lot of key targets that they managed to take out. While something was going on the side of the map, Harif was taking out a turret. And while Harif was fighting, well, Harley was taking out a turret. And that was just pure macro gameplay for them as well.
So, once you said target prioritization, you gotta have to really identify if whether it is a fight that you are able to take on to. Once again, tough decisions. It's always all about the tough decisions that is being made. A good team really knows how to make you choose, and sometimes those options that you give them aren't exactly real options. Those are just an illusion of choice.
Yeah, and then going into game 2, right? The problem of that Freya. Do you want to give the Freya over? Right now, the sides are going to be switched, and it's going to be flipped. So that means Team Kyrgyzstan is going to have that first pick as well, right? So definitely when it comes down to that, they can leak a bit more. Right now, we did see the Marcel and also the Paquito being banned out, but the Freya was not. And this is the first time Freya was leaked out into the pool.
Yep, so I think that they have learned from this and they would not want to see a Freya in this sequel. Now, of course, map randomized into flying clouds, allowing for heroes that is otherwise not that good in lane to still be very sticky in lanes.
Yeah, so keeping the consistency, right? Flying Clouds first and Flying Clouds second once again. So they will have that consistency for that map selection coming through. Now, for the bans coming through, will they have that similar consistency, or will we see different heroes being leaked out into the pool? We did see the Guinevere being banned out. We did see the Marcel and also the Paquito being banned out.
So here we go. Harley says goodbye, and of course, Fulvia says goodbye as well. Some of the other options that we generally want to look out for is no Freya, no Paquito, and if anything other than that, it is going to be Marcel and Guinevere, the 4 heroes that I noted down. But now that the Harif joined into the banning pool, one of these 4 that I mentioned is definitely going to be leaked.
Yeah, there's going to be the Guinevere, there's going to be the Marcel, there's going to be also the Paquito in that pool as well. So now the Marcel being banned out, okay, now Guinevere as well, Freya, that's going to be huge. And also, yeah, a lot of the top tier bans, when you think about the mid lane, the Zusin, the Eve, that might deserve a priority ban. You have not seen them out from the players yet, but the Guinevere will be the ban of choice coming in from the side of Team Kyrgyzstan. Team Uzbekistan now with the Paquito and also the Freya choice.
Oh, it's an either-or situation again, huh? So at least for Team Uzbek, okay, so I am willing to say that they are not gonna ban either of these. They are gonna leak both the Paquito and the Freya, just so that if Kyrgyzstan were to get the Paquito or the Freya, then Uzbekistan they themselves can have the latter.
Paquito versus Freya. I would say I would still ban out the Paquito, and I'd rather play against a Freya.
You'd rather play against a Freya.
Yeah, currently in this patch, I feel that Paquito is still very, very strong in terms of the EXP lane. But no, yeah, you're correct. They banned out the Claude instead. No, so Paquito
They'll open it up.
and Freya are both open.
Yep, so at least in this form, okay, so Kyrgyzstan gets the Paquito, got a lot more mobility as compared to a Freya. However, a Freya does have a lot more sticking power within of a team fight. You will be able to stick to one member or the opponents all the way until the end of the fight.
Yeah, and for Team Kyrgyzstan, right, it's about not letting them stick, right? So getting that Paquito, it leans towards that playstyle. You can go and lean more towards that mobility as well. That Claude being banned out, yes, now you need to secure a good gold lane for yourself so that you can get the macro factor going. There is that Moskov still available. You can play the carry if you wish. Now for the side of Team Uzbekistan, they open up with a Khalid. And I believe this might be a team fight lineup that we're going to see here. Maybe it's Usin.
Uh-oh.
Your team is picking.
So the Freya is going to be leaked out again. Does that mean that Kyrgyzstan wants to go greedy? Because technically they can. Kyrgyzstan with the Freya in
The gold lane.
honestly, they can be quite interchangeable if you think about it. They don't have to fully commit that Freya into the gold lane. The Freya can actually just go to the XP. Okay, now they pick up the Bruno. It's not going to be possible unless Freya jungle.
Yeah, so with Team Kyrgyzstan's lineup, right, they want to go as mobile as possible. I would say Freya to them is not too big of a deal. It's detrimental. And meanwhile, for the side of Team Uzbekistan, right, they want to go for the team fight with that capability coming out from the YSS, having that vision, and also having the ability to go on people solo as well. Now, the Valentina being picked up, Breaking Sandstorm will be available for Team Kyrgyzstan.
All right, so what is going to be the play over here for the side of Uzbekistan? They already have Aroma, they have, okay, they pick up a Juicin. So this is actually quite a standard opening pick in the previous meta before. This is counted as one of the golden ways that you can start the game with the Yi Sun-shin. Normally, back then, you know, being top prio, followed by Juicin, and then you pick up a Khalid after the end. Really good ways of being able to zone the opponents. You have good ways of conquering the entire river lines itself because of how strong Juicin and Khalid is able to control the mid lane and wave clear.
Yeah, now Team Uzbekistan, they ban out a Hill, a very good ban coming out from the side of Team Uzbekistan because Team Kyrgyzstan, they want to play very individual, right? They want to play into skirmish units. Divide and conquer is the name of the game when it comes down to Paquito gameplay. If not, you can go 4-1, which is definitely you play with the Bruno, Valentina, and then you go for that team fight as well. So definitely for Team Kyrgyzstan, there is an option of you going the Hylos. You can go the Atlas as well. The Cho is also a possibility because it is a very individual unit if you want to go into that playstyle as well.
And for Kyrgyzstan, I think possible because of Paquito. Or solely because of the fact that you have Paquito, you can play into these kind of pick-off strategies with the Cho or the Kalia in this case. They do have a Valentina though, so bringing in the Valentina, you are understandably gonna have, you're gonna be at the back and call of Juicin and will have a little bit of difficulty reaching out the Juicin unless you have someone very, very committal. Khalid versus Cho is gonna have a really tough time. If you want, and most likely, you want someone that is able to stick in lane a little bit better, Kalia would beat Cho in this situation for Kyrgyzstan.
And for Team Uzbekistan, right, YSS, currently I think as of this meta, gold lane YSS is no longer viable. So it's going to be that jungle YSS, and yeah, banning out that Moskov, banning out that late game capability, just securing that early game bully coming out from the side of Bruno, right? And we talked about the meta shifting towards that early game centric playstyle where you want to win the lanes and bring the snowball in, win the game as hard as possible. We see it way more possible now with the jungle rotations coming through. Team Uzbekistan, they rely more on the team fight and they go for the Terizla instead.
Yep, Terizla is still a very decent pick because every single swing actually does a heck a lot of damage. You can still be quite a menace over to Paquito, especially since you have very naturally strong defenses, which will ensure that the Paquito don't just wipe you out in an instant.
And now Team Kyrgyzstan, they go for that team fight route, right? They go for the Belleric into the Leo Mord as well. Belleric Bruno, still a very old school combo. Yes, you don't really have that much of a setup, but when combined together with Valentina now, Penalty Zone, and also Raging Sandstorm becomes a key opener on that table. Now, for the side of Team Uzbekistan, they answer back with a Granger, going poke for poke here. And now both sides, they have the best of both worlds here.
So looking at this, at least for Team Uzbekistan, they do have a double marksman composition that allows them to play early into the game. This is the kind of things that, as long as they get a snowball, they will they'll run away with the game. You won't be able to have a very good chance to kind of play around with, and you wouldn't really be able to do too much. Because the moment that, yes, there is a Paquito, you can go for assassination on either one of these marksmen, but it requires you to be very, very committal. The moment you do that, you might just very well be caught out by a counter-engage from the Terizla or the Khalid, allowing you to either allow either Yusufin or perhaps the Granger gets some farm.
That's a very good word. The counter-engage is going to be the name of the game as we head on into Game 2 of Kyrgyzstan versus Team Uzbekistan here. Team Uzbekistan currently ahead 1-0. And yeah, speaking of counter-engage, we have a great counter-engage tool, right? Valentina, IMU. He can counter-engage all you want. He is the counter. And we have Belleric wrap for the Dryad as well.
So right off the bat, as we take a look at Gold Lane, it's going to be Granger versus a Bruno. Both of them can actually kind of look at, lane bullying to a certain extent, and I'm not particularly too afraid for any one of them. Most likely, it's all about a poker game. They just want to play around with one another and just kind of, test each other out.
Theory on paper, Granger wins against Bruno. So sadly, Granger was led to the downfall of Bruno when it comes down to that meta sunrise sunset.
Oh,
now, so yeah, Zotov is going to have a great time, especially if he plays this perfectly, because there's no way that the soccer ball lands onto Zotov at this point unless he makes a spacing or positioning mistake.
Well, we shall see about that. Of course, it also depends on what kind of items that oh, okay, he's going to run straight for the boots. Okay, at a certain point in time, some of them choose to not run or rush for boots. They go straight in for the Heart's Claws in order to get more domination in lane, in order to get yourself to be a lot more sticky in the lane. But of course, there could be a very high probability that it decides to go for that because of Flying Clouds.
Yeah, now with the rest of the team falling in here, this bottom lane looking like a bloodbath. Leomord pops his ulti, Kalbayev. He is there on the scene, taking out Rustamov. That will be first blood. And Team Uzbekistan, they cannot respond. Terizla is already down, and they won't have that frontline body.
There's a fast kill, very decisive out of the members from Kyrgyzstan. And just like that, we do have the turtle that's currently available, and Uzbekistan at this point in time will have a slightly tough spot because of, well, the looming threat of Shekhanov.
Yeah, and that's the problem right now with Team Uzbekistan's lineup, right? When you pick up the YSS, you're hoping for a damage, you're hoping for that pick-off going through, and you're relying on so much other else to rely that setup for you. And for Team Kyrgyzstan, they have a jungler that can set up for himself. He can just run in with the horse.
Yep, literally just summons Barbil, and we'll see how, from that point on, he's going to play around with. Now, in the XP lane, we have more or less had a very good idea how it worked out because there is just so much mobility and movement coming from Kyrgyzstan and just punishing down to the bottom lane.
Oh, popping the ultimate out of the side of Mirbikov as he is forced to use IMU away with Sun's ultimate as he was in slight bit of danger, did not want to force out that flicker. I would say IMU versus flicker, IMU way less committal.
Yep, especially since the cooldown will to kind of wear off a lot faster as well. Now, It is still pretty early into the game. We are still in the laning phase right now. It doesn't really quite mean anything for now. The fact that Rustamov went down once, it could still shake. The game could still definitely shake up quite a bit the longer that the game goes into. But we still need to remember that Kyrgyzstan's lineup, they play very heavily into the early stages. And they pretty much all in the early stage. Uzbekistan, on the other hand, they are a lineup that can be very strong in the early game as long as they have the snowball. But they are not fully committed in that. They are still a lineup that can be a monstrous duo with that Granger and Yisunshin in the late stages of the game.
Yeah, early game has been secured though, right? They went for that gank going on to Rustamov at this point. They want to secure that space onto Shekinov so that he can start making plays throughout the map now with that matchup, right? Once you hit that level 4 on the Granger,
Yep,
well,
no
Bruno is not going to have a good time. And yeah, that's where the fall of Bruno came. The
Yep.
Granger came and the Bruno went bye-bye.
Yeah, so as long as it reaches past level 4, the Bruno kind of will have quite a bit of difficulty from this point on. It also, I would love to see that old part whereby you play the Berserker's Fury into the Bruno, you go for fast item build-up, and immediately just kind of force Zotov in a really tough spot. But that's not going to happen, unfortunately. But regardless, we're going to be looking at the Turtle up in the top lane, and Uzbekistan, they're looking for a probability. What is it like between these two junglers? Well, Kelbayev at level 7 and Mamarasulov level 8.
Yeah, it's still 50-50, right? It's always 50-50. Now for the side of Team Kyrgyzstan, they will be starting the Turtle first. They do have the Bruno on the scene now, popping the ultimate from the side of Team Kyrgyzstan. Now Kambayev takes out the Turtle. Now Shekinov in that back line, takes out Zotov as well. That's all the damage gone. 3 members down from the side of Team Uzbekistan. Team Kyrgyzstan get a clean cut.
3 men down from Team Uzbekistan just like that. And to be honest, this is understandable. Kyrgyzstan has got a lot of early game firepower and they can storm into your home without you inviting them in. And by the time you see them, your door is already broken through.
Yeah, take a look at the replay right there. Shekinov going into that back line into Zotov, right?
So much value from Shekinov.
Yeah, Shekinov showing why, right? Paquito is going to be that top tier van. And Zotov, despite using that flicker, as long as you use the flicker same time as the Granger, you're going to keep that rotation going. You know when the Granger's flicker is because that's exactly when you pop your flicker on your Paquito.
Yep, you pretty much will be, or constantly be able to kind of stick onto him.
Yeah, now here we go. Raptor Dryad has been popped. Great counter initiate, but they do disengage coming out from side of Team Uzbekistan with that Raging Sandstorm. And Team Kyrgyzstan, well, they were looking for blood there.
Very good escape coming from Rustamov. He wanted to ensure that he don't give any free kill over to Kyrgyzstan, because any kills from this point on is just going to further accelerate the growth of Kyrgyzstan to an extreme extent. At this point, take a look even when it comes down between the XP laners, right? It is Terizla versus the Paquito. It is technically understandable that a Terizla would not have that good of a time in terms of farming as opposed to a Paquito who is an assassin, more or less an assassin kind of guy.
Yeah, I would say he's like a Suyo, right? Assassin-esque fighter. He was the original Suyo. And now with Suyo falling off into the sunset, we see the sunrise of Paquito as well. And Shekinov just dealing so much damage to Sun. They have to watch out for the bushes right now. But good macro plays coming out from the side of Team Uzbekistan, trying to just give up the turtle, try and get the macro side going, try and get farm on the opposite side of the map, right? And this is where we see the resource allocation come through for the side of Uzbekistan.
With the bottom lane T1 turret destroyed in the hands of Team Uzbekistan, it doesn't seem like they are too far behind. To be honest, when it comes down to the standing objective, they are completely neck and neck. Although the bottom lane T1 turret is about to go down, in the end of the day, it is the middle lane T1 turret that still matters the most. The moment that you lose one of these middle lane turrets, boy oh boy, are you going to lose a lot of tempo.
Yeah, tempo indeed. As Team Kyrgyzstan, they want to ramp up the tempo, but unable to find anything so far. Team Uzbekistan doing a great job at clearing the creep waves when the team fight is not going to happen. At the same time, keeping up the creep pressure. But Shekinov is always going to be playing on the opposite side of the map. And the problem is, there's no one that can stop him right now. He is at that main power spike, that 8-minute power spike that you see from the Paquito, and essentially he can one-hit KO almost anyone in the map right now.
He's honestly a really scary guy right now. And he even picked up the War Axe for himself, so even more survivability in the team fight, even more damage that he could have brought onto the team fight even. So we'll see how Uzbekistan want to get themselves right out of this difficult spot.
Yeah, 8 minutes into the game, this turret will be that target of choice. Penalty zone into that back line. Great steal from side of Murpekov. But now Team Uzbekistan, they are trying to disengage. Rustamov does go down, and Team Kyrgyzstan, they will get one and the mid turret. What a great play coming out from the Valentina.
They got what they came here for. They wanted to get that T1 turret in the middle lane. And fortunately for them, they got even more out of it. They did manage to get themselves a kill, and that is going to help them accelerate their lead a little bit more. They may have only gotten a total of 5 kills for themselves, but with the fact that they managed to take down all 3 of the outer turret, giving them 3,600 gold lead. At this point in time, they're going to stabilize a little bit. The first 2 lords of the game should understandably go over to the hands of Kyrgyzstan if all goes well, and it's actually up to Uzbekistan to make a move in order to change the course of this battle.
Yeah, Mama Rasulov not near the Lord at all. Already down at half HP, past his way there. But now for this fight itself, there is no flicker available on the Valentina this time. That initiation will not be there, but the Wrath of the Dryad is something that they need to watch out for. Yuriev, first contact now. Kalbayev does go in, straight disengage coming out from Team Uzbekistan. Beautiful indeed, a beautiful dance, as they will have the capability to go for this Lord once the ultimate is down. And now with that, they do go in with the penalty zone. Team Uzbekistan, they don't have the damage though. Rustamov, the only one there, as Zotov, he's playing cross map.
Yep, Rustamov doesn't matter to him. Even if he were to kind of throw his life away, I think that that's completely fine. Because the main idea of the fight was to drag on that long stance as long as possible, just so that Zotov is able to get a nice push in from the top lane and destroy the T1 turret. That is money bags at the outer side of the lanes for the side of Kyrgyzstan that is waiting to be picked up.
Yeah, definitely trying to keep ahead in terms of that macro. When it comes down to the base fight, this kind of turret damage, it goes a long way because all 5 members, they get the gold, they get the itemizations. It makes their base defense slightly better. Now, Maleficon timing is here for the side of Zamerbek as well. He's a different creature now. He's dealing so much damage to Rustamov. Penalty zone has been forced. Wrath of Dryad is there as well, but Zamerbek, he's dealing so much damage with the rest of the team able to just back him up, and Shekhinov on that top side just being a complete menace.
Totally fine still. In fact, that was a very good defense coming from Uzbekistan. Throughout that entire Lord push, it's still not over as of yet.
Oh, jumping in with that flicker, not penalty zone, not being found here. And Uzbekistan, they're just gonna disengage and clear the creep waves off of this. But Team Kyrgyzstan, they want to force some errors, but they might be going in too deep here, not overstaying their welcome. Very well done on both sides.
Okay, so the fact that all of the outer turrets are destroyed, this is pretty much going on curve with Kyrgyzstan. For your very first Lord, all you want to do is take down every single one of these outer turrets. Inner turrets are all just a bonus. And if you get less than that, then honestly, you did not do well, or rather the opponents did defend very well. In this case, all is equal. Uzbekistan, they should not be too worried over the fact that they are falling behind. It is expected of their lineup to be falling behind due to a double marksman lineup. They require a little bit more time. However, how far behind based on 12 minutes mark, they are 6,000 gold behind. I think that they can come back.
Oh, well, jump in by Shekhinov. That is not going his way. Zotov finds himself extremely low, but Zamerbek still in that back line, able to dish out the damage as Zotov is forced to run away. Still has that flicker available. Uzbekistan, they can't go for the re-engage. They know that Shekhinov is low, but they don't know where he is. So they will take one and leave for now.
18 minutes. Give Uzbekistan until 18 minutes, and there is going to be a lot more probability for Uzbekistan to really be a lot more powerful. Right now, we are mostly looking at 3 characters: Zotov, Mamarasulov, and as well as Goriev, or maybe Rustamov. Because right now, we don't have someone that is really strong in terms of holding on to the Lord, and holding on to the Lord is actually really darn important. Rustamov mostly has been that sacrificial lamb, right? The moment you jump in, penalty zone, do a little bit more damage, and you've done your job. While for Yoriev, he does have a kit that allows him to survive a little bit longer with that quick sand guard. So hopefully he can get tankier from this point.
Yeah, can they survive and can they hold on here? They're trying to force out the lore dance as much as possible, but that top and bottom lane priority will eventually go the way of Team Kyrgyzstan, and they know that. They're playing it extremely slow. They're forcing out the lore dance, taking their time here, and Zotov with a great movement towards that bottom side alleviates one side of the pressure, but does not handle the other side. There's no one there for the moment, and if Shekinov starts making his way towards that top lane, he can threaten both sides, but he will choose to play with his team for now. Yoriev still forcing out that vision.
Yep. So now, as you mentioned, I think that Shekinov might be trying to... Oh, actually, it's a very difficult choice right now.
Yeah, to jump onto Shekinov at this point, Team Uzbekistan, they will take that non-committal fight. The poke is coming through. Team Kyrgyzstan, they are going for the conceal, running in. They are spotted.
Good.
And Team Uzbekistan, very good disengage.
Very good disengage, one thing. Number two, very good decision from the side of Uzbekistan. They're constantly just taking quite a bit of presence down to the bottom lane and then back up to the middle lane while still kind of dancing with the Lord. They don't need the Lord. They shouldn't take the Lord, as a matter of fact. They shouldn't try to whittle down the Lord down to half HP, because Kyrgyzstan, they have the firepower to be able to burst down this Lord and take the Lord for themselves. What Uzbekistan wants to do is to drag on this Lord dance as long as possible.
Raging Sandstorm going in with a Rapid Dryad. Kalbaev does get the Lord, and this drag might be the end of them as Rustamov does go down. They don't have the penalty zone available. They have to run away. Team Uzbekistan trying to disengage as Yoriev will be able to escape. Only one. That was great.
Wow. Only a single death out of that fight. I think that is the best case scenario for Team Uzbekistan already. Even though we're looking at 7,000 gold deficit for the side of Uzbekistan, but I think it's fine. A total gold economy of 38,000. Just a little bit more, I will say. Although the lead is definitely growing a lot more than I would have wanted if I am rooting for Uzbekistan. From 18 minutes, I think we're gonna have to drag it out to 20 minutes.
Yeah, Lord going in, destroying the inhibitor turret. That is on that bottom side of the lane. Team Kyrgyzstan, right now, they're feeling it as they don't have Kalbaev. Rapid Dryad has been used time after fought. Now Kalbaev is here. Mepekov takes him out. And also Yoriev goes down. Only 3 members left from the side of Team Uzbekistan. They still have a creep wave coming in as the inhibitor turret will be going down. That flicker usage just in time for the side of Zotov as 2 inhibitor turrets are down.
It's okay. If it's just about 2 inhibitor turrets, I think it's fine. But if they were to lose the top lane inhibitor turret, then that is going to be a little bit rough for them to deal with.
Yeah, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Team members are not out in time. Merbekov falling extremely low, but Zotov unable to find the final ounce of damage.
There we go. There we go. All 3 inhibitor turrets taken down. A barren wasteland over to the side of Team Uzbekistan. Very good plays altogether, though. I would say that Uzbekistan was a little bit too stressed out in trying to make a play and trying to push the members from Kyrgyzstan away. To be fair, I understand. They want to ensure that their own backliners is able to secure some of these kills in order to accelerate their growth even more, because the leads is just growing even higher and higher. However, all these lead will eventually become diminishing returns the moment that we hit really late stages in the game. Do we even have enough time? Do we even have enough space for Team Uzbekistan to drag the game until 20+ minutes, where Zotov, Mamarasulov, as well as, or maybe just the entire team of Uzbekistan gets enough damage to withstand this firepower from Kyrgyzstan?
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, they don't have any semblance of control other than the Raging Sandstorm, right? Sure, penalty zone is a form of pseudo-control, but it's more for the damage than anything. And meanwhile, the Wrath of the Dryad has been the main factor coming in from the side of Team Kyrgyzstan, right? Where he's able to drag out so much time before the rest of the team can come in. That's why they can play split so far apart. And Team Kyrgyzstan, they might be splitting for the last time, as Team Uzbekistan, right now, they don't have any base turrets.
Having no base turrets, ultimately it will always mean that you will have macro disadvantages when the opponent is trying to take the Lord down. The opposite lane will constantly be pushed out, and you will always need to apply a single resource, someone down to the bottom lane, to deal with the pushing wave.
And the timing has to be now. Ultimates have been popped from both sides here, and the Lord goes down to Asker Bekov. Now Uzbekistan, they have to disengage from this. Rustamov is down. Zotov Shekhinov is down. There's no damage coming through from the side of Team Uzbekistan. They're on the run here as Zemerbek Ulu on the Bruno, still alive. Worldly connects here as Yoriev falls extremely low. 3 members left for the defense as 3 creep waves will be coming in, and Team Kyrgyzstan will get themselves a draw as we head into game number 3, 1-1.
GG, well played to Team Kyrgyzstan. In fact, this is a very strong early game lineup that allowed them to create a massive lead and essentially just ensured that Team Uzbekistan is unable to hit their critical mass by the allocated time. Naturally, in the early stages of the game, if the gold and economy were to be plotted out correctly, or if the game does not increase in terms of the income gap, then Uzbekistan would have gotten max items somewhere around 18 minutes. However, because of the fact that the Team Uzbekistan, Team Kyrgyzstan, they are so dominating and they are constantly just shoving out the opponents to ensure that they don't get much farm, then understandably, getting max farm will have to move on to later on from 18 minutes back to 19 minutes, back to 20 minutes even.
I think it was one player in particular, right? MVP of the game, Asker Bekov, that really led to them just trying to run around like headless chickens, because Wrath of the Dryad, man, oh man, the one that he used in the mid lane where he bought time for Kalbayev to come in on the Leo Mord and then just force out these team fights. 134k damage taken. He was a solo frontline and he did not go down.
Oh, not a single time. Yep, not a single time. He's got so much items on himself, and he's extremely sticky in team fights as well. He may have took a lot of damage, but look at that. He does have Guardian Helmet, so he's constantly just going back over and over and over again. It's a really annoying hero to deal with, and he even have got Brave Smite on top of that.
I gotta say, a clean macro game coming out from the side of Team Kyrgyzstan. Another factor where Team Uzbekistan were unable to recover is because they weren't able to traverse to the outside of the map, right?
They weren't able to get a kill even.
Yeah, because of Shekhinov, because of the Paquito.
Yep.
This is why the Paquito is so strong. The moment you go out of the map, you get caught by accident, well, Shekhinov is gonna punish you.
Yep. So the only time that you are able to kind of, open up the map a little bit is if, number one, your tanky heroes were to open up the map and kind of look at the brushes, or in this case, number two, you send Son over to kind of use the lanterns. But even if you send Son out, technically speaking, Shekhinov can reach Son pretty darn easily.
Yeah, and also, right, if you look at the damage chart, Team Uzbekistan actually did more damage than Team Kyrgyzstan. And despite the fact the sustain was so strong, the MVP of the game, of course, Belarik, having that revitalized as well,
Yep.
just able to keep everyone up. The fact that they were able to stand as 5, that was just inherently so wrong, right? Because you see him running around with that green circle and just, hey, everybody, take a heal, take a heal.
And he's just unfazed, right? Because we are talking about marksman going up against what's his name again? Belarik. It's marksman against Belarik. And at a certain point in time, the Belarik just doesn't really care too much. The more you hit him, the better it is for him, especially if you are within close range and if you actually get hit by the Wrath of the Dryad even.
Yeah, definitely. And I would say just a bit of a premature victory coming out from the side of Team Uzbekistan when they wanted to go for that mid lane engage. They thought that with the Wrath of Dryad gone, they could jump in, but they forgot about Kalbayev. Oh my god, what team play coming through. And we really have a game on our hands, right? We saw game 1 where it swung towards Uzbekistan's favor. Now Team Kyrgyzstan, they strike back. We have a game 3 and both teams are so evenly matched.
Yep, this is probably, not probably, but this has so far been the only game that gave us a full 3-game series, and understandably so. Both of these two teams are very strong in their own regards, and they have showed their competence in each of the games that they have won with. And even in the games that they have lost, it is not an outright defeat. These are games that they definitely have got a chance to win, given the circumstances are right.
Yeah, definitely. I would say both sides, draft-wise, there was no error. Execution, they were both so good. It's just that one team always outshines the other, and this has to be one of the peak MLBB that we've ever seen. Because because it's always about two teams, right? One trying to get an edge over each other, trying to punish each other's mistakes. And when it doesn't become a draft error, I feel that, oh man, this is the best of the best.
Yep, this is the power of the Central Asia region at this point. Even though they are less viewed and less popular, that doesn't mean that they are out of running and they are not that strong after all. You know, we still need kind of like a litmus test between the Central Asia region versus the Southeast Asia region, for example. It's kind of tough to kind of compare regions like that. But within of their own region, we can pretty much tell that everyone's power level is actually quite similar.
Yeah, I would say if we put this central region in Group A, they will have
Don't say Singapore.
they will have a good chance. Not against you.
Okay.
They will have a good chance of making it the top 5, right? Really, they will have a good chance. Of course, I don't think they can take down the Titans that are to come. Team Indonesia, Team Malaysia, Team Philippines as well. They can't take down Titans, but they can get that top 5.
Yeah, maybe they will be able to make some of the Southeast Asian teams, you know, kind of sweat a little bit. You know, Vietnam, Laos, Mongolia,
Singapore.
Yeah.
I'm sweating already.
Wait, is Mongolia even? Yeah, no.
Mongolia is in
it's not.
Group D, right? Yeah, Team
Yeah,
Mongolia
I
is
think
Group
so.
D.
Cambodia, sorry.
Yeah,
Yep.
Team Cambodia, Team Laos as well. Yeah, definitely.
Myanmar, Vietnam.
Yeah, definitely. I feel that the way that they play, the way that they approach the game is very similar to how Team Philippines approach the game as well, right? In terms of that macro play style, they play for the resource control. We saw that was a very long game. It was close to maybe 18 minutes game.
It is outright a 19 minutes game.
Yeah, it was a 19 minutes game, but there were only 14 kills. It was 13-1. And so we did see that, yes, the macro gameplay is still going strong. It was still exciting to watch. You can see that for Team Philippines, they play the same play style, and I can see that rubbing it off in Central Asia here.
To be honest, even when it comes down to the side of Uzbekistan, even though they lost, we can definitely see a masterful display of them just kind of moving around the lots bit. They understood that they should not be taking the lots. However, they should definitely try to stop the opponents from taking the lot. And if they did manage to go for a reset, just keep on letting the lot go for a reset over and over again. Try their very best to drag on the fight as long as possible while they still have that opening to farm at the bottom lane and the mid lane. Because that is the only time where the marksman can openly farm while the opponents are kind of like stuck in a situation where, okay, where do I go? What do I do?
Yeah, definitely. The Lord Dance perfectly executed. Now we saw one top tier pick come out, Freya, and we did see another top tier pick, Paquito.
Yep.
And we see why it's getting banned, right? Consistently getting banned. Now, will it leak through once again? No, maybe, you know.
Honestly,
Freya gone, we got Paquito gone. Maybe now leak the Marcel.
Yeah, I don't know about that though, but honestly, I'm just at that spot where the only qualm I have about that previous game is they went for, I think the Harriet ban? No, okay, basically the final ban was not either Paquito, it's not either...
Claude.
Oh, the Claude? Okay.
They banned the Claude.
So they opened up the Paquito and they also opened up the Freya.
Freya, yeah.
Just like that, it immediately signals to me that one team takes Paquito, other team takes the Freya. But in the end of the day, that did not happen, which honestly I find it kind of a very unfortunate situation, because both of these two heroes can really shape how a team can draft and how a team would want to play the game. It would have been quite a scary game if we were to see Paquito on one side and Freya on the other.
I think theory-wise, definitely it puts a lot of pressure into draft, but also on paper, right? I would rather play against a Freya than a Paquito in this current meta. Because in this current meta, I feel that, yeah, Freya is a problem, yes, but it was last meta's problem. And Paquito is new in the patch where it got so strong. Just the last month alone, we saw Freya just go crazy, but now Paquito is on that sunrise, and now we see broken walls away from flying clouds.
Okay, so no more flying clouds. We are back at it again with broken walls. I really need to shake away from the fact that, you know, broken walls has been seen a lot, but in actual fact, today it is pretty nicely randomized.
Yeah, it's pretty nicely randomized.
Unlike day one. 5 broken walls in a row.
Yeah, definitely. Now we do see both the Paquito and the Freya being banned out. Phoveus and Guinevere will not be seeing action in this game number 3 as well, as both teams are now 1-1 in terms of score. Wow. This has been a treat of a series here. 2 regions, 2 teams that we have yet to see grace that main stage, and they're fighting their hearts out in the land of Dawn.
So moving on from here, does seem like the Paquito and the Freya will be, both of them be banned by the side of Kyrgyzstan. They do not want to see any of that anymore. Marcel is currently still open, Baxia is open as well. What else are we looking at? Like Harif, Harif is open as well, Claude is open too.
Yeah, there's a lot of strong picks, but Marcel, I think...
is banning.
Come on, man. Team Kyrgyzstan, you gotta ban out the Marcel, man. If you lose to a Marcel here, you're never gonna live it down. So definitely, they ban out the Harley instead. So Team Uzbekistan, they have the choice to go for the Marcel now.
Are they going to?
Yeah, I mean,
Marcel!
you got to. Marcel is a problem.
So right now, at least, now Kyrgyzstan, they have a chance to respond. Baxia is currently still open onto the field, but they're not going to be picking that up. So if the Baxia were to go over to the hands of Uzbekistan, that kind of sounds like danger, because Marcel is fast moving, the Baxia is fast moving as well. Now that they picked up Bruno, just pretty much means that they want to play for the early game. That doesn't definitely mean that Baxia is still a very good pick.
Yeah, I would say for the side of Team Uzbekistan, they know what they're doing, right? Against a Claude, you gotta pick that Bruno right now. I feel that Bruno is extremely strong against the Claude. It's a rock, paper, scissors, where, yeah, the Bruno gets beat out by the Granger, but the Claude gets beat out by the Bruno right now. And without the Harif in the pool, we don't have that all-encompassing magic damage to come through, where Harif just overpowers everyone in that early state of the game. Now for Valentina, that is a very curious pick, right? Valentina first, because you can actually take away the golden hour.
So with the golden hour from both sides, it can definitely mean quite a bit, because especially if you were to pick up a Claude for yourself in your own golden hour, a Claude can move freely.
Yeah, that blazing duet suddenly becomes a very viable option. But meanwhile, for the side of Team Kyrgyzstan, I would say, yeah.
But that's a late game combo now. We need to remember that.
Yeah, that is going to be a very good combo. And they do go for the Akai here. So no Baxia, no Fredrin so far. We do see Leomord and Akai being the junglers of choice for both teams here now. EXP lane?
XP lane. Both of these two teams have yet to identify their XP lane. At least for Uzbekistan, they need mid lane and XP. For Kyrgyzstan, they needed XP and roam in this case. So XP is going to be bleeding in between both of these two teams. Understandably, looking at this fact, let me think.
You gotta ban out the Tzu Sin here, right? Coming in from the side of Team Kyrgyzstan.
For Kyrgyzstan, probably, yeah. Maybe the Lilia and the Jusin right now. Uzbekistan, though, banning out. Alright, God is fine as well.
Yeah, I mean, one of the stronger mid lanes as well, so Team Kyrgyzstan will be looking to ban out the mid lanes. Meanwhile, for the side Team Uzbekistan, looking to ban out the EXP.
Yep. Sora, Lapu, they are all pretty decent coming in here. Right now, I think that the main thing is Team Kyrgyzstan, they don't have a very good engager per se. So Uzbekistan want to take away some of these engagement tools, mostly from Lapu and maybe even Yuzhong to a certain extent.
I would say for the side of Team Uzbekistan, there is also that Cho that they can look to ban out for the side of Team Kyrgyzstan.
As a roamer.
For Team Kyrgyzstan.
For Kyrgyzstan, I don't think that having a Cho on the Kyrgyzstan is that good, because they don't have anyone that can really make full use of the Way of Dragon as a form of burst. You can kick, you can single out, but can you actually kill within that window is mostly going to be my question.
Okay, well done. Then, I mean, the Kalea as well. I mean, I'm just surprised we haven't seen my girl Kalea so much, so often, because it is still a very strong pick, and most of the teams, they have been just ignoring it. But meanwhile, for the other teams, like we see back in Group A, they do actually actively ban out the Kalea in that top 3 as well. So, yeah, now right now, it's still open in the pool.
So for Rome and XP for Kyrgyzstan, they can actually play very tanky front lines, just so that it's very difficult for them to give free kills over to the side of Uzbekistan and provide some window and farm over to the Claude to play over in the later stages of the game. Heroes that are generally tanky, that doesn't require too much effort. Lapu Lapu are generally good, but if you can just
Your team
stick
is
down there,
picking.
have very good stats without having to duel, that would have been better.
Yeah, so for Team Kyrgyzstan, they're going with what works, right? Very good front line for Claude, Beleric with the counter gauge, Raph the Dryad coming through. Meanwhile, for the side of Team Uzbekistan, they need to find
They
a
want to
way,
fight.
yeah, to access that Leo mode a bit better, especially for the side of mid lane. They need something with good mid priority, right? Having that to Sin is going to be good as well. That Lapu Lapu coming in as a pick now for that mid lane. They will
Maybe
have to
Sertian.
pick here, yeah.
Maybe Sertian's not too bad here. The Fury of the Phoenix may be a pretty good answer over to Claude to kind of force the Claude to pick up the what was that
team is
again? Pick up the
picking.
Purify. But otherwise, Yves is still okay as well as a form of artillery mage in that section.
Ah, I see what Team
High ground rather.
I see what Team Uzbekistan are going for here, right? You pick up that Yves to make sure that you have the RWM conundrum, right? Whether or not you want to steal the RWM, whether or not you want to steal the golden hour. But at the same time, Team Kyrgyzstan, they go for the Yuzhong to force out that
Okay.
positioning of the Yves as well. And also, Yuzhong does very well against the Lapu Lapu.
Okay, yeah. So one thing about Yu Zhong is he wants to, in some sense, he wants to duel, but he doesn't necessarily have to stick down and fight, unlike a Lapu Lapu in this case. Lapu Lapu, every time you hit the opponents, you get a heal. However, what Yu Zhong does is that you would definitely want to use a couple of your skills. You do have initiative tools, which is one of the more important part, and of course, slightly global presence kind of thing.
Yeah, I feel that Team Kyrgyzstan, they leak the Marcel, right? But they are also leaking the strats to deal with Marcel right now. Because I can see the vision
5
going in,
seconds
right?
till the
You have the
enemy
Blazing
reaches the
Duet threat in the back line. You have the
Smash
Black
them.
Dragon threat in the back line. And in the front line, you got the Beleric and also the Heavy Spin as well. So there is a lot of possibilities here as we go into game number 3. Team Uzbekistan versus Team Kyrgyzstan. Interesting series so far. They forced us into the best of 3 series.
So now we do have got Team Kyrgyzstan that will be starting off at the purple buff side, getting to deal with the Horned Lizard. And for Team Uzbekistan, they will be starting off with the Beetle side, which is going to be the orange buff. Both of these two junglers will finish up and meet up at the XP lane. And if they were to continue doing that, it is understandably going to be Bruno versus Claude, and Bruno is going to have a pretty good time. Team Kyrgyzstan would need to look for opportunities to bring their members down to the bottom lane to ensure that they will be able to keep this Bruno in check.
Yeah, now the mid-lane priority, very key here. Kalbayev will be straight up going for that lead, though, to try and get a bit of an early game advantage here. And Shekinov is going to have a great time against Rustamov here, especially as a Yuzhong versus a Lapu Lapu.
Lapu Lapu all the way until level 4. You can't really do anything to a Yuzhong. You can only hope to kind of throw your axes out and farm a little bit from that point on. Otherwise, most of the time, you're actually sticking right under the turret.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, you can't do much on the Marcel actually against Kyrgyzstan's lineup because the only main target that you want to go for is Murpikov. Generally, you pick Marcel to just jump in and steal and just be annoying in the enemy's jungle. But Akai and Askerbekov on that Beleric, they're going to be so good at defending against that.
Well, now we do have the turtle that will be spawning in 5 seconds. I'm not exactly sure if whether Uzbekistan have got the firepower to deal with this upcoming turtle fight though, but we shall see how that's gonna work. Rustamov, he doesn't have a lot of HP to work with. He's not level 4 either, and I don't think that he wants to go in with the Bravest Warrior with such low HP too. Kyrgyzstan should get this turtle no problems.
Yeah, Black Dragon form has been popped, petrified, not available photo just to use to keep him away, and a great keep away. This Kyrgyzstan is going to get that
Double ultimate.
turtle turtle here, but WM has been popped. Nothing is going to happen here because definitely both teams, they don't have the finishing damage without that Petrify.
Yep. Same thing as always. Like, as I mentioned, that Bravest Warrior coming in from Lapu Lapu is not going to give him anything. In fact, he needs to go back home soon. He don't have got much of the abilities to get him any form of farm. Anyone could just rush right in and get a kill onto him. However, to be honest, that will be a little bit too much because Team Kyrgyzstan, they don't have someone that can really, you know, free dive him that much.
Yeah, and definitely, I would say both utilities, right? Very telegraphed. One will be the heavy spin coming out from the side of Kalbaev, and also the next one will be the ultimate coming out from the Leomord, where he needs to jump into the backlines to get the kill. Murbekov and also the other squishy, which is the Claude Zambek Ulu, he will be that main target. But with the BMI and the Flicker, I don't see a way where Zambek Ulu actually perishes at all in this game because of the lack of control. As long as he plays the lane safe, I feel that this is a game where it's so hard for the Claude to just perish. There's no catch for the Claude.
Let me think. The only form of catch really is the golden hour, huh?
Yeah.
Practically speaking, this is the kind of situation as well where you kind of wait for the opponent to make a mistake.
Yeah, now Black Dragon form being forced out now with the ultimate. Kalbaev is here. Heavy spin will be there. They were actually going for the re-engage. Your golden hour has been popped. Shekinev waiting in the bushes. And Team Uzbekistan, they know that if they take this fight, that Petrify is waiting for them. Askerbekov is here and could have popped that Raptor Dryad, but does not know that there's not enough damage. Now, for the side of Team Kyrgyzstan, both sides still keeping it chill. That heavy spin still not popped so far.
This game has a lot of touch and go, but oh, take a look down the bottom lane.
Yeah, that Blazing Duet is not going to be enough to save you, my friend. That soccer ball is dealing a lot of damage. Bruno wins Claude.
Hands down. But in the meantime, here we go. Turtle fight.
Yeah, RWM has been popped so far. Kalbaev with the real manipulation and also the heavy spin in back-to-back here as Sun unable to find any damage here. As long as the heavy spin does not pin anyone, as long as the Petrify does not catch anyone, there won't be any kills throughout the map.
No kills at all for either one of these two teams. The problem that we see right now, at least for Team Uzbekistan, is that they are a team that can actually play early game, and I won't say that they... Honestly, they are a team that can play early game. Yeah, they can kind of pop off in the mid stages of the game pretty well. That is something that Rustamov can do very well, Mamarasulov as well, and Zoltov. So as much as possible, they want to get that advantage over Kyrgyzstan before it goes over to the late game stage, which is ultimately gonna be in the territory of Zemrebek.
Yeah, both teams are actually very defensive in terms of that composition. I gotta say, it's gotta be on that heavy spin once again, and also for the side of Team Uzbekistan, right? Real manipulation is not gonna result in anything, but definitely for them, they are relying on the timing coming out from the Leomord, especially hoping that the Leomord does get the damage through, but who will be the target? Murbekov might be the only avenue of entry here for Team Uzbekistan.
All standing turrets are still available. A little bit of skirmishes in between for both of these two teams, but they are all constantly just disengaging from one another, not wanting to get too deep into some of these fights. They do not want to overcomplicate things. They also do not want to overstay their welcome in some of these fights. That means that this is going to be stay the same over a long periods of time. So the only thing that is working out is turrets, net neutral objective. The turtle has consistently went over to the side of Kyrgyzstan, that's pretty much all.
Yeah, now with this 6 minutes into the game, right? This is going to be a case where in the mid game, that shard residue is going to become a problem. But looking at the bottom lane, with the Blazing Duet, Zarmabak actually gets the better of Zoltov, and 1v1. Now Black Dragon form being popped with the Raptor Dry here, real manipulation being forced onto both sides, and nothing is going to happen so far. It's just two wet noodles slapping each other, but Mama Rasulov does come through with the turtle, and also the frag onto Shekinov as three members of Team Kyrgyzstan. They are running away, but Team Kyrgyzstan, behind all this, is Zarmabek just getting that bottom lane turret.
The whole 7 minutes that we have been watching was just a pressure cooker. Just creating such a big pressure. And the moment that we see that fight happen, we also do have Zamerbek that manages to take a 1v1 fight against Zotov, which is honestly very surprising to see Zotov lose. But in the end of the day, we finally have managed to see a turtle taken by Uzbekistan. They got a kill of their own as well, and a turret takedown of their own too.
Yeah, I would say for Team Kyrgyzstan, right, they made a slight mistake on Shekinov just to go towards Mama Rasulov. He did have that Petrify available. If he was able to pop that, that would have resulted in a much different key timing, especially with the RWM up from the side of Murbikov. Now, inside of that mid lane as well, RWM being popped up, and now we got square on square action as Sun, well, square on diamond maybe.
Oh, I don't know about this, dude. They're just echoing each other, right? But in the meantime, that was a amazing, or rather really nice RWM coming in from Mirbekov. He did manage to kind of hold 4 people inside of the box. However, no form of follow-up coming from the side of Kyrgyzstan. They do not want to overstay their welcome as well, and it's all in all very difficult decisions for either one of these two teams to make.
Yeah, currently mid defense will be the name of the game here for the side of Team Kyrgyzstan, right? They want to get the turrets as much as possible, but Zotov already pulling ahead in terms of that slight little macro.
As they slowly move on from this point, Kyrgyzstan, they do have a slight push out from the side of the bottom lane. But they're just waiting for the perfect timing here in the middle lane. But here we go, Conceal.
Yeah, conceal play, but I don't think this is going to result in anything. That
Maybe.
Petrify needs to come in onto Zotov, but he still has to flicker away if he wishes to do so, and Zotov does. And the RWM comes through. Shekinov actually goes down here, going in slightly too deep. Kalbayev with the heavy spin, not pinning anyone to the wall at the moment. Damage is not there from Zamerbek. Ulu, Team Kyrgyzstan, they have to retreat so far. Rustamov will be that only casualty as Kalbayev does go down. Zotov is still alive, but he's so close to death here. Murbekov finds the finish onto Zotov, and it's going to be 2 for 2. What a result here. It's still so even for both teams.
After all that has happened, both teams only lost 2 members? Oh boy, this is all about min-maxing, isn't it? Okay, let's take a look at that, right? So, out of the entirety of the fight, Zotov went down, Rustamov went down as well. Okay, thank God we do have the instant replay. We have a pretty good idea. Shekinov for Rustamov. So, it's both of the XP laners that lost one another. However, Kalbayev did go down coming in from the side of Kyrgyzstan. So, at this point, kind of equal. Yeah, it's still very equal. Okay, I think the only problem is Zotov went down.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge problem as well. But the thing is, Team Kyrgyzstan, they've shown that they have different avenues of starting a fight, right? Forcing the fight out with the Black Dragon form, having the Rapid Dryad in the back as well. Shekinov can essentially go down as he wishes as long as Askerbekov is alive for Zamerbek. Meanwhile, Team Uzbekistan, they won't have that same insurance to defend Zotov. That golden hour is going to be so important in trying to just defend out Zotov.
Kyrgyzstan, unfortunately, I don't think that they have what it takes to defend this Lord, though. They do have a pushing wave in the middle lane. Most of their HP is really down also. Less than 50% HP, some of them even.
Yeah, Petrify is back up for the side of Shekinov though, but Murbekov falling extremely low. The sustain is not the same level as before in game 2, and this is the Marcel problem that we've been seeing, right? There's so much vision, and also with the help of Zotov Soccer Balls, they'll be able to bring it down here. Team Kyrgyzstan though, jump in with the heavy spin. Your Black Dragon form is being used in the back line. There is no flicker. Zotov actually has it, and Shekinov will be going down in the back line. Askerbekov not able to get the Rapid Dryad down. Now Murbekov going down as well. Zamerbek has to turn tail and highway it away as Kalbayev will be the last casualty. Team Kyrgyzstan loses 4.
Yep, unfortunately, right as the fight ended, Zotov had the biggest power spike. when it comes down to the Malefic gun. The moment that he picked up a Malefic gun, unfortunately, Shekinov is a little bit out of range already. It's really difficult for him to pick that up. This is the exact moment that Zoltov got his Malefic gun. Shekinov can do whatever that he wants. He can drop down from his dragon form into this petrify and hope that he will be able to get a kill down with Zoltov. But whenever he has the flicker, he will find a way to get out.
Yeah, Wrath the Dryad has been used here, but there's nothing to follow up with this. They're just trying to just take and chip away the Lord. Will a manipulation pop from the side of Murbekov? This is Team Kyrgyzstan's box. Now the other box has been popped as well from the side of Sun. Rustamov takes out Karlbayev at this point. Golden Hour extremely good. Black Dragon form not enough here as Zemobek falling extremely low. Blazing Duet still not being popped. Rustamov trying to get his HP back up. He's been surviving these team fights time and time again.
We now back over to a solid push from the side of Uzbekistan, but I'm not too sure whether they can even do anything from this point. They manages to bring down the middle lane T3 turret, and so is the bottom lane T3 in 13 minutes in. And that was the pressure cooker. 7,000 gold lead right now from Team Uzbekistan from a single very decisive win.
Yeah, and the problem is, right, unable to have any defensive items on the Yuzhong, only the Oracle so far. I believe if he went for a physical defense item, he would have a much better time into jumping into these team fights. Now, that healing factor, not going to be enough. They know that they have two frontliners, but Shekinov needs that tank ability to be able to jump into the back lines. That third item will go a long way here, but can they get it in time for Team Kyrgyzstan here?
Unfortunately, I think that Zoltov is currently completely out of reach. We have seen Shekinov try again and again and again to try to catch on to Zoltov. I'm not too sure whether it's about timing right now. I'm not too sure whether it's about target prioritization anymore, but this Bruno hurts a little bit too much for this Yu Zhong to handle all by himself.
I think it's a problem of Yuriev, right? Where the Marshal is able to give them so much vision, they can see the flank coming. They can see the entire team fight before it even begins. And there's a disrupt with the photo coming through as well. So Team Kyrgyzstan, they don't have the plays coming through. Now with the conceal play, they want to go for this Lord. They want to fight outside their base. And this might potentially be the last year Black Dragon form has been used. You see the disengage coming through. And Team Uzbekistan are playing this so well. Now this push control has been taken by the side of Shekinov, and Karlbayev once again goes for that jump, but with the heavy spin, not pinning anyone down. He gets the Lord though. Team Kyrgyzstan, they're actually doing it, but Zoltov still alive, and Shekinov able to not get out as three members goes down, and triple kill for the side of Zoltov. So far, Murbekov will fall as the Maniac secure. Team Uzbekistan are doing it with the last creep wave. They will take the series 2-1.
So what if you get the Lord? So what if you're playing as a Kai? So what you heavy spin everyone else away and take the Lord? As long as we kill everyone, and as long as we all survive, and as long as every single one of these creep waves marches into the opponent's base, we will be undefiable.
Bruno is back, baby. Bruno
is so back, dude.
Bruno is so back. We are so back with Bruno. Oh man, that was a banger of a series. Indeed, we saw game number 1, game number 2, and game number 3. It was so back and forth from both sides. And I gotta say, right, it has always been that top tier band that really wins the game for them every single time. First game was the Freya. Second game was the Paquito. Third game was the Marshal.
It always comes down to something that leaked out that created a composition that, you know, it becomes very pivotal. That character that leaked out became a very pivotal part of the team that allowed another character to work out very well. In this case, of course, Zoltov, he did whatever that he could thanks to Yuriev with a total of 1 kill, 0 death, and 12 assists. Total of 93% kill participation, by the way.
Yeah, we should have seen this coming, right? From the way that he was playing on that game 1 as well. This was the MVP of game 1 as well. Yuriev, he does such a great job of that vision control. One 0 and 12. He sees the team fights. If you take a look at the photos that disrupt the team fights that's going on, it was on the Black Dragon form. It was before the heavy spin could have been used. That heavy spin could have come out a lot sooner, but that 1 to 2 milliseconds of disrupt, man, it changed the entire pace of the fight.
Well, it's really unfortunate that I don't know if whether this is a part of where it's unfortunate or not, or Kyrgyzstan is just kind of testing the ropes a little bit. They let a couple of them through and like, okay, we give Paquito, okay, we give the we give this, we give that, and in the end of the day, they still gave them Marcel. There's way too much heroes to ban at this point in time.
Yeah.
Really way too much. And this is why first pick, first ban actually is so pivotal to the team.
Yeah, and I gotta say, for a side Team Kyrgyzstan, right, going against the Marcel, they went with the Yuzong strategy, with the Akai, and also the Belarig, right, the triple tank, the TT strategy, right? And that was kind of a good move by them because they survived through the early game very well. They survived through most of the mid game. But when it comes down to when that matters, that split-second timing, that Marcel is still a huge problem.
That is that gap that we were waiting for. You know, that window of opportunity for either one of these two teams to kind of break out of the game. Zoltov constantly has been waiting for that power spike. The Malefic Gun did such wonders over to this Bruno. The moment he gets this Malefic Gun, no one's touching him. This is not a lineup that Kyrgyzstan will be able to touch as long as there's a Malefic Gun onto the hands of Zoltov.
I mean,
Endless kiting, dude.
Bruno is so back. I mean, we're talking.
No one talks about Bruno. We don't talk about Bruno at this point, man.
Remember in M6 when Malefic Gun was introduced and Bruno just became top tier, right? And we forgot about how well he does against the Claude. And now with Claude back into the meta, well, suddenly Bruno seems like a great idea.
Yep. You wouldn't have thought that a simple soccer ball would hit your face so hard, dude.
World Cup season, baby.
Terminal velocity, dude. Oh boy. But we gotta have to agree. This game, in fact, the past few games, it has actually been very enjoyable. With this being a full 3-game series, honestly, make it best of 5. We'll watch all 5 game series.
Make it best of 7. Make it best of 9.
Make it best of 9. We'll watch all 9.
Both regions, they have been surprising us, right? Group
Honestly,
B,
yeah.
Group C, right? We saw Team Iran going up against Team Jordan. Guys, if you have not watched that match, oh my God. Chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. Now, this one as well. Team Uzbekistan versus Team Kyrgyzstan. We've heard good things about Team Kyrgyzstan. Now Team Uzbekistan as well. Oh man, oh man. Group C looks good. Whoever goes up against Team Kazakhstan, Team Kazakhstan's a monster as well.
Yo, let's also remember that this is not an easy bracket right now because we are looking at very strong players from Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah.
And just like that, we have one of these two teams that unfortunately will not qualify at all. As a matter of fact, right now, we will probably get, you know, the standings later on, but Kazakhstan is currently at the top together with Uzbekistan, or rather, first place is Kazakhstan, second place Uzbekistan. And unfortunately for the side of Kyrgyzstan, they did manage to get a game out of Uzbekistan, but we will only get a more solidified idea if whether they will actually still stay on third place.
Yeah, this is
by
gonna
the end of day 4.
This is gonna be tight. This is gonna be tight. For Group C, we'll only find out at day 4.
This is so tough, dude.
Oh, I'm so
Day
glad
3
to
has
have
got
casted.
no games on them, you know? So they literally have one entire day just sitting there and just thinking, what do we do?
Oh my God, take a look at the bracket standings right here. Now Team Kazakhstan and Team Uzbekistan sitting at the top. I mean, for them, they don't have that last chance qualifier. So top 2 makes it through to the Asian Games in Japan, Nagoya.
Yep.
Oh.
Super cutthroat, buddy. It's so cutthroat. Just by looking at the standings over here. You look at Kyrgyzstan, they got 0-1, and you'll be thinking, I think they won't be they won't make it. But hey, you never know because they have to go up against Kazakhstan. And at this point in time, even I have no idea how Kazakhstan is going to go up against Kyrgyzstan right now.
At this point in time, I'm looking up airplane tickets to go to Central Asia just to host the MPL for them. Oh my God, these guys are insane, bro.
Oh,
And now
God.
looking at the side of Group D, right? Team Mongolia still standing at the top. Team Hong Kong, China now 2-1, putting themselves in the top 2. Team Pakistan going for that last chance qualifier slot. But this is not the last day yet, it's still day 2. So standings have not been decided as we have the bottom 2, Team Nepal and Team Sri Lanka.
Yep. So at least for day number 2 games, I don't think that we have seen Pakistan going up against Team Hong Kong, China as of yet, because that will be mark their 3rd game of the day, I suppose. But regardless, it will take some time before we reach there. But unfortunately, we're not going to be watching on this stream. It will be happening on the other stage.
Yeah, and today has been a day where we have lost a lot of marbles from Team Iran, Team Jordan, and now with Team Uzbekistan and Team Kyrgyzstan. But you want to see us losing more marbles? Because next match is going to be Team Singapore versus Team Indonesia.
We're going to probably go crazy about that. So make sure you guys come back in and watch out how that these 2 teams is going to fare.
Allow me to release your eternal bloom!
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Hinata? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again, of course, to the 2026 Asian Games Qualifiers for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. My name is Abstract. With me here is Moment. We are now down at it for Group A, where we will be shaking in our boots.
I'm having
Shiver me timbers.
stress headache right now. Team Singapore going up against Team Indonesia. I mean, the statistics man says in me that, well, doesn't look good, but the patriotic side can't stop, right?
Yes,
But
copium.
paper alone,
Uh-huh.
we've lost
Yep.
0-2 to Team Vietnam.
Yep.
We've lost 0-2 to Team Laos.
Yep.
But against Team Indonesia, we're gonna have a chance.
Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna two of them. Yeah, no issues.
Definitely for sure. I mean,
Manifestation.
yeah, definitely for sure.
Yes.
If BTR can win, definitely Team Singapore can do the same as well.
Right now, all at this point in time, throughout the entire game, I'm probably just gonna be looking at my show caller the whole damn time, as he's probably gonna give me, strike me a smirk after every game.
Yes. Team Indonesia, man, oh man, what a team to have represented here at the Asia Games qualifier. We did see them have a great show yesterday. Very
Amazing
clean.
show, actually.
Very clean, I gotta say.
Yep.
And we haven't seen Team Singapore on stage.
Not
so
yet.
this will be the first time on stage. These are names that we are very familiar with. And looking at the lineup for the side of Team Singapore on the gold lane, we got Keith, aka Vanix. And also on the roam, we got Bellamy, aka Lozi, and also Royvin on that mid lane. Used to be known as Godzilla, now as Roy.
More like Roy than went to Godzilla.
Roy then went to Godzilla, then back to Roy again.
Yep.
And of course, on the jungle, we got Jun Xiang, which is also known as Yon. And on the EXP lane, Tristan, who is known as Gear.
Yep. So understandably, when it comes down to this lineup, we definitely know what they are capable of because, we've been casting MPLSG for quite some time now. And when it comes down to their individual performances, they are definitely strong within their own regards. But when it comes down to them playing as a team, well, it's been a long time since we kind of seen them together as one.
Oh man, the boys!
KGP, man.
The back.
Eugene!
Boys are back on stage, and now I'm so excited to be casting for them once again here at the Asia Games Qualifier, but not in this fashion, right?
Not in this fashion, yeah.
Because the team that they're going up against is going to be a huge mountain to climb. This is Team Indonesia. On the gold lane, we got Dingarai, also known as Arfi. On that roam role, Alexander, also known as Alec. Dalvin, also known as Hijume. And Afan, also known as Yasuke and Shauki, aka Nino. And these guys, they've been tearing it up on the global stage.
They are definitely one of the titans that Team Singapore have to go past, and they are going to be a massive obstacle. Day number one has not been looking great for them. We gotta have to agree. So hopefully when it comes down to today's game, perhaps they went through the VODs a bit. They understood a little bit more about how to, go past the members here from Team Indonesia in order for them to get a nice finish. Hopefully be able to get at least one game. If they can get two games, even more perfect. But of course, no pressure, no pressure onto them. I just want to see them play the best MLBB that they can.
Yeah, definitely. I would love to see the prime versions of themselves here today at this show match. I would say it's going to be a great show, right? Back into Group A where, well, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, it's the strongest here, and definitely one of the strongest teams to go up against as well, Team Indonesia. What a way to go.
Indeed. Some of these teams, or some of these players from Team Singapore, we can definitely say that they are one of the best in their own specific roles. But of course, if we have to look at Team Indonesia, not only are they really great, and if not best in their own roles, they come in from the same team as well. So they do have a lot of chemistry. They do have a lot of, I would say that a lot of time with one another to really practice some of these strategies, some of these plays with each other. So in terms of experience aside, Team Indonesia, they are really crazy.
Yeah, with Coach Kenny Dio Zephyr behind them as well, the brains behind this team. Well, oh well, they've delivered a great performance in the last international that we see, the M7 stage, and now they are here shedding off their alter ego with their alter ego and coming in with the government given names. As we go into the map selection now, we are going into Dangerous Grass.
All right. So with Dangerous Grass right now, this pretty much have, you know, a lot more, hopefully we'll play a lot more assassin kind of gameplay, a lot more pick-up in this case. Leaking out heroes like Paquito is definitely going to be very difficult. They might very likely want to go out for a full ban of that sort. As you can see, Team Singapore from second, being in second pick, second ban, they definitely want to take that out.
Yeah, and these are bans that I'm kind of used to seeing, right? Looking at the bans coming through, Phoveus and also Kalea being banned out. Now the Paquito and also, I believe, the Fanny being banned out from the side of Team
Fanny
Singapore as well, right? So this is back to familiar ground, right? We're seeing Fannies getting banned.
So at least we still have one more ban for each of these teams. Understandably, I would like to believe that Marcel still have a spot to be banned out, as well as, oh crap, it's Marcel, Guinevere, as well as Freya.
Yeah,
these three, one of these three will be leaked out, definitely. And it will go over to the hands of Team Indonesia at one point in time.
Yeah, at this point, it's about picking your poison because they do ban out the chip here for the side of Team Indonesia. There's going to be a lot of leaks here, right? And we did see Marcel just being a problem here. Do they give that to Team Indonesia? Yes, they do. They ban out the Freya instead.
Okay, so now it is all about either you get a Guinevere or you get a Marcel. In this case, Indonesia is not going to go for either of those. They want to focus down to giving Delvin that juice in for themselves, and now Singapore have the opportunity to choose. Do they want to focus and get a Harif for themselves to secure the gold lane, or do they want to pick up some of these stronger drafts, or rather stronger picks in their own roles, such as getting the Guinevere for the jungle, or perhaps Marcel in the roam, or maybe even both?
Yeah, definitely. The Marcel is available as well. If they want to go for the Marcel Harif into that Yves pick, that is also a possibility, especially with a Deucin opener. You do have to think about that mid lane priority as well, right? We know what Delvin is capable of. Yesterday, when he was playing in that Team Indonesia side, his Deucin was extremely scary. But instead, with Dangerous Grass, they go for Hilda and the Baxia pick.
Okay, so just from the Baxia and the Hilda, we pretty much know that they want to play early game. Like really early game, they want to storm over in Team Indonesia. And it's not just the fact that they have good firepower on the Hilda, but they also do have pretty good survivability on top of that. With tank jungler as well as a tank roam from the side of Hilda. In fact, it doesn't matter. It doesn't necessarily have to be a tank, a roam Hilda. It can even be a XP Hilda.
Yeah, I mean, with this current patch, I feel that EXP Hilda is still kind of viable, right? It's still kind of viable, especially if you are trying to play for that macro-based playstyle, trying to force out that 1v1 engages. Now for Team Indonesia, they will have that Claude available, instantly pick it up. Marcel will not be seen at all, and we go for that Fredrin pick coming out from the side of Team Indonesia.
So Hilda definitely will have a very good lane priority, although it's pretty fair to say that she will not have very strong wave clear. However, she does have very good mobility. So even if your opponent is able to clear the wave fast and get out of lanes, at one point in time, Hilda would definitely be able to catch up due to her sheer movement speed because of skill 1. Eventually she'll get there, and of course, by the time that they meet up to the team fight, there is a very high chance that Hilda would be full HP, while the opponents would have been poked out to at least, or rather, at least 3/4 of the HP.
Yeah, and with Team Indonesia's pick, right? Do you go for the Eve here? Do you go for the Harif here versus the Claude, right? You don't want to pick a Harif into a Claude, so they go for neither. They go for the Sora here. They bolster onto that tankiness with that Shifting Skies. Well, I would say Sora right now, it's still strong, but there are teams that learn how to play against the Shifting Skies already.
Yeah, so just because of the Sora pick right now, there is no more ambiguity as to where the Hilda is going to go. Hilda is definitely going to go to the roam, and Sora is going to go over to the XP, leaving out the gold lane as well as the mid lane that is required for Team Singapore to pick out. So when it comes down to the bans for this side, it's understandable that they are definitely going to go for a very tanky orientation. They want to play early game. So for Team Indonesia, one of their few choices is that they want to take away very early game of marksman. In this case, Granger, Bruno, Clint are all very good bans that Indonesia can look out for.
Yeah, very weird ban coming out from the side of Team Singapore, right? Going for the Valentina ban, fearing that maybe the EXP
Valentina
lane,
XP,
yeah,
yes.
that might come out. Generally, we do see a lot of the counters when initially Sora was introduced, right? You gotta go shifting skies. Well, IMU, get the shifting skies for yourselves, go into the cloud form.
Being on par.
Yeah, just be on par as much as possible. So yeah, that is one of the early bans that we do see out. And for Team Indonesia, it will be that Ease ban, which is very good against that Zusin in terms of that mid lane priority.
Yep. So for Team Indonesia, they have a lineup that really wants to allow them to play control. They want to control the game as much as possible, allow the Claude to be able to move around the map a lot more freely, so they need to have quite a bit of mobility. Allowing the XP to be freed a lot earlier is ultimately very important. So it does seem like for Coach Eugene have decided to take away the CC just to ensure that Team Indonesia don't get a free lane out of XP.
Yeah, definitely. Sora giving him an easier time. Well, you do get that snowball going, and then you get to use more instances, right, where the Sora is not kept in lane, especially by the CC as well. That's one of the key factors that we do see the thought of CC going into that EXP lane as well. Now, meanwhile, for Team Indonesia, if they still want to secure a good priority mid lane, they can still ban out maybe the Zetian, and also there is that Gord available still in that pool as well.
God, dude. Yep. Okay, so Lilia being taken away is also one of those heroes that is really good into a dive composition, which is what Team Singapore is trying to do. They want to do target prioritization, which is something we see a lot. They need to be able to call out some of these shots a lot faster and and very well. Hilda is very single target oriented. Baxia is going to be the same thing as well. Sora does have a very strong power when he goes over to the Storm form. If you do want an edge over the opponents in terms of firepower.
Yeah, and going for the side of Team Singapore right now, they will have that choice of gold lane here. Not a lot of gold laners are being banned out. They can go for the Moskov, but they might not want to show their hand
not at all.
too early, right? They do need to get a semblance of late game versus the Claude. The Harif, I don't think they are going to go for it, but mid lane right now feels like it's going to be the Kimmy.
So at least the Kimmy will be that part of the insurance policy that Team Singapore is trying to look out for, but that also means that there will be a small little lapse in the early stages of the game where they don't have that bursty firepower in the event they want to play a bit more burst. So right now, Team Singapore, they're a very commando team comp. The moment that they go in, they want to finish it right there and then. So this way, Team Singapore can play a very early game-oriented gold laner, which does mean that having a Kimi in mid lane, you are not limited to playing early game marksmen such as Clint, the Bruno or Granger. You can actually start to play gold lane fighters like Ruby, for example.
Yeah, on the contrary though, you can still play the Bruno for that kind of bully against the Claude, but the Arlot does come out. I'm surprised that it wasn't banned out instead of the CC, right? Because the Arlot and also the Fredrin combo just very oppressive, especially in this current meta as well. Now, combined with that glue, Team Singapore, they have a lot to deal with.
They do have a lot, but I can understand why they prefer to ban out the CC over the Arlot. They want to ensure that they take the tempo all the way from the start of the game and do not...
Yeah, okay. We have the Leslie pick coming out from the side of Team Singapore, and well, oh well. Leslie, my favorite hero, but I'm not too sure what's going on here for the side of Team Singapore. And yeah, this might be a new strat coming in. We were talking about trying to bully the Claude out lane. Yes, Leslie good at bullying, but I would say in terms of survivability, not much there. But of course, you can see the Fredrin and the glue coming. So you gotta play such good positioning though.
Yeah, okay, so right now, we talk about catch. When it comes down to Leslie, Leslie is great at escaping catch, only to a certain extent. Leslie can go invisible, so these kind of targeting spells will no longer be applicable. So it's technically a good answer over to Alon so that he's unable to be too sticky onto you, constantly just second skill right into your face. But my question is if whether glue can still attach to you as a Leslie when you're invisible.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Okay.
Yes, you can. That the answer is yes. And now we are going into game number 1. Team Indonesia versus Team Singapore here. Team Singapore yet to find a win, and Team Indonesia sitting at the top of Group A so far.
Yep. So this is a very unprecedented team comp. So far for Team Singapore, I don't mind all the way from the start to the 4th one. But the Leslie definitely threw me completely off guard. I do want to see what kind of hidden tech Team Singapore might have for themselves.
Yeah, definitely. Going with the marksman emblem as well will not have that kind of sustain, but both have that quantum charge available. Now, in that mid lane, there's already an early game skirmish. Bellamy going for it at the start here as Junxiang in a bit of trouble as Afan is here. That taunt is available as well, and now Junxiang trying to get away, but Alexander finds the damage through and flickers away to safety along with Delvin. Team Indonesia, very clean use of the battle spells.
That is a very long team fight in the middle lane, and it is really unfortunate that Baxia is the one that went down throughout the entire fight, and Team Indonesia was not able to find one onto Delvin, which had to expend a flicker in order to get herself out of the kill range.
Yeah, at level 3 at that point, couldn't draw the Baxia towards him at that point, but they found the damage through, right? Delvin just laying down the law with that lantern, and now for Tristan versus Xiaoqi here, the Sora, once you reach that level 4, it becomes a huge problem to deal with, but the Arlet can potentially clear out the creep wave before it even starts. Now, Taunt being found out by Afan. We have that brawl going as Team Singapore. They bring in Kimmy. Alexander falling extremely low, but still disengaging just in the nick of time here. Team Singapore will not get anything going for them.
Yep, at least they did manage to bring Alexander's HP to all-time low, but they're not going to be stopping out the fight. Team Indonesia rushing in.
Yeah, Bellamy unable to survive here despite being in that bush, and notice that shifting skies being played out, that cloud form being used onto Afan. Afan gets taken out. Retribution out for the count. Tristan still fighting into this, and Junxiang still surviving through it all. This is a good fight for the side of Team Singapore. They do get the turtle, and Xiaoqi falling extremely low, and Roy does find the finish. Team Singapore actually doing it here.
Yep, looks like they did manage to go pretty dead even against Team Indonesia as of now, being able to get 2 kills of their own and also taking the turtle for themselves. But the question is, where are all these kills going to? Roy with 1 and Junxiang with 1. In the meantime, for Team Indonesia, we do have 1 on the Alexander and 1 over to the side of Xiaoqi. Unfortunately, you wouldn't want to see it from onto the side of Alexander. You would hope that it goes over to Delvin instead.
Yeah, jump onto Alexander. Bellamy unable to find the finish. The flicker has been used away, but dragged back as Bellamy will eventually go down. Wait a minute, the damage is not coming through from the side of the Tucson. Bellamy still running away, so close here. Delvin does find the finish. Now Royvin does want to deal the damage as much as possible, but Tristan is here, unable to find that pull in with the ultimate.
Okay, that team fight, we can see that there was a lapse in communication. One of them was going for, or rather Roy was going in for Delvin, and unfortunately for Junxiang, he was just looking for Afan. They need to get a more steady prioritization going in. Do they want to deal with the front lines, or do they want to deal with the support?
Yeah, and really, I would say, still on the gold lane itself, Dingarai still farming up a storm, but now with that going, Junxiang, he's in a lot of trouble here, unable to tank up the damage. Appraisal's Wrath being used, flicker forward coming out from Delvin as well. Team Indonesia, they are going full ham here as they are unable to land the final fetch, but they already got 2 kills for themselves.
Fight's not going to be over just yet, though. It does seem like re-engage coming from Tristan.
Yeah, Tristan here will be able to get out. He does have that storm form available. And now, with that, the traction pole is not there as well.
We're going back to even grounds. Even though Team Indonesia managed to get quite a lot of kills out of those fights, the gold advantage is only at 1,000 gold. Not too shabby, but a lot of fight has been going on in the XP lane. Team Singapore and Team Indonesia, they have been constantly trying to push the fights towards the northern area, leaving the bottom lane completely untouched, leaving Leslie and Claude to fight for themselves.
Yeah, and Delvin really in these positions have been left unpunished so far. Junxiang going with the shield unity onto Alexander. That might not be a good target here, but the cloud form is used in the center. Delvin with the ultimate dealing so much damage. Bellamy and Junxiang goes down. Tristan as well. Team Indonesia, they're dealing so much damage as Afan gets the turtle and Alexander takes out Keith. Royven, the only one alive. Team Indonesia with a bloodbath.
They're lacking in damage right now. Team Singapore can find themselves in a really tough spot in trying to land some of these kills. As we mentioned before, right? When it comes down to playing in a war of attrition, when your team is generally very tanky, you need to be able to identify who are going to be the main attraction or your main guy that you need to prioritize on. Right now, it's kind of still all over the place. At least for Tristan, he's trying to set up for the team. While in the meantime, the team from the side of Team Singapore, they don't necessarily have got what it takes to be able to melt down a composition like Team Indonesia in a three-man, I guess, if they're all grouped up in three-man, which is what Tristan managed to do.
Yeah, 4,000 gold advantage so far coming in for the side of Team Indonesia, and they're not letting the pressure slip. Already the bottom lane tier turret is down, and they're looking for that tier 1 turret. And Delvin, in these positions, he's been so safe, still has that flicker, still has that ultimate, and Team Singapore has no way to initiate on him, despite Tristan always being in that forefront.
I do really want to find out how this is going to work out now. And
Yeah.
now, immediately.
Does go in,
Drop
Shifting
off.
Skies has been found, but Afan, he's falling low, but it's not going to be low enough as Bellamy does not find the
Oh.
finish. Tristan so falling low as well. Team Indonesia, they're doing it. And now once again, Dalvin, he's pulling out so much damage as Dingarai comes in with a blazing duet, but Shauki with a triple kill.
Yeah, unfortunately, it does seem like the Leslie coming in from the backside, at least he was able to escape from all of these deaths. He did manage to do quite a number of damage over to the side of Delvin, but unfortunately not quite enough. She's not exactly at critical mass as of yet, and right now just need to stick around with the team to ensure that she don't get singled out, because this is a team comp from the side of Team Indonesia that can really put this Leslie in a really tough spot.
Yeah, 6,000 gold advantage. This is why you don't give the Arla away to the side of a Fredrin user, right? That final slash, together with that taunt combination, it becomes much of a bigger threat, especially with Delvin being able to stand all the way in front. They don't need vision. They got to sin, and Delvin is doing so well. Alexander just teasing out the damage going through, and they will eventually get the turtle, and that's the objective gaming settled, and they set their eyes on that mid lane. Tristan goes in with that cloud form, Shifting Skies, unable to find that full damage through, and they still lack the damage from the side of Team Singapore. They can't focus fire anyone down.
Tristan is constantly trying to look up for opportunities in order to set up for the team and of course drag everyone back towards the turret in order to get some of these damage being poked out over to the side of Team Indonesia. Unfortunately, we're looking at 8 minutes into the game and close to 7,000 gold lead.
Final slash, that combo coming out from the side of Shauki. He's doing extremely well. Jin Xiao falling extremely low here. Gets dragged back in from Dalvin as well. Afan still with the appraisals round, landing it down. No members going down as of yet. They're playing in between the turrets, but Dingarai coming in with the blazing duet. Finds the finish onto Bellamy and to Jin Xiang as well. Double kill as they want to go for more. Tristan falling extremely low as Shauki gets unstoppable streak with a triple kill onto Keith as well.
Great final slash coming from the side of Shalky. Whenever you weren't expecting, it came out and just literally dragged everyone back down to Naraka. Just kill them as much as possible and just bring them down to the underworld. Team Singapore, they're having such a tough time. And with that all said and done, the instant replay gives us a massive idea, right? When it comes to Team Singapore, they thought that they're safe. They thought that everything is good and fine, but that stun plus that final slash really threw them completely off guard.
Such an aggressive flicker coming out from the side of Dingarai as well, feeling the pressure, feeling the heat, sees the blood in the water, dealing so much towards the Baxia as well. Baxia falling extremely low, and Dingarai pops that blazing duet, and eventually that's a tag from Team Singapore gone. Team Indonesia, they're just tearing through those turrets as they are unable to stand within their own confines of their space.
There is so much fights going on. And Team Indonesia, they're constantly just forcing these fights over the side of Team Singapore just so that they will make bad trades time and time again. And this is how Team Indonesia wants to create a lead for themselves. 9 minutes and 30 seconds, and we're looking at 10,000 goal lead. This lead will continuously grow higher and higher as long as Team Singapore constantly tries to defend outside of their base.
The Lord will be the next site that they set their eyes on for the side of Team Indonesia right now. 3,000 gold ahead is that Claude, right? And once that snowball is going, it is a massive weight that cannot be stopped coming in from the side of Team Indonesia as well. Now, Alexander looking unkillable, getting so much map advantage. But I gotta say, Delvin, 2-0 and 14 right now. This man has been present in every fight and left unpunished. I've never seen him use that flicker yet.
It's really unfortunate. Delvin has constantly been in the face of Team Singapore, and he's constantly being hit by Roy even. Roy has been putting a lot of emphasis onto Delvin, but she's just dealing really small little poke damages, and she's not anywhere at a point where Kimi is going to be strong enough.
Yeah, it feels like a bubble gun that you're pointing towards the side of Team Indonesia right now as the Lord does go in, and Delvin aggressively goes in as well. Still has the flicker available. Tristan goes down, and Team Indonesia, they get the inhibitor turret, they drag back in the box here as well, and that's a double kill coming in from the side of Delvin. And look at the back here as Shauki is going on a hamstring as Dingarai and Delvin, they clean up the rest of Team Singapore. A clean 1-0 for Team Indonesia.
That was way too much for Team Singapore to handle. This is a monstrous play from the side of Team Indonesia where they are just really ferocious at every corners of the map. The moment that they know, of course, then that they have big performance, or they literally have got anything that they can in order to get themselves a power spike, they just go right in. They don't care about anything at the point in time. If they were to lose some members, hey, they are definitely gonna get a more better trade, right? So Indonesia, just scrappy fights. In fact, actually, they imagine to be scrappy fight, but it's not scrappy at all.
It's not scrappy at all. Yeah.
If Singapore is able to take fights, or rather take kills away, then yes, it's going to be scrappy back and forth, but at least the trade still go over to the side of Indonesia. But Singapore has got nothing in terms of damage to make it scrappier.
I think they had the damage, they didn't have the control. Right, because of the lantern lifts up that was consistently there from Delvin. It was consistently repositioning the members of Team Singapore where they were in positions that they didn't want to be.
Yep.
And once that was happening, Dingarai came in towards that back. What is that pose, my friend? Yeah, scuba, man. So 7-0 12. He is doing so well on that gold lane. Expected Leslie, well, 1v1 against a Claude. Well, Claude does way better right now.
7-0-12. Oh, bad. It's really unfortunate. Okay, you know what? You know what's the biggest part that is unfortunate? We didn't really quite get to see the reason or the tech coming in for picking up Leslie. Yeah. I don't know where that is coming from. I really want to know the answer. I don't want to jump into conclusion, but as far as we see it, the composition coming in from Team Singapore seems like they're trying to make their way into early game composition with the Hilda and the Baxia. That looks great. And then coming in with that Kimi, just be like, okay, that is going to be insurance policy, playing for marksman and still have decent amount of pressure in the early game as well. And then boom, Leslie. Okay, everything thrown out the window.
Yeah, I mean, the early game skirmishes were fine for the side of Team Singapore, right? They went on to Alexander, which should have been the key target at level 1 to 2. And they did manage to get the first blood going towards their way as well. But they were unable to convert that objective and goal difference onto Delvin as well. So Delvin being left 5-0 and 14, Dingarai being left 7-0 and 12. And this is uncharacteristic, where you see the Baxia, he's unable to go towards that bottom side of the lane at all, because Team Indonesia, they were always presenting that pressure on the opposite side of the map. And this is what makes the Claude so good. When the pressure is off, he can solo farm for days.
There is just too many space that Team Indonesia managed to get for themselves, and there's so many windows that Indonesia can constantly just open up for themselves as well. Well, for Team Singapore, they have a lot of problems with that, right? In the early stages of the game, yes, we can definitely see that. You know, Jin Xiang is able to just dive into someone, Bellamy just constantly just hammering away. Those single target damage can really put quite a number on the members of Team Indonesia. However, right off from the start, the target prioritization is not exactly there. Roy constantly looking at Delvin, Jin Xiang is looking at Afan, Tristan is technically looking at the entire team in general. He wants to open things up and create opportunities for the entire team and dream for that big fight.
Yeah, I would say the win conditions and in terms of the target prioritization as well, right? It was completely off. In basketball terms, I would say maybe they were man marking and they were going on
Yep.
their man. And but instead, when it comes down to that win, they didn't focus on the basket, which would have been the main goal that they should have been focusing on.
Well, very good pointed over there. They are just marking one another, and they'll be like, okay, you look for this person, you look for this person. However, in this lineup, kind of seems like if individually, some of the individually these heroes does not deal a lot of damage. But if you kind of put everyone together, they're more than enough to be able to take down a Titan like a Frederick, for example. And in this case, it would have been great, but unfortunately, they weren't able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure was way, way high up, right? You can
Yes.
see from the start, Dalvin, he's able to just get the lantern onto everybody.
Yep.
And even when the threat of death was there, he's still consistently putting on that pressure. And this is the highlight of a good Zusin player, where you're able to put in that pressure consistently. You have the ultimate to get out. You have maybe a Purify, but in this case, he chose to go for that Flicker because he knew that a Shield Unity would always be blocked by Alexander. That's clear trust in your team right there.
So we kind of move on from this point and kind of identify what is going to be the main problems. Is it really the juicing that's the problem, or is it more about the execution coming in from Team Singapore that is the problem? Technically speaking, we kind of have a nice little split in between of the both of them, right?
Yeah.
We need to understand as number one, target prioritization in order to get this composition to work out. If they want to go for a slightly simpler kind of gameplay like man marking as you mentioned, then assassin or large firepower team composition generally will work out a lot better.
Yeah, so moving on to game number 2, right? They need to think of a better way to deal with the Zusin. They thought of using the Kimi, which did work in terms of the damage factor. But that's why we see the Yve instead of the Zusin. I mean, the Yve instead of the Kimi being used to deal with the Zusin, because he has that real-world manipulation, he has that box to control as well, just to go with that control factor that the Zusin brings into the game. Now, with that early game priority, I would say it was looking good. It was looking good for Singapore. I hope that they can keep this up. I hope that they can keep their spirits up as they go up against one of the best here, right? Team Indonesia are really one of the best.
Indeed. So as much as possible, we did definitely see Indonesia literally storm over Team Singapore by, I guess, the mid-game mark. And technically speaking, Team Singapore, they were in a very difficult spot to begin with, right? When it comes down to macro and mechanically, there is definitely a experience difference as Team Indonesia, one of the best in the world, well, in terms of region, right? So it's gonna be difficult, but we do want to see the best from Team Singapore regardless.
Yeah, and I believe the best is yet to be, right? For Team Singapore, there was moments where we saw them in their prime. I hope that they can achieve that prime level, especially here once they have the opportunity to go up against a Titan like Team Indonesia as well. And what spectacular gameplay coming through. We were saying, right, you were doubting the Claude. Well, you can't doubt the Claude, man. The Claude is good.
In a winning composition.
Nah, the losing composition is good as well.
We'll see. We will get there. Here so far, if a Claude is in a losing composition, we haven't exactly seen a comeback mechanic as of yet.
Yeah.
Not yet, at least.
Now we do have that Flying Clouds. That map selection has been picked so far. And meanwhile, for the side of Team Singapore and Team Indonesia, that pick ban will be swapped up. Now, Team Singapore having that first pick. Yeah, so Fanny being banned out, Kalea for the side of Team Indonesia.
We'll see how that's gonna go right now. So at least Fanny thrown away. I would like to believe that, you know, Paquito, Freya, all of that will be thrown away as well. But technically speaking, it is more of a ban for Indonesia.
Yeah, I would say as well, right? And I would like to see if any of these top tier picks go through. And we did see the Marshall leak, right? And nobody picked it up.
Yep,
Nobody picked it up. No one cared about it. And yeah, it did come to bite them back into the fact that, yeah, that golden hour could have
Your
been
team
the
is
saving
there.
grace if, let's say, Team Singapore did choose to pick it up instead of the Hilda as well. But they wanted the damage, they wanted the tank ability, and yeah, I can see that going in their favor as well, but didn't really work out the first game. Now, for the second game as well, Freya completely banned out, so we are not going to be able to see Freya this game.
Yep. Maybe we also can talk about the fact that they have lack of utility, right? As the roaming trio, we are looking at the Hilda, Baxia, and Kimi. Kimi does have a lot of utility, or rather a lot of crowd control, you gotta have to agree. But however, you don't have a very surefire way to actually lock people down for extended periods of time, as opposed to if you have someone like an Atlas at a roam position, or if you have a Cho in a roam position, for example.
Yeah, and now with the Baxia being banned out, you gotta consider, you gave Team Indonesia the combination of the scariest heroes that were possible. I mean, you have the two Sin, you have the Claude, you have the Fredrin and the Arlot combo, and that is generally not given together. And Team Indonesia, if they have that combo, they're definitely gonna take it for themselves. Now, meanwhile, for the side of Team Singapore, what final ban do they go with? Do they want to ban out the Paquito, or do they want to use it for themselves and force Team Indonesia to ban out the Paquito here?
To be fair, I do think that Tristan can play a pretty mean Paquito, so taking away the Paquito is not necessary to them. However, there are still a lot of open heroes. So, okay, great that they actually ban out the Juicid. But now it's up to Team Indonesia for what they want to ban. I think at this point in time, they would lick out of Marcel. I don't think that they are too particularly afraid of Marcel. Right now, what they might be looking for is number one, Paquito needs to go, or we are just generally going to be looking out for Harith in this case.
Yeah, Harith as well. I mean, Paquito, there is also the possibility that they want to pick up the Fredrin for themselves from inside Team Singapore, if let's say that's going to be the opener as well. And also for the side of Team Indonesia right now, they also have a lot of possibilities to go for that Claude themselves. So Team Singapore right now, first pick.
Paquito. Without a doubt, they gotta have to choose Paquito, man.
Yeah.
If they kind of leak the Paquito away and give the Paquito over to Shauki, I would not believe.
That's just blasphemy, man. If you don't take the Paquito for yourself right now, Shauki playing the Paquito, I'm quaking in my boots.
I don't want to see that. I really do not want to see that.
Yeah, first pick, 20 seconds remaining. What do they open with? There's a Marcel. There is that Paquito. I would take the Paquito any day right now.
Any day. Like, if Team Indonesia were to take the Marcel, sure, so be it. There must be some ways that we can play around. And honestly, I do want to see Team Singapore.
Your
Okay,
team is
Phobius.
picking.
Okay, Phobius does a good job of dealing with the Paquito, I guess. In
Yeah.
terms of level 4, but you give it to one of the best Paquito players in the entire region, right? So, do they go for it here? They go for the Claude and the Harley. Okay. I mean, because Team Indonesia, they don't need to go for the Paquito right now, right? They can still go for it in third pick.
Yeah,
because the
it's Phobius is ready out.
Oh no, now. With the side of Team Singapore, how do they answer back against a Claude? We saw that Leslie wasn't the answer against a Harley as well. You need a tanky jungler. That Baxia has been banned out. You go for the Fredrin here, but you don't have that Arlot as well. So generally against the Harley, you either go damage for damage or you go tank, right? And
Looks like
Fredrin,
they're going tank.
yep, they might be the answer. Do they go for the Khalid? Ah, yes,
Your
it's
Yep,
team
they
is
do.
picking.
Okay, so very tanky. Firepower-wise, do they remotely have enough is generally the question here. Khalid can, of course, set up for the team fight pretty effectively. Fredrin comes in as a follow-up from that point on, but who
Your
follows
team is
up
banning.
afterwards, right? Understandably, with the mage pick as well as the gold pick, I do not want to see a Leslie again, once again. We do have a Yeeve, though, so Rom, Gato
Your
Kacha,
team is banning.
I don't think it's necessary here. Even though getting the RW, getting the Yeeve to snap out of RWM is really important, but I don't think that the Gato Kacha would gel very well with the Team Singapore.
I mean, for Team Indonesia, they have two choices here, right? Where they are going towards that team fight, or they are going towards that mobility. So if they're going towards that mobility,
Yeah,
that kind of solo play, that Cho is available, they want to go for that team fight together with the real manipulation. They will have that Hylos available as well with the Glorious Pathway. And yeah, there's just so much possibilities right now for inside Team Indonesia, as Team Singapore as well, right? But the Moscow band really very good in dealing with the Claude late game, and also Spirit of Despair against the Harley.
So right now, Team Singapore, they are lacking of a single mage and a gold laner. While for Team Indonesia, they're looking for a roamer and an XP. There's still quite a lot of XP heroes that is actually kind of open. And the way that Team Indonesia is opening things with the Harley in the gold lane definitely does suggest that they can play very power heavy.
Your team
Oh.
is banning.
Yeah, they ban out the Leslie. I mean, they feel that it is.
It's a problem for Harley to a certain extent.
Yeah, it is a problem for Harley, and it's also a problem for Claude as well, especially in the laning phase. But we did see Dingarai just doing an extremely good job of dealing with the Leslie as well. And now, for the side of Team Singapore, their final ban coming through, they might be looking towards that EXP lane. That Paquito is still there. It's still there.
They can still ban a Paquito. Don't give it over to Chouki. Please don't.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too sure it's going to completely leak the pool here because Paquito Claude, on paper, that is the dream lineup there.
It's kind of scary. But now... Labu.
Yeah,
Your team is
Labu.
picking.
I think that... Is this a point in time where it's like a no-brainer Paquito pick?
Well,
It-
you don't need to pick it now.
You don't have to.
Fulvius is on the other side, so you can pick it on the last pick as well. So they can definitely secure their roam pick right now, especially if they want to go for something like a Cho, and they go
Your
for the
team
Hylos
is
instead.
picking.
Yeah,
Okay.
so we have the RWM into the Glorious Pathway combo.
Is this a bait for a carry?
Could be.
Sounds like a bait for a carry. But if they don't pick out a carry, who else can they possibly go for? Because this does definitely seem, for the side of Team Singapore, they do want to play a little bit towards late stages of the game. There's no Harif to kind of go neck and neck together with
Bruno.
Morpheus. Bruno... I think Bruno would have too much problems dealing with Harley.
If you get the Haas Claws early, maybe you can kind of out-heal the Harley burst coming through. Yes, that's a possibility. The Harley needs to be very over-farmed here. They go for the Lilia and the
Your team is
Granger
picking.
instead. Okay, I like this out of Team Singapore way more than the previous draft.
So, I mean, having a Granger better than Leslie, in my honest opinion here, sure. But that also means that Team Singapore, they are playing kind of a tempo-based game. Not necessarily, super early or super late. As long as they're able to snag any form of, tempo, they will try to ride with it. But this is the kind of situation where you kind of mentioned before, jack of all trades kind of composition. They
Yeah.
want to go from front to back.
Yeah, definitely front to back. It does work very well in terms of trying to hold on to the late game, but I don't see them having that entry point into that mid game as well, right? That taunt will be that only capability to go in, and
Yuzhong.
once, for the first time, right, Paquito completely left the pool, they go for the Yuzhong instead, and I mean, by all means, Fulvius, very good against the Paquito, that's why we see one ban or the other, and now with the Yuzhong as well, they secure that team fight, and also at the same time, I believe they're going to use Harley and Claw to secure that macro play.
Well, we'll leave it up to the members of Team Indonesia to show us what they have got with this draft, and of course, Team Singapore with theirs. As we jump right in, let's take a look at the overall composition here and talk a little bit more about the gold lane and the XP lane, and eventually down to the middle. So for the XP lane between the Fulvius as well as the Yuzhong, Yuzhong definitely will have a very strong showing in the early stages, or rather the early laning phase, all the way until level 4. Fulvius does have pretty annoying kit coming in when it comes down to Demonic Force, but nothing too difficult for the Yuzhong to deal with. But in the meantime, gold lane between the Claude as well as the Granger, I definitely do prefer to see a Granger due to the fact that he pops off a lot earlier in the earlier.
Yeah, I see a problem in the objective team fights alone coming in from the side of Team Indonesia, right? Where they have the Harley, they're gonna have to find the flank. But meanwhile, Team Singapore have a vision problem where the Khalid will be the only main source of vision in front to try and source out where the Harley is. I believe in the Hylos versus Khalid battle, yes, they're going to be sticking onto each other, but at the same time, you won't know where the Harley is because there's no one providing that vision for Team Singapore.
In the meantime, it's going to be good for Team Singapore as well because of the fact that they do have a very strong pushing lane in middle. They do have very strong priority because of the Lilia as well as the the Khalid in this case. In fact, Team Singapore generally have a pretty good wave clear in general. So even if they are playing from behind, they should be able to do a decent amount towards all of these creep waves, should be able to hold out against Lord pushes all the way until the third Lord, hopefully.
Yeah, and the ability to dive the back line also coming in from the side of Team Indonesia. That's going to be a problem as well, right? Black Dragon form.
Black Dragon form, Harley himself, and even when it comes down to the Claude. This is a pretty dive-heavy matchup, and with the Glorious Pathway, it's really easy to get in and out.
Yeah, so pretty much enhanced. And Team Singapore, they are going to be expecting to be playing from that position of defense. And for Team Singapore, yeah, looks like they don't really have a way to open up into the battle. But meanwhile, for the side of Team Indonesia, they will be able to do so. Now going into game number 2, Team Indonesia versus Team Singapore. Team Indonesia 1 game ahead as they want to secure a clean 2-0 victory. And Team Singapore look to tie things up.
As we mentioned, and of course, take a look at the start of the game. Look at Alexander. I mentioned that they have a really strong pushing wave in the middle lane, but I was not expecting a very strong high-loss killing wave.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta mention, right? Roy, one of the Lilia players of all time, and now him back on that Lilia, I gotta say, I'm impressed. And he still has it and takes down Alexander, does not have the capability to go out with the revitalization, and Bellamy with the support as well.
I mean, it's a nice start for Team Singapore. That is definitely going to up their morale a little bit. However, it's not going to be that big of a deal to Team Indonesia for losing a roamer in this case.
Yeah, definitely. And now for the side of Team Indonesia right now, the ball is in their court. They do lose Alexander, but it's not going to be huge. The EXP still going even in terms of both sides. Glorious Pathway timing will still be the same, and that first objective fight becomes that main priority.
Yep, so as long as they're able to wave clear the middle lane fast enough, they should be able to move and roam together with Junxiang as the Fredrin to kind of suss out exactly where Afan might potentially be. So they don't see anyone in the top lane. So Granger will have a very good idea that the Harley's somewhere around.
Yeah, great jump in onto Alexander once again, but revitalization has been popped, and this is going to be a problem, right? In the later stages of the game, where he has that Glorious Pathway, that revitalization is going to do so much more. Unable to burst him down now, you're not going to be able to burst him down later.
Still no information as to where Harley is, and this is the problem that you mentioned, right? Trying to open up the map well enough is ultimately going to be a big problem. Right now, Shelky. Oh, Roy.
Roy is doing it. Roy is doing it. He's getting consecutive kills now. Right now, they will have that first turtle advantage going their way. Team Singapore looking good at the start, but once again, Team Indonesia not a team to be trifled with, as Dingarai, he's starting to pace up in terms of the farm, trying to funnel in into that mid lane cash in as well as the bottom lane.
They're not particularly too scared about losing some of these leads over to the side of Team Singapore. They will look for the time and they will make it work out.
Yeah, the flicker out coming in from the side of Tristan as the Purify and the Petrify was used, but he goes back in without the help of the flicker. He sees the team coming in, but it might have been an early call, but now with the appraisal scrap, they do take out Afan, and now with that, Team Singapore, they get the consolation 1-for-1.
It's okay. I think that's relatively a pretty good trade. Tristan may have went in a little bit early, but that could be an idea that they don't want the Harley to get out of the lane, because that is the point in time where they can finally see Harley. They don't want Harley to use the hat, especially in this case, especially since I think that he already used his hat in order for that kind of situation.
Okay, theory crafting, pure copium here. Team Singapore gives up the first game, pulls out the Leslie. Oh, we're so bad, but now, oh, we're so good.
We're so in.
Yeah,
we're so in.
We are so back here, Team Singapore fans, as now Team Indonesia, they're down 2 kills, but still, that's just 1,000 gold here. This is just us joking around, and Team Indonesia, they're not out of this yet.
Not out of it.
Yeah, they will still have a lot of capabilities to come back into the game. They don't have that vision on that Harley at all times. It will be a problem once he's able to jump on to Keith or onto Roy.
They need to be careful not to throw caution into the wind right now. Team Singapore may seem like they are riding the wind and having a really good time, but a small little overconfidence would eventually be their downfall.
Yeah, definitely. And now Team Singapore, Tristan with that Infernal Pursuit, Raging Sandstorm into that Flicker. Great combination to lock down
Great read.
Afan. And this is great defense coming in from the side of Team Indonesia as well. They do take out Bellamy, but that is a great trade for Team Singapore.
Of course, that is also a really nice read coming from the side of Bellamy, preemptively flickering together with Afan.
Yeah, now Glorious Pathway has been used together with Black Dragon form. Now with the debut of that Black Dragon form, Roy has to pop that Black Shoes Appraisal's Wrap into Retribution as Keith comes into the battle, and Team Singapore, they clean up 3 kills ahead, but still the macro is not going their way. Singarai, he's been farming up a storm.
4 minutes and 58 seconds. He took down every single one of these energy shield and even brought down the turret at the bottom lane. This will be a permanent swap coming in from the side of that Ranger, and he has to stick to the top lane now.
Yeah, looking at the team fight going in, they were trying to force this no matter what, while Dingarai is getting that macro advantage, right? We talked about Team Indonesia being a brawl team. They can play the macro as well, but now with the Appraisal's Wrap coming through onto Dingarai, does BMI away.
The main thing is he wants to get as much damage as possible over to the side of Dingarai, due to the fact that he did manage to get a pretty nice taunt in, so might as well do whatever that you can.
Yeah, and there is that availability of the macro, right? With the Black Dragon form being used as an escape tool, Afan being used as just pressure alone, Dingarai is still going to have that space to farm. So meanwhile, Team Singapore, they need to keep it in the back of the heads, but at the same time, they can't get pulled around like a dog on a leash.
Slowly but surely, even though Team Singapore seems like they're having a good lead, but the lead is not that big.
Yeah, Alexander going down here, not popping the revitalization, but still trying to make use of the macro map advantage. You see Afan and Dingarai just instantly jumping onto the creep waves, trying to keep the macro up. Despite the fact that we are 7-3 right now, still no gold lead to be mentioned of.
So right now, with the way that we are looking at the Granger, currently he already has the Hunter Strike as well as the Sky Piercer. There is no lanes that this Granger is gonna belong unless Team Singapore have already opened up the certain parts of the river. So right now, as much as possible, Keith needs to follow in.
Yeah, now Tristan with that Infernal Pursuit. Alexander pops that Glorious Pathway. It will be there. RWM as well for Delvin. But at the same time, Shauki going in. He does not have the Petrify available. Keith getting the double kill, and Shauki now takes out the Fredrin, and also Tristan going down in the back line as Afan does get the damage through. And now it's an even trade, 3-3 so far, but triple kill coming in for Keith on the Sky Piercer.
This is even bigger for Team Singapore to get for themselves. But Dingarai, you have to be really careful though. The BMI will essentially help him get away. And Keith, you can't overstay your welcome right now. You managed to get 4 kills for yourself. Massive amount of Sky Piercer stack. That is going to lead up to a really good upcoming fight.
Yeah, now with that turtle being up for the grabs, Jinxiang will be falling in here. Glorious Pathway already used. Team Indonesia right now, they're 5 members strong. They want to fight this. Black Dragon form not available. Afan does have the ultimate though. He can pop Keith on the side as this is Flying Clouds. Everybody is trying to collapse into this as the turtle now falling lower. Jinxiang does get the turtle, and now Bellamy falling extremely low. Blazing Duet being used as Dingarai takes out Bellamy, and Team Indonesia, they want to collapse with the RWM right behind. And now for Team Singapore, they have to retreat as Royven goes down, not able to pop the Black Shoes in time, and Tristan will be going down as well. Team Indonesia, they're just killing everyone, and now with the counter initiate onto Dingarai, that's a great consolation, but 4 for 1.
That was a really big Appraisal's Wrap, but unfortunately, all in all, Keith still went down, so the amount of Sky Piercer stacks is gonna get halved down.
Yeah, Team Indonesia showing that they might have lost the battle, but they didn't lose the war, right? They're waiting for the power spikes, getting the farm across the initial members. And if you take a look at the team fight, yes, a great consolation coming out from the side of Jinxiang with the Appraisal's Wrap into that taunt, and Keith getting that Sky Piercer stack down.
Oh, such a juicy appraisals, Raph. We don't get to see that very often, being slapped right onto a Claude, which is a backliner, by the way. So right now, even though Team Singapore has got a lot of those Sky Pistol stacks go over to Keith, got halved in the end of the day, and now Team Indonesia, they have managed to reclaim control of the land of Dawn, getting themselves a total of 3,000 gold lead. And this is going to be the part where things start to get really difficult. Keith will now have a difficulty in surviving because of the presence of Afan, while Dingarai more or less have got really good farm already and will play for teamfight very effectively too.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Singapore, it feels like they are forced to stick together. Meanwhile, for the Team Indonesian guys, right, they can play apart, right? They can play in a singular unit. They have so much survivability, and that is the highlight of their lineup so far. And this is the power of the Claude. You can leave Delvin with Alexander. Meanwhile, the other three, they can just roam around the map.
As of now, the Lord is finally spawned, and Team Singapore, they're looking for an opportunity to eventually just ride with it.
Yeah, right now they still need to be wary of the Granger. He's dealing decent damage onto the members, but of course he has to resource utility and just cycle that through. With the Glorious Pathway being popped from the side of Alexander, does not get the stun so far. And Team Indonesia, right now, they will be still dancing.
Yep, they will have to regroup for now. Tristan has already used a flicker for himself, and right now Team Indonesia, they are releasing the Lord back over to the hands of Singapore in order to play and dance around the Lord.
Yeah, with this control though, RWM has been popped. Xinjiang extremely low. Appraisal Craft not connecting, but Alexander goes down. But the jungler is gone from the side of Team Singapore. Team Indonesia, they know this. They pounce, they strike. Dingarai with the blazing duet, doing so much here. 3 members already down, and more to follow, as it will be a complete wipeout. Team Indonesia, double kill for Delvin.
And now they'll try to do their absolute best to take down as much of the standing objective. But the mid-wave lanes will definitely crash in, and bottom lane as well. All of the outer turrets coming from Team Singapore will undoubtedly be taken away, while this Lord being taken by Dingarai will not be challenged at all.
Yeah, definitely. It is going to be a clean take. We saw the moment the target prioritization was down onto Xinjiang, right? They knew that it was their opportunity to strike. There's nothing to protect them in that front lane at all. Yes, you have Raging Sandstorm. So what? We have Blazing Duet, and currently it's at critical mass.
This is a very difficult fight for Team Singapore, as they all got scattered around like little ants the moment that they see that Bagon just spread all over them. Team Singapore, they got themselves in a really difficult spot. They constantly want to get themselves the Lord and wants to be the one to be the main power holder. But unfortunately, Team Indonesia, they are way too far ahead now. They know that they can re-engage anytime, and before they even had that previous fight, they have already baited out that flicker coming in from the side of Tristan.
Yeah, good teams know how to play when they're behind, and Team Indonesia right now, they aren't behind anymore as they do with that Glorious Pathway. Now with the real manipulation, Dingarai with the Blazing Duet in the back, so much damage onto the side of Team Singapore. Team Indonesia are tearing through the front lines. At the moment, they take out the inhibitor turret. 3 members already down. Shauki might go down here, but the base will not be left standing for the side of Team Singapore. As Team Indonesia, they focus fire down the crystal, and they take the game 2-0.
It was a kind of a lot of a closer game for the hands of Team Singapore. But as per normal, every time when we look at Team Indonesia, they will always regain control by the mid stages of the game. And to be exact, I think it's somewhere around 8 minutes that they start to really show what they are made of, because they know when is going to be the critical mass and when they can really start to extend the lead as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, they understand that the usage of the utility was there for the side of Team Singapore, right? Once they see that the weakness was there for the side of Fredrin, they knew that, identified that one frontliner is only available for the side of Team Singapore. Once that weakness is there, they start to pounce, because they were testing it out with the macro plays on the top side, on the bottom side. Let's see how Team Singapore responds.
Now, of course, allowing, I'm not sure whether it's allowing, but it feels like it's mini conditioning onto Team Singapore. Like, okay, we're gonna give you a little bit of this here, gonna give you a little bit of this here, and in the end of the day, it's just allocating resource from the side of Singapore. They are 4-man dive onto 1, 4-man dive onto 1, but in the meantime, Harley's out there somewhere farming, just split pushing. We've got Claude all the way down to the bottom lane, and in the early stages of the game, just as he reached 5 minutes, he already took down one full turret with a lot of the energy shield taken away as well.
And Delvin with the Eve, securing a 4-0-13 scoreline for himself. The RWM timings on this guy, just clean and amazing, right? We saw them trying to just dive in, trying to take out the RWM for themselves, but for Team Singapore, it felt like Delvin was out of reach.
He is actually very out of reach, right? No death at all, and of course, being one of the important players, he don't wander alone in most of these cases. Yes, it definitely seems as though Team Indonesia gave a lot of free kills over to Team Singapore, but it honestly really didn't matter too much because that's the roamer, that's the XP laner, and a little bit of this and that condition, and they got themselves a lot of farm, especially for the side of Team, especially for the side of Delvin. Every time the box opens up, Team Singapore kind of scattered away like ants.
Yeah, if you take a look at the win conditions coming through as well, Zingarai, of course, only one death, and that was greed on his part, right? Chasing a very low Fredrin into Appraisal's Wrath, and for the rest of the game itself, it feels like there was so much macro, despite the fact that they were behind. They played that Claude, they played that Harley extremely well, together combined with the Yuzhong as well. And feels like for Team Singapore, yes, they did win the 5-on-5s because they're innate team fight. They're meant to win the 5-on-5s. But afterwards, they're meant to convert the objectives. But it seems like they were being dragged towards those macro objectives.
So the thing about Team Singapore's lineup is that they do want to play front to back, right? The main thing is front to back, and Team Indonesia, they have one hack of a big wall, and that is going to be the Hylos. At one point in time, Indonesia can keep running their faces right into Team Singapore, and understandably, Singapore have to slowly withdraw because they can't allow Keith as the marksman to end up being at the front row because their front line is always going to keep stepping back. They're giving some ways over to Team Indonesia, and at one point in time, the back will be up against the wall.
Yeah.
And Alexander still have not died just yet. And that is when the execution from Team Indonesia as a dive comp starts to come in. Break up the entire team of Team Singapore. When they have no more way to go back, they have to go left and right, and that splits up the entire composition.
Yeah, basic team fight timing as well coming in from side Team Indonesia. They always fight when the creeps are up there to take an objective as well. It feels like for Team Singapore, they are playing with that gaps in the timing very well. They did have the creeps to work with, but at the same time, very good wave clear coming out from Team Indonesia, right? They had that Eve, they used the box to try and just clear out the creep waves, and then suddenly, well, we can't take an objective.
It's really hard to swallow at the fact that, you know, game number 2, Team Singapore seemed like they had it. You know, we are all looking at the game and, oh, Team Singapore is getting a kill there, everywhere. And even to the point that there is a lot of very good funneling of kills and farms over to the side of Keith. That really seemed as though we are starting to get a snowball out of that Granger, which is something that you really don't want to see, especially since it is a front-to-back strategy. The main part is to lock down onto the Granger so that he do not have enough firepower to just melt down that Hylos.
Yeah, and that was a very, very ugly time bomb that they were keeping for Team Indonesia, right? The Claude was there. Man, oh man, if you're not convinced that Claude is good, they were behind, right?
They were behind this time. They were behind this time.
And Claude brought them back in front because they kept them on the back of the mines. Now, Group A, looking at the top, Team Indonesia, 3-0 with 6 points. And sadly for Team Singapore, 0-3 in the bottom so far. We'll be looking more towards Group A today, as I believe the next match is going to be Team Malaysia versus Team Myanmar. But looking at second place, Team Philippines, so far they have yet to play their third match. And Team Vietnam, Team Laos, Team Cambodia as followed. They are getting that top 5 seed so far, but this is only day 2 as we move further into the brackets.
So, manifestation. They have to win every single game from this point on.
It can happen, especially against Team Philippines, right? If we can, yeah, sure. Team Singapore loses to Team Indonesia, yeah, we grow better and we groom our talents, and yeah, we can fight Team Philippines.
They will be going up against Team Philippines on the June 21st, which happens to be the final day. They will also go up against Team Myanmar on that day as well. So, We'll see how that goes.
Yeah, we'll see how that
We'll see
goes.
how that
But
goes.
I'm also excited for the next match. It's going to be Team Malaysia versus Team Myanmar.
So make sure you guys come back in on over to the stream to watch that game. Don't go anywhere too far, as we'll be right back with you in a jiffy.
If all that bloom are faded to wither. I'll enshrine your most brilliant moment in crimson splendor. Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now.
At last, I'm shivering with excitement!
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now.
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Hinata? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Hinata? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty.